Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Alec Baldwin says his Rust contract makes him judgment-proof on the fatal shooting of Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer on the movie set. He's actually blaming her for the incident. Baldwin's lawyers filing an arbitration claim. To dive a little bit deeper into what this all means, I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, thanks for joining us on this Friday evening.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so arbitration claim. Explain why they're doing this and what happens next.
So the contract itself can provide a mandatory arbitration clause. In other words, what can happen is that in a civil lawsuit, or before you have a civil lawsuit, all claims must be vetted via arbitration. Sometimes we sign such an agreement when we enter into other contracts, say with a credit card company. You'll read these very long contracts that you sign, and there's usually an arbitration clause in them. And so what he is saying is that his contract had such an arbitration clause, and that any disputes that arose out of his work on the film would have to be handled in arbitration instead of in a courtroom.
So they're saying that he has no financial responsibility when it comes to what happened.
That is what he is arguing, and he's explaining in his request for an arbitration and his documentation that he should not be held responsible because none of his actions could have been reasonably predicted to cause the death of Miss Hutchins.
Okay, and we're also learning that they're saying legal fees even should be covered by production instead. So we're seeing this kind of shift in blame from Baldwin to production.
It's such an interesting case when you look at it from just the academic facts. It's obviously such a tragic personal story. But from a legal perspective, you have a situation where it is clear that Alec Baldwin fired this gun, and that gun caused the death of Hutchins. But it's an unusual circumstance because there never should have been live ammunition in a gun which was on a set. And so he's saying, essentially, you know, look, I could not have reasonably expected that any of these firearms, which should have been used as props, would have had ammunition in them, which could have resulted in killing anyone. And that is a dangerously reasonable claim if you're the Hutchins, because it is something that would make sense if you're looking at a movie set. No one would expect to be shooting live firearms as part of the production of a movie.
Yeah, they go on to say that she actually handed it to him, was telling him where to hold it, how high to hold it, where to point and whatnot. Is this a good strategy from the legal team of Alec Baldwin? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Again, it's such a sad and tragic and devastating case. And so anytime you argue something, like the person who is ultimately the victim of the tragedy is to blame, you're treading on thin ice, because it can cause a negative reaction in the person ultimately deciding the facts. But if you look at it from a purely academic standpoint and from a legal standpoint, it is a valid defense, if you will, to this lawsuit, because he is saying, look, this is the person who handed me the weapon. There was no reason to believe that it was a dangerous firearm or that it contained a live round. And there's nothing that he could have or should have done differently under those circumstances because of the way she handed him the firearm and the instructions that she gave him. So that's what he is saying. Look, I don't think it's an effort to discount the tragedy. What I think it is to explain the situation in legal terms and why he is not legally responsible and should not be held civilly responsible for this death.
Well, Matthew Hutchins is the husband of Halyna Hutchins, the woman who lost her life. Him and several other people are filing wrongful death lawsuits. If you're building a case against Baldwin, how do you proceed?
If you're building a case against Baldwin, what you should do is go to look at the policies and procedures for how weapons and the armory should have been handled on the set. And you're looking for any deviations in what he did as opposed to what the policy for that production called for. Was there a time when he should have asked, is this firearm safe? Is there some sort of double checking that should have gone on that involved Baldwin in the moments leading up to the shooting? That is where they should be focusing their energy.
Yeah, and we're hearing that really he was just a creative EP, so possibly there are people above him that the blame could end up being shifted to. What do you foresee as the future of this case? What are your predictions? It's hard to say, no crystal ball here, but with all of the information that's come in.
Sure. I mean, and again, no crystal ball, like you've pointed out, and we don't really have every detail, as shocking as that may seem, since we've had access to so much information, including an interview from Baldwin in this case. It's still very unpredictable to know how it will come out. The reality is that I think that there's a fair chance that an arbitrator or ultimately a jury could decide that he did not have reason to believe that this was a live firearm and so should not be held accountable either civilly or ultimately criminally.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. Let's talk about that interview for a moment, because he has stood his ground and said that he does not accept liability for all of this, shifting liability to people who were on the set. You know, was that a good choice on his part to sit down with ABC News and say that on live television?
I don't have issue with anything necessarily that he said. Of course, I don't have all of the information that the investigators who are investigating this case have. And so saying that I'm not liable is not necessarily the problem. What could be the problem is if the forensic examiners who are looking at the ballistics and who are looking at the other physical evidence from the scene find anything at all that contradicts something that he said in that interview, that could be a huge problem for him, not only civilly, but potentially criminally if they decide to file charges on him.
Right. He also brought in the human aspect of it, because him and Helena Hutchins and a few other of the crew members had worked on previous sets together, and said that Matthew Hutchins, the husband, had told him, we're in this together, essentially. So could that work in Alec Baldwin's favor as well, bring in those aspects of the case?
It's possible that it can. Ultimately, it may be something that an arbitrator would consider in terms of what are the motivations for seeking this particular defendant in a civil suit because he has money. Maybe that's why they're looking to try to sue him to get that money, whereas other people might not have the funds that could ultimately satisfy a judgment in this case. So I think it could make potentially a small difference in that regard. I think the bigger focus for things that he has said potentially in interviews or other pleadings could be really forensic details ultimately that contradict any version of events that he's given. Those could be potentially risky things that come out of interviews with either the press or even law enforcement.
All right, Nicole DeBoard, any last thoughts on this case?
It's a complicated one. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy, And, looking at a death at the hands of someone who fired a firearm in the direction of another usually isn't quite so complicated. But here we have an individual who had really, truly no reason to believe that firearm was live and loaded with a live round. Yeah, especially such a high profile case with such a high profile person involved. Will be interesting to watch moving forward. As we said, multiple wrongful death lawsuits filed against Alec Baldwin himself and the production company. So we'll see how those move forward. Thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break here as we move on to some of the other stories of the day, including the latest with Russia and Ukraine. We'll hear from President Zelensky of Ukraine getting yet another standing ovation from NATO this time. That's after the break.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that on behalf of all of us, I would like to welcome the President of Ukraine, Mr. Vladimir Zelensky, who will be connecting with us, who with his conduct and his attitude with other representatives of Ukraine and the whole Ukrainian nation who is giving resistance to this aggression, is giving a great example of valor and heroism. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ukrainian's President, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky. Distinguished Mr. President and my friend Andrzej, distinguished Speaker for the Sejm and the Speaker for the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament and senators, brothers and sisters. When I became a president in 2019, what was felt at that time was that we would need to go a long way with Poland because the atmosphere was cool in our relations, in our attitudes to each other. So that's how it was, but I wanted to go this way, the way towards the warmth, as quickly as possible. We knew that by nature we are close to each other, both the Ukrainians and the Poles. I remember my first meetings with Andrzej Duda. From meeting to meeting, things were changing. The coolness disappeared. We understood each other. As a Ukrainian with a Pole, as Europeans, as friends, as parents who like their families and understand that our children should live in the world of the same shared good values, that they are to live in a world where nations are independent, where there is freedom, where family is important, where there is no room for military aggression. It's supposed that number 7 brings fortune. Well, Ukraine has 7 neighbors. Does it bring us good fortune? Well, the whole world knows the answer today. And the 78 Russian children know it best, those who were killed in Russian military attacks. This is the neighbor who brought poverty and war to our country, the neighbor who acts without God's blessing. When there is someone who is brutal in its attack, we need someone you can count on. We can count on. When somebody attacks you, you need a friend who will reach out to you. In the early morning on the 24th of February, I had no doubt who such a person would be, who will tell me you will not be left alone with your enemy. And indeed, this happened. I am very grateful to my Polish brothers and sisters who are supporting us, who are with us, and this is natural. On the very first day of the war, it was clear that the Ukrainians, it was clear both for the Ukrainians and the Poles that there are no borders between us. Physical, historical, personal, human. After the 16 days of this war, the Ukrainian Duma and the Ukrainians' honor and Ukrainians' pride and Poland's support help us. Between our nations, there is peace. Peace between neighbors, peace between brothers. And I would like these words to also be heard by our neighbors, Belarusians. We are close to each other. We are neighbors. we should also be brothers with you, with Belarusians. And of course, we will achieve that, ladies and gentlemen, our Polish brothers and sisters. For a long time, many parties try to convince us that Poles and Ukrainians are far from each other and that they lead different lives. Why did they do that? Let me remind you the words of the former president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi. We know very well, today it's the Georgia, tomorrow the Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and maybe then the turn will come for Poland. On the 24th of February, this terrible tomorrow that he was talking about happened for Ukraine. And today we are fighting for the Baltic states and for Poland so that they wouldn't have to face that time. And we are fighting together. Together we are 90 million people. Together we can do everything. This is a historical mission of Poland and of Ukraine, to be leaders, to be together, and to take Europe from this precipice and from this danger, to stop Europe from becoming a victim of this aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. Yesterday, we could see what the European nations were talking about. We saw who is the real leader and who is fighting for the unified Europe, who is fighting for the joint European security, and who was trying to stop us, who was trying to stop you. We understand why Poles know how to fight together with others, fight for freedom, for the European freedom, for Europe. Remember a huge tragedy that happened in 2010 in Smolensk. You remember how the circumstances of this crash were investigated. We understand what it meant to you and what it meant for you to face the silence of those who knew the circumstances very well. But we're still looking towards our neighbor, our brothers and sisters. I feel that we have already built an amazing alliance. Perhaps informal yet, but this is an alliance that is based on reality, not written on paper. This is an alliance that stems from the warmth of our hearts and not from the words of politicians at high levels. The way you accepted our friends, our people who are welcome in your homeland, where they sought refuge against this evil that happened to our country. There is over 1.5 million of Ukrainian citizens here, and they don't feel as foreigners here. They were accepted in families with the spirit of brotherhood and kindness. And you don't want anything in return. You do it from the heart, as between friends, as in a family, which is why I just appeal to you, my friend Andrzej, dear Agata. I can say that we have already united ourselves. We united ourselves like this great Pole, John Paul II, said, that we will together strive for freedom and create freedom. I am convinced that we will be defending freedom together with you. As much as we need to. I am grateful for your help that you have already provided. Help from your state, from your nation. I am grateful for all the efforts that you make to protect the Ukrainian airspace. I believe that we will manage to achieve something very important. God willing, if we win this war, we will share with you our victory. We'll share it with our brothers and sisters. This is our greatness, but also your greatness. This is a battle for our freedom, but also for your freedom. This is a joint history of great nations. Dear Lord, please let us win.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu.
Thank you very much to Mr. President Zelensky. Now we will hear from the Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg.
President Duda, dear Andrzej, dear members of the Polish National Assembly, many congratulations on the anniversary of Poland's accession to NATO. 23 years ago, your country joined NATO, and Poland has been a highly valued and committed ally ever since, contributing to our shared security in many different ways, including with troops for our missions and operations, regular contributions to air and maritime patrols, and hosting one of NATO's multinational battle groups. Let me also thank Poland for the tremendous solidarity you have shown at this dangerous time. You are generously hosting many hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Putin's war in Ukraine and providing humanitarian assistance in what is the worst refugee crisis since World War II. You are also providing military assistance to help Ukraine exert its right of self-defense. This war affects the lives of innocent Ukrainians. It affects the security of Europe and the entire rules-based international order. NATO allies have been supporting our partner Ukraine for many years, and allies have stepped up significantly in the last few weeks and months, including with large quantities of anti-tank and anti-missile equipment to help save Ukrainian lives. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have a responsibility to ensure this conflict does not escalate beyond Ukraine, because this would be even more dangerous, destructive, and deadly. So allies are stepping up our defensive presence in Poland and across the eastern part of our alliance, with thousands more troops and hundreds more aircraft and ships, more than doubling our presence in recent weeks. Together with you, Mr. President, I was at Wask Air Base just a few days ago, meeting Polish forces working together with colleagues from the United States. It was truly inspiring to see their professionalism and dedication. This sends a clear message that NATO allies stand together. We will protect Poland and defend every inch of Allied territory. One for all and all for one. Whatever Moscow seeks to achieve through violence and aggression, it will fail. It is failing already. President Putin wants less NATO on Russia's borders. He is getting more NATO. He wants to divide Europe and North America, but we stand more united than ever. He wants to hold European nations hostage with Russian oil and gas. Instead, he's pushing countries to more rapidly diversify their supplies. And most of all, President Putin wants to take away the freedom and independence of Ukraine. But brave Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom and for their future. NATO strongly supports the right of each country to live in peace, to be free and choose its own path. More than 3 decades ago, Poland made its own free choice to go down the Euro-Atlantic path and join NATO. You inspired many other countries in Central and Eastern Europe to follow that same path. Our open door policy has been an historic success, spreading democracy and freedom across Europe. To this day, we remain committed to it. It is enshrined in our founding treaty, and neither Russia nor anybody else has a veto on whether any country becomes a NATO member. It is a sovereign decision. We must all respect it. Poland's accession to NATO 23 years ago has made your country stronger and more secure. And it has made our alliance stronger and more secure. I know I can count on Poland's continued commitment to NATO in the future. Congratulations again on this anniversary, and thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to ask all of you to rise, and I would like to ask Mr. Tomasz Grodzki, the Speaker of the Senate, to read the resolutions adopted by the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland on the 23rd anniversary of Poland's membership in NATO.
Uchwała.
Resolution of the Sejm of the Republic of
Okay, right now you're looking at an event that happened earlier today in Poland. This is the Polish General Assembly with the Polish president there accepting remarks from both the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This event is marking Poland's anniversary as they became a member of NATO some years back, and that's what this was for today. Of course, Ukraine not a member of NATO, Ukraine not a member of the European Union, though it seems like their membership to the European Union could be happening sometime in the near future. The membership, I guess, application process, if you will, seems to be fast-tracked at the moment. Some countries like Poland is on board for Ukraine to join the European Union. Now, remember, that was one of Vladimir Putin's rationales and pretexts, saying that if Ukraine were to join NATO, then he would have to invade. Of course, he invaded anyway. Ukraine was never close to joining NATO, and here we are now 3 weeks into the war there. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break on this Friday night. When we come back, we're going to be hearing from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby at the press briefing today, talking about all of this as well. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you missed it earlier, we want to replay for you the Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby, the press secretary there at the Defense Department, took a lot of questions from reporters about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Have a listen.
Just a widening of the war effort by Russia. And the second question has to do with the much discussed convoy north or northwest of Kyiv.
Yeah.
Do changes in the positioning of elements of that convoy portend like an imminent assault on Kyiv or any significant military movement?
Well, I'd say that people of Kyiv would tell you they're under assault right now. There's Russian bombardment and shelling going on quite violently as we speak. And we do assess that the Russians are beginning to make more momentum on the ground towards Kyiv, particularly from the east, not quite so much from the north. I don't want to make too much of the fact that there's satellite imagery talking about this convoy, moving off into tree lines or dispersing. That could just be force protection, because the Ukrainians have continued to threaten that convoy and its progress. Essentially, Bob, we don't see any progress by it to resupply and support operations to the south. But again, I'd be careful making too much about this dispersal stuff. I feel like I missed one. Did I get?
Yeah, the west, the attacks in the west.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, difficult to know with great certainty what the Russians are doing here. Our assessment is that they struck a couple of airfields in the west. It's not like there hasn't been any airstrikes in western Ukraine since the beginning of this operation 16 days ago. It's just that we haven't seen that as a routine matter. So now you got 2 in one day. That's notable. What it means, what it portends, where the Russians are going with this, we don't really know. We believe the targets were airfields. So from a military perspective, you can see a certain logical sense there to deny the Ukrainians the ability to use some airstrips in the western part of the country. But by and large, and to the vast majority of the combat power that they are exercising in Ukraine, it's in the east. It's everything east of Kyiv. That's where the violence is the worst. That's where they're putting a lot of their energy and resources in. Those are the population centers that they're going after: Kharkiv, Cherniv, Kyiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv down to the south, and they're still fighting in the Donbass. So it's really more to the east.
So is that marginal change, or is that a reflective widening of their effort?
Again, I think it's too soon to know. I mean, we're talking about 2 strikes on 2 fields, and it's not like we haven't seen any in the past there. So I think it's just too soon to be able to divine some sort of larger purpose here or some strategy. Again, the vast majority of their combat power is being spent in the east. Yeah, Jen.
John, what kind of weapon was used to fire at those airfields? Was it a missile that came in from Belarus, or what do you assess?
Yeah, we don't really have point of origin here, don't have types of munitions. The Russians themselves have admitted that they used long-range, precision-guided weapons. Certainly we would agree with the long-range aspect of this, since they don't have force structure in Ukraine that is really concentrated in the west. All of their ground power is in the east. So I don't think we'd push back on the notion that's long range, but what kind of missile, what kind of munition, what the warhead was, we don't have that level of detail.
Your assessment that those fields were targeted because there's been so much talk of these MiG-29s, and they would have been airfields that the MiGs would have flown from?
We don't know.
And what will the U.S. do if Russia uses a chemical weapon in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to get into speculating. I think you heard the president very clearly today say that there would be severe consequences for Russia should that happen, and I don't think it'd be helpful for me to go beyond that right now from the Defense Department. Court.
2 things. Do you have any indications that those attacks on the airfields in the West could have been because any foreign military equipment or anything has been flowing through there and they were trying to target?
I'm not going to speak for Russian targeting procedures here, Court. What we know, those airfields will hit. Exactly why and what was in the Russian mindset, it's difficult for us to know.
And then can you update on 2 things? One, have there been any developments or changes on the nuclear front? Like, are you seeing any indications that Russia may be considering planning for the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and then on the chemical biological weapons, are there any indications that they've been bringing any of those into Ukraine or into the area to potentially prepare to use?
So on the nuclear stuff, again, I want to be very careful here in talking about intelligence assessments. I would just say, and this is something we look at every day, that we are confident in the strategic deterrent posture that we have in place in order to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. I would not speak to anything specific on the Russian side. I would just tell you that that we've seen nothing that gives us cause or reason to change our deterrent posture at this time. I think that's really about as far as I can go. On the chem bio thing, again, I don't want to get into intelligence assessments. We're watching this as closely as we can. I don't have anything to report with respect to specific Russian chem bio capabilities inside Ukraine. I would only say two things, Court. One, this is a country that has a reputation for using those kinds of weapons on people. And we know they have a program. And two, we continue to watch for the potential, and I want to stress the word potential that they could be banging this drum with the intent of creating some sort of false flag event that they could use it as an excuse to escalate the conflict even more. Again, we're watching this every day. I don't have any specific indication now to talk about, but it is something we're concerned about. You might have heard President Zelensky in his nightly address last night say that exact thing, that you got to be careful what you see the Russians accuse others of, because it oftentimes ends up being what they're planning to do. Now, again, that's we don't have firm indications right now. It's just something that could happen that we want to watch out for. Yeah, Tara.
Thanks, John. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense reported earlier today that Russia launched 2 airstrikes inside Belarus, potentially to try and drag Belarus into the war. Can the Pentagon confirm this? And has there been any outreach or attempt to try and keep Belarus out of the war? You've mentioned, or there have been missiles launched from within Belarus into Ukraine already.
Yeah, we can't confirm these reports. Seeing the open source reporting on it, Tara, but we have nothing to corroborate that. And I would just tell you that we haven't seen any indications that Belarusian troops or forces have moved inside Ukraine. We did note that the president of Belarus made comments the other day through state media that he felt it was important for Belarusian forces to come to the defense of the rear of Russian forces should they be attacked, the supply line route, if you will. That's the first time that he's ever said anything about Belarus perhaps getting involved, but no indications at this time that they have or that that's in the offing.
And then separate topic. As these sanctions have gone into effect, you've started to see global food prices spike, and there's concerns that this could raise additional risk of conflict in countries that are already facing hunger, such as Afghanistan, and likewise. Is the DoD looking at this? Is there a greater risk of global conflict because it'll become that much harder to feed people that already face great food insecurity?
The administration is obviously looking at the humanitarian crisis that this war of choice is causing, and exploring, excuse me, let me try that again with English, exploring lots of opportunities to work inside the international community to alleviate that. I know of no plans in DoD to augment or to prevent or to subside the effects of food insecurity. So I don't have any DoD role here to speak to. But I do want to just pivot off, one thing you had in your question, which was this risk of escalation. And obviously that is something that we're constantly concerned about, the risk of this conflict escalating beyond what it already is and is already dangerous enough inside Ukraine. So So, you know, to Court's questions about the things we're looking at and what we're monitoring, we're constantly concerned about the potential escalation here.
I guess the question is just the overall trickle-down effects. You have this conflict inside Ukraine that is having already global ripple effects, and whether or not the Pentagon is taking a broader view of already hot zones, conflict zones, and if this will make it worse because hunger becomes worse, access to food becomes worse. Yeah, again, we haven't seen any, I get where the question's going. Oftentimes when you have instability in one area, it can bleed over to others, either in that region or without, and I understand that. I would tell you, broadly speaking, we're constantly looking at threats and challenges around the world, and we're not unmindful of the fact that threats and challenges do spill over and can cause instability and therefore insecurity in places that aren't the origin of the conflict. So we're obviously taking a global view. We do that every day. We're certainly doing that in light of what's going on in Ukraine. I don't know. Well, let me put it another way. We haven't seen any specific indications that that there are going to be any imminent insecurity issues, challenges, threats in other regions as a result of this that we're going to have to address. I think that's what you were trying to get at, and I just think it's too soon to know that right now, too soon to tell. But obviously, we're watching clearly because of the potential for escalation here. And I just want to say, if I can again, it's a war of choice. Mr. Putin can stop this war right now by agreeing to a diplomatic solution, or at least just stopping the bombing and the death and the destruction that he is causing against a nation that provoked nobody, against a nation that presented no threat to Russia. All of this is by his choice, and all that blood is on his hands, and he could stop it right now if he wanted to.
John, there is a discussion that some NATO allies might send their S-300s to Ukraine. Is the U.S. involved in any of these discussions, and will the U.S. give a green light should some allies move forward with that?
I have talked before that sovereign nations are making decisions for themselves about how to help Ukraine, and we respect those sovereign decisions. It's not about the United States giving green lights or having vetoes here. What I will tell you, and I said this the other day, we are working with allies and partners to help get the kinds of capabilities that we know the Ukrainians need and are using very well inside Ukraine, get more of that stuff to them. Some of that material we have and we are providing. Some of that material we don't have, but we know others have, and we're helping coordinate that as well. And that security assistance is flowing, even in just the last 24 hours. I'm not going to talk about individual systems. You know that. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. But we are working hard to canvass other allies and partners that we know could possibly help. And it's really up to those nations, Qasim, to make these decisions and then to speak to them. If they want to speak to them, they can do that, and we have to respect that. What's important, and what I don't want you to walk away not understanding, is that we're having these conversations actively. We are helping coordinate the assistance as best we can, and we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about what they need to better defend themselves. Okay?
Another question. We have seen the U.S. Patriot batteries along the Poland border with Ukraine. I know you won't get into details, but can you tell us if the rules of engagement have changed since the war began in that part of the world?
We don't talk about rules of engagement. David.
A couple questions. Can you update us on any uses of the deconfliction line, and has Secretary Austin attempted to communicate with his counterpart, the Russian defense minister? And you just said you are helping coordinate assistance. Does that include providing airlift from donor countries to transshipment points?
On the deconfliction line, David, no specific interactions to speak to. In other words, no content has been needed, but we do test it once or twice a day, and that continues. And thus far, with maybe only a couple of exceptions, the Russians have picked up on the other end, and we know we know that they know what the ringtone is, and they'll pick up and answer, and so we know it's functional. I have no conversations between Secretary Austin and Minister Shoigu to speak to, and I have no expectation that that's going to change anytime soon. And then on the helping coordinate, I really don't want to get into too much detail here. I think the coordination is in two planes. One, it's in the conversations with allies and partners about these capabilities and their willingness to provide. And then on another plane, it's about helping with the logistics. And it really varies from country to country and capability to capability, but we are trying to help with that coordination function, and the Brits have been too. In fact, they've been very vocal about their efforts to help coordinate and work through that, and we're grateful for their assistance. Jim.
Two questions, really. The Russians have occupied a lot of area in Ukraine. Do you know if the Ukrainians, is there any assessment if they've gone into like a guerrilla war in these occupied areas? And a separate question, I imagine the Russians have to have captured Ukrainian service members. Are they treating those service members as captured POWs with Geneva Convention protections?
I don't have any information about captured soldiers on either side. I really don't, and I certainly couldn't get into how they're being treated. I mean, obviously, we're not involved in this war, but our expectation would be that that both parties would abide by Geneva Convention requirements and to treat any soldiers that are captured humanely and in accordance with the rule of law. That would be the United States expectation, as well as so many other nations. But I don't have any information about what that looks like in terms of numbers and what that treatment actually is. And on your question about guerrilla tactics, Jim, I'd let the Ukrainians describe for themselves the manner in which they're fighting, but they are fighting, and they're fighting skillfully, bravely, quite creatively. And the fighting isn't just by their armed forces. I mean, average citizens, you've seen it for yourself, picking up arms, getting arms given to them by the government and learning how to use them and using them. And some of the resistance has been nonviolent. You've seen it for yourself, where crowds of Ukrainians blocking city streets and actually stopping in their tracks some Russian units. So the resistance resides on many levels, and it's quite inspiring. Whether you'd call that guerrilla tactics or not, I don't know, and I don't even know if that's worth having that debate over. They are resisting, they are defending, and we are going to continue to look for ways to help them do that better going forward. Barb?
Can I divert for just a minute to a North Korea question? Can you, now that several parts of the administration have talked about your public announcement, can you tell us why the Pentagon, Indo-PACOM, but essentially the Pentagon, decided to take the seemingly unprecedented step of making a public statement, to being sure the North Koreans would see it, that you were going to increase intelligence collection against them on their ICBM program? Why would you make that public statement letting the North Koreans know you're going to increase your collection of classified intelligence? What is the state of your current concern about how close they are to an ICBM? And is this disclosure, this candor about a potential adversary, is this potentially a lesson learned from the Russia situation? Put everything you know out there as hoping it will be a deterrent?
Who just did?
That was me, sorry.
But then I have one other brief topic.
Of course you do. All right, there's a lot there. Look, I think I said it in my statement. We made these revelations public. We announced some of the additional ISR and enhanced readiness we were taking because we believe it's important to call out the behavior that we've been seeing, particularly in the last few weeks. And that we believe it's important for the entire international community to speak with one voice about the concerns that we know they have over the DPRK's continued ballistic missile program. I'm not going to get into any more detail in terms of the assessments we've made. It's all there out in the public. I won't go beyond my public statements, but clearly these continued tests are a provocation. They are a violation of UN Security Council resolutions, and they give us, as well as so many other nations, added concern about the kinds of capabilities that the North is trying to develop. And so, again, we feel it was important to make that case and to lay it out there. And as for whether it's a lesson learned, I would be careful drawing a direct, bright line between these revelations about this program and revelations that we made early on, even before the invasion of Ukraine. When we believe that information should be in the public, we're going to put it in the public. We're going to state it as best we can. Now, obviously, there's some stuff we know that we're not going to talk about, but we believe that calling them out publicly for these tests was the right thing to do.
I want to ask one follow-up quickly on the deconfliction line. Two things. I take it they have never called the United States. It's all been you calling them. Is that right?
To my knowledge, it has been us using it to check in once or twice a day.
With them. Okay. And you said that they know your ringtone. So can you tell us what ringtone the U.S. selected?
It was a poor attempt at being. It was a poor attempt at humor. I did not mean that we have an exact ringtone here. Just that we know they know how to use the system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John, you mentioned the Secretary's upcoming trip to NATO. What kind of things is he going to be discussing with the NATO partners? And we have been talking about the NATO response force being activated and that potentially some U.S. forces would be dedicated to it. What is the current count of how many U.S. personnel are actively participating in the NATO response force?
Again, we're still working that through with NATO. What the response force would look like, be composed of, where it would go. So I don't have any. I don't have any sourced requirements to speak to today. I'm sorry. You had another question.
Yeah. What about what exactly is going to be the tone of these meetings that he's going to have with his counterparts in Brussels next week? I mean, or what are they actively seeking?
I mean, I think this second defense ministerial now, in light of this issue, comes at a critical time here. 2 weeks, that will be more likely 3 weeks into this conflict, and I don't know what things are going to look like next week, but obviously we can expect the defense ministers to talk seriously about what NATO is doing to better shore up its defenses, and making sure that we all have a common sight picture of the threat environment and what needs to be done, again, to meet our Article 5 commitments.
So there's no, is there an agenda is there something specifically that tops the agenda with regards to Ukraine?
I would let NATO and the Secretary General speak to it's his defense ministerial. I don't want to get ahead of his agenda. That's really for him to speak to. The Secretary is pleased to be able to go in person and be there to meet with other defense ministers, whoever is going to be there. And we know that there's a lot to talk about. I mean, there's an awful lot going on inside the alliance. The alliance is more relevant than ever. It's more united than ever. It's certainly a more viable alliance than it's ever been. Again, there's going to be a lot of material to go through, both in terms of what we're seeing happen in Ukraine and the effect that needs to have on the alliance going forward, including the application of the NATO response force and what that looks like, where and who and when. All that we expect will be discussed. In the back there.
Thank you. I want to follow up about North Korea. The Indo-PACOM increased the readiness among the missile defense forces in the region earlier this week. So could you tell us a sense of what steps the Indo-PACOM has taken since then? What has changed before and after this new direction?
What has changed is we've increased ISR coverage in the Yellow Sea, and Indo-PACOM has increased their ballistic missile defense readiness, and I think you can understand why we wouldn't detail every bit of that effort. Okay? Yeah, in the back there.
On cold response, which you briefed on Wednesday, the Russians told the Norwegians, I think last week, that they wouldn't send observers to exercise, and we've already seen Russian jets fly over Swedish territory in the Baltic Sea. So are the forces involved in cold response on guard or wary about any attempted provocations or other interference?
Look, we always take force protection at a premium here. It's always a factor. It is an exercise. And here's the deal. We actually announced it. In fact, we've been talking about the preps for it for quite some time. It's a defensive exercise. And I stood up here the other day and walked through all the capabilities that we're going to be training to and what those Marines and sailors are up to. We'll continue to be as transparent about the exercise as possible. There's no reason for anyone to view this as some kind of threat. Therefore, there'd be no reason for anyone, including the Russians, to threaten it. But obviously, force protection is always a paramount concern. We don't anticipate that this time that there would be a specific threat to the exercise.
And a few minutes ago, you mentioned that you don't talk about the specifics of the security assistance, but obviously a lot of that assistance is being publicized. There's mention of javelins, obviously, but also some of Stingers. So I just wondered, as kind of background, could you talk about the decision process there, about what the Pentagon does and doesn't disclose about its security systems?
We have been very consistent since before Mr. Putin decided to launch a war on Ukraine that we were going to help Ukraine with the capabilities that it needs to defend itself and that we weren't going to get into a shopping list. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. I think you can understand why we don't believe it's helpful for the Ukrainians to have us publicize and put out in great detail the kinds of capabilities that we're getting into their hands. If they want to speak to what they have and what they're using, that's certainly their right, but we aren't going to violate that little bit of OPSEC for them. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. It's a prudent we always worry about our own operational security. In this case, we also want to observe Ukrainian operational security. Paul Shinkman from U.S. News.
Yeah, hi, John. One question to follow up on Belarus. So the Ukrainian government or officials in Ukraine have also warned about a pending invasion by Belarusian forces as soon as this afternoon. So you said that there was no indication that they were moving in response to real or imagined attacks on their territory, but do you have any response to those claims from the Ukrainian officials?
I haven't seen those Ukrainian reports. I can only tell you what we're seeing, and we're not tracking any imminent involvement by Belarusian forces. That's not to say that it couldn't happen, or that it wouldn't happen, or that they could get involved in a way that maybe we didn't see. But I can just tell you what we're seeing right now.
Other Ukrainian officials claimed this morning that Ukrainian forces had killed a third Russian general in the ongoing conflict. Can you confirm whether that has taken place and any observations about what that indicates about the Russian offensive?
I can't confirm those reports, Paul. Tony Capaccio.
John, did you just call me?
I did, Tony.
Okay, sorry. Hey, sorry, I missed that. Two questions, one budget question and one air defense question. The president is about to sign this $13.5 trillion package. Excuse me, the $1.5 trillion package. Within that is $3.5 billion for Ukraine defensive equipment. $3 billion of that is going to be new equipment to the Ukraine. how quickly will the Pentagon be able to send over this new tranche of equipment?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of that process right now, Tony. I would just tell you, as we've said before, I mean, we're still delivering assistance on the last drawdown package that the president signed, the $350 million. We're still delivering. As a matter of fact, even in just the last 24 hours, and in the next 24 hours. Obviously, we will, as I've said before, we will continue to provide security assistance to the Ukrainians for as long as we can, as fast as we can, and that would certainly include under the authorities and funding that would be provided by this spending bill when the president signs it. He's indicated that he's going to sign it, and obviously, broadly speaking, we're grateful that to be able to have an appropriations bill signed into law and not have to live under the threat of yet more continuing resolutions. Anything more in the room? Okay, that'll close us out today. Thank you very much.
Okay, we wanted to make sure we got the Pentagon press briefing in. That was Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby talking about all the latest developments ongoing in Ukraine. Stay here on Live Now from Fox throughout the weekend, as we will have live coverage as well in the latest developments and headlines out of Ukraine as the war enters its third week. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot in store on these overnight hours and into the weekend as well here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's hear from President Biden today from the White House announcing new sanctions on Russia, essentially cutting off any trade we do with the Russian Federation. Another escalation in our ongoing economic conflict with Russia as they wage war inside of Ukraine.
Good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've just spoken for some time with President Zelensky of Ukraine. I told him, as I have each and every time we've spoken, the United States stands with the people of Ukraine and they bravely fight to defend their country, and they are doing that. And as Putin continues his merciless assault, the United States and our allies and partners continue to work in lockstep to ramp up the economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia on a global stage. Later today, together with other NATO allies and the G7, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union, we're going to jointly announce several new steps to squeeze Putin and hold him even more accountable for his aggression against Ukraine. And I want to speak to a few of those points today. First, each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. Now, most favored nation status designation means two countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations that make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives Neal and Brady, for their bipartisan leadership on this in the Congress. I would like to offer a special thanks to Speaker Pelosi, who's been a strong advocate for revoking PNTR and who agreed to hold off on that in the House until I could line up all of our key allies to keep us in complete unison. Unity among our allies is critically important, as you all know, from my perspective at least. Many issues divide us in Washington, but standing for democracy in Ukraine, pushing Russia's aggression, should not be one of those issues. The free world is coming together to confront Putin. Our two parties here at home are leading the way. And with that bipartisan cooperation, I'm looking forward to signing into law the bill revoking PNTR, which is, again, most people think of it as most favored nation status. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community. The G7 is also stepping up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're adding new names to the list of oligarchs and their families that we're targeting. And we're increasing coordination among the G7 countries to target and capture their ill-begotten gains. They support Putin. They steal from the Russian people, and they seek to hide their money in our countries. They're part of that kleptocracy that exists in Moscow, and they must share in the pain of these sanctions. And while we're going after these their super yachts and their vacation homes and worth hundreds of millions of dollars, we're also going to make it harder for them to buy high-end products manufactured in our country. We're banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. They're also the latest steps we're taking, but they're not the last steps we're going to take. And as I said, at the beginning of all these steps, we're going to hit Putin harder because the United States and our closest allies and partners are acting in unison. The totality of our sanctions and export controls is crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost more than half its value. They tell me it takes about 200 rubles to equal $1 these days. Moscow Stock Exchange has been closed for 2 weeks because they know the moment it opens, it will probably collapse. Credit rating agencies has downgraded Russia's government to junk status, its economy to junk status. The list of businesses, international corporations leaving Russia is growing by the day. We're also continuing to close corporations with allies and partners to make sure that the close cooperation we continue to have, the Ukrainian people are able to defend their own nation. The United States has sent more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the last year, including anti-armor and anti-air capabilities, taking out tanks and planes and helicopters, with new shipments arriving every day. We, the United States, are also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allies and partners to Ukraine. And the humanitarian front, we're working closely with the UN and humanitarian organizations to support the people of Ukraine who have been displaced by the violence in Ukraine. We're providing tens of thousands of tons of human supplies, humanitarian supplies, food, water, medicines, coming via truck and train every single day. Yesterday in Poland, Vice President Harris announced an additional $53 million in additional humanitarian support to Ukraine. That brings the total humanitarian assistance to $107 million in just 2 weeks. We've joined this effort with more than 30 other countries who are providing hundreds of millions more. And last night, with a great credit, the Congress passed a bipartisan spending bill that included an additional $13.6 billion in new assistance to the Ukrainian people. And I look forward to signing that immediately. And I also want to be clear, though. We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms if they need access. And we're going to provide more support for Ukraine. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
That Russia may use chemical weapons or create a false flag operation to use them. What evidence have you seen showing that? And would the U.S. have a military response if Putin does launch a chemical weapons attack?
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical.
Extending the federal gas tax. Will this make Putin stop his war?
Good afternoon. One item at the top, and then I will take your questions. President Putin has renewed his siege of Ukraine, expanding his attacks upon a free and sovereign state to target additional cities. We continue to see reports of intentional targeting of civilian infrastructure and buildings, resulting in even more injuries and deaths. More than 2.5 million people have fled the country, seeking refuge from this needless war. While waging an unjustified war on a peaceful neighbor, Putin is also tightening his chokehold on Russian dissent back at home. NGOs report that Russian authorities have detained nearly 14,000 anti-war protesters since late last month, since February 24th. The United States, acting in concert with our G7 partners today, took further steps to hold Russia to account. We announced additional actions against wealthy Russian elites to ensure the government of Russia pays a severe economic and diplomatic price for its invasion of Ukraine, including actions against individuals who sit on the boards of major Russian financial institutions. We are also designating 12 members of the Russian Duma who led the effort to recognize the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, as well as the wife and adult children of Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. The Department of Commerce has imposed new controls on exports of U.S. luxury goods to Russia and Belarus to ensure those propagating this war of choice cannot enjoy or benefit from these U.S. products. We have also imposed an import ban on Russian alcohol, seafood, and non-industrial diamonds, and we're working with Congress to revoke Russia's permanent normal trade relations, commonly referred to as most favored nation status. In addition to the practical steps we are taking to impose costs on Russia, our commitment to supporting Ukraine and to countering Russian disinformation is steadfast. We will not waver in our clear support for Ukraine's right to pursue its European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations. The Kremlin does not stand and cannot dictate, the Kremlin does not and cannot dictate the foreign policy decisions of other countries. That simple principle is at the heart of the world's steadfast support for Ukraine. The Russian Federation called a UN Security Council resolution meeting today in an attempt to use the Security Council as a platform to further sow disinformation about biological and chemical weapons. As Ambassador Thomas Greenfield said, Russia asked the Security Council for today's meeting for the sole purpose of lying and spreading disinformation. Using the Security Council as a venue for spreading lies is repugnant, but it is also par for the course for President Putin and his cronies. Putin may be counting on the United States and the international community to lose focus, to move on. I want to be clear. We will not lose focus. We will not move on. The world will not lose focus, nor will it move on. We are and will remain committed to the united with Ukraine. There will be no relief from sanctions or other costs we have and will continue to impose on Russia until President Putin reverses course and relents in his brutal aggression. With that, happy to turn to questions.
Thanks, Bill. I don't want to be accused of losing focus, but I do want to start with Iran rather than Ukraine. I'm sure you'll get a lot. And I think this can be dispensed with fairly quickly. What's your understanding of the situation with the pause, Russia's relationship to the pause?
Well, Matt, the Special Envoy Rob Malley and his team have returned to Washington today for consultations. They just have returned to D.C. As we've said before, these are complex negotiations. We're still working through a very small number, but still a number, of what are undoubtedly difficult issues. I made this point yesterday, but when you're at this stage of a negotiation, 11 months in, these are indirect negotiations that started last April. You are going to get down gradually to a very small number of the hardest issues. And these issues are hardest because they are complex, they're challenging. But we continue to believe that we are close to a potential deal. Now is the time for all parties to demonstrate that seriousness of purpose. We can and we should be able to reach a mutual understanding to return to full implementation of the JCPOA but there is very little time remaining to do that. You've heard from Josep Borrell that there are essentially, we're close, but there are external factors that are also now interceding in these negotiations. But delegations are returning to capitals. There will need to be decisions made in places like Tehran and Moscow. And if that political will is there, if that seriousness of purpose is there, we remain confident that we can achieve a mutual return to compliance in fairly short order.
Do you, but so no decisions need to be made here in Washington? It's basically you guys are satisfied with where things are, and it's up to the Iranians to resolve that small number of issues and the Russians to resolve their sanctions issue?
I don't want to parse too much this very small number of remaining issues, but I will just leave it at the fact that we are confident that we can achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA if there is seriousness of purpose, if those decisions are made in places like Tehran and Moscow.
Okay, well, when you said that he mentioned external factors, but is it really plural? Or is it just one external factor?
I will.
And can you explain?
Speaking of things I'm not going to parse, I'm not going to parse the tweets
well,
of.
What are the external factors specifically? I mean, can we just put a fine point on it? It's the Russians' demand that Ukraine-related sanctions not interfere with.
Well, and in response to that, we've been very clear, including from this podium yesterday, that the new Russia-related sanctions are wholly and entirely unrelated to the JCPOA. They shouldn't have any impact on a potential implementation of the JCPOA. We've also similarly been clear that we have no intention of offering Russia anything new or specific as it relates to these sanctions, nor would that be required. There is nothing required to successfully reach an agreement on a mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA. Simon.
Moving to Russia, I wonder if you could respond to a couple of things that President Putin has said. Firstly, his comment about there being positive shifts in diplomacy. Do you see any positive shifts? Do you have any idea, what that might be that he's referring to? Is there something positive that's come out of the meeting between Lavrov and Kuleba in Turkey? And secondly, he mentioned the 16,000 volunteers from the Middle East who are going to fight alongside the Russian forces in Ukraine. Do you have any response to that?
In terms of the diplomacy, we would certainly welcome a positive reorientation of the various diplomatic tracks. And I call it a reorientation because it would require a shift in what we've seen to date. Of course, we weren't a party to yesterday's discussions in Antalya, but you heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba before he went into those talks. You heard from him after he emerged from those talks. Before he went into those talks, he said that Ukraine appropriately had low expectations. And it seems that those low expectations may or may not have been met. He said after the fact that Moscow, it seems, the impression he was left with, continues to essentially ask for, advocate, demand the complete surrender of Ukraine. Of course, that is not genuine diplomacy. That strikes us as something much more akin to what we've talked about before, and that is the pretense of diplomacy. Going through the diplomatic motions, taking part in meetings, doing so occasionally at senior levels, to include at a ministerial level, as took place yesterday, without having any genuine intent of seeking to make progress on the underlying issues. That is what it now seems quite clear that we saw prior to the Russian invasion. It is what we were concerned and we warned about potentially seeing prior to the Russian invasion. It seems that's what we may be seeing now. If there is a positive movement, of course we would welcome that, but we would want to hear that not from the Russian Federation, which has continually and continuously mischaracterized its intent, its objectives, its goals, and we would want to hear that from our Ukrainian partners.
And on the volunteers from the Middle East.
Look, we've seen these reports. We've seen Putin's comments about Syrian foreign fighters. If true, this would represent an even further escalation in Russia's unjustified, unprovoked, premeditated aggression, and now its brutal war against Ukraine. Russia is and would be pulling from its destructive, its destabilizing playbook that has brought havoc to places like Syria. Russia's focus should be on stopping the war it started needlessly on an unjustified and premeditated basis, rather than adding to the further suffering of the Ukrainian people, further casualties that Moscow has experienced. And this also speaks, I think, to the fundamental miscalculations that Putin has made in choosing the path of war over the path of diplomacy. It seems quite clear from a number of indications, including, again, if true, the fact that the Russian Federation feels the need to pull so-called volunteers from other theaters, that President Putin and those around him severely miscalculated if they thought that they would aggress against a sovereign, independent country and not encounter fierce resistance. It's clear that they are encountering fierce resistance. And you can see that in the fact that even Russian state media, even Russian government officials, are now admitting to the fact that Russian soldiers, husbands, brothers, sons, are dying, that they are coming home in body bags, if the Russian government bothers to bring home their remains at all. We are seeing that now discussed openly on Russian media, in Russian media. This is something that, as you know, the Russians have hesitated to do and went to great lengths, in fact, to avoid doing in terms of their aggression against Ukraine that started in 2014. As we know, they went to great lengths to obscure the losses and the casualties that Russia was facing. There is no obscuring, there is no hiding these losses because they are quite profound in terms of their scale. Of course, that doesn't speak to the full toll of human suffering that this invasion, this needless invasion, has precipitated. The Ukrainian people, innocent Ukrainian civilians, are suffering, are dying. Ukrainians are being forced to flee their houses, their homes, to flee their country. And the toll on the Russian people. Of course, our actions are not aimed at the Russian people, but our actions, as we promised, have been consequential, have been profound in terms of their impact. President Biden pledged that if President Putin went forward with this aggression, we would, together with our partners and allies, enact these series of measures. And as President Biden has said, big nations don't bluff. We were not bluffing in this case. The G7, with which we acted again today, was not bluffing in this case. The 141 countries that came together to condemn this needless aggression, they were not bluffing in this case. And so the toll, because the response has been so united, so unified around the world, of course it has had a toll on everyday Russians. Just as we have targeted our actions at President Putin, his cronies, the old oligarchs, his lieutenants. These measures will be felt and are being felt across Russia.
I wanted just another quick thing. That there's some reporting that the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington is helping Americans who want to go and fight. We've seen a lot more of that coming out and reporting that Americans and other nations are going there. Is there any change to your advice on that? And do you have anything to say about the Ukrainian embassy playing a role in that?
Well, we haven't changed our advice. Our advice on that has been clear from when we first started talking about this. Ukrainians, it is true, have shown their courage and bravery in taking on this aggressor, and they are calling on every resource and every lever they have to defend themselves. And of course, the United States is standing with them in the provision of our security assistance, in the form of our humanitarian supplies, in the form of our broader support. We applaud, we are inspired by their bravery. At the same time, our guidance remains the same and our travel advisory remains. U.S. citizens should not travel to Ukraine. Those in Ukraine should depart immediately if it is safe for them to do so using commercial or other privately available options for now ground transportation. Importantly, U.S. citizens who travel to Ukraine, especially with the purpose of participating in fighting there, they face significant risks, including the very real risk of capture or death. The United States, as you know, is not able to provide assistance to evacuate U.S. citizens from Ukraine, including those Americans who may decide to travel to Ukraine to participate in the ongoing war. In addition to those other risks to personal safety, and this is a point we want to underscore, U.S. citizens should be aware that Russia has stated that it intends to treat foreign fighters in Ukraine as quote-unquote mercenaries, rather than as lawful combatants or prisoners of war. While we expect Russia to respect all of its obligations under the law of war, in light of this very concerning statement, U.S. citizens detained by Russian authorities in Ukraine, they may be subject to potential attempts at criminal prosecution and may be at heightened risk for mistreatment. Given our obligation to the American people to speak clearly about what we know, we wanted to communicate that in no uncertain terms. So while we continue to urge U.S. citizens not to travel to Ukraine for their own safety, regardless of the underlying purpose, we continue to encourage them to divert their energies towards safe, constructive, volunteer or civil society activities. We know that the Ukrainian people, they need humanitarian assistance, they need funds, they need advocates for their cause around the world. And we applaud Americans across this country and those around the world who are using their skills, their passion, their energy, their resources to assist the various NGOs that are working to support this important mission in the United States or around the world. As you may know, we have a public page on our public How to Help section of our United with Ukraine webpage that Americans can find additional resources for supporting them.
The physical danger that they might get into and the poor treatment or treatment by Russians if they're captured. Do Americans who travel to Ukraine to fight risk any kind of penalty from the U.S. government?
This is a question for the Department of Justice. I will just say generally that the risk of prosecution is not one we're speaking to. This is a risk to their safety and security.
Meaning there isn't any?
That I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but my understanding is that there is not that particular risk. There are other grave risks that we're highlighting. Yes, sir.
Two main concerns in Ukraine right now. That firstly, Russia may somehow use the chemical weapons in Ukraine, and secondly, that it may fabricate finding those biomaterials or organize the leak, blaming Ukraine and telling, okay, here what we're told about. The State Department policy from the very beginning was not to classifying any information about Russia plans, but to make them public. So I'd like to ask your position and your understanding. Is it possible?
Well, in this instance, we're not speaking to classified information, but we have spoken to our profound concern that this may be a real possibility. And there are really two underlying reasons that inform that concern. First, we know that Moscow has used these banned substances in the past. It has used them against dissidents at home. Alexei Navalny is, of course, the most prominent, notorious, I should say, example of that. The Skripals in the United Kingdom, using a banned chemical agent on British soil. The other concern, what the other element that undergirds our concern, is what we discussed yesterday. And if you were to diagnose the tactics of the Russian Federation, you might call it projection. But Moscow has a tendency to blame others, to blame Ukraine, to blame the United States, to blame the West, of the very activities in which it is engaging. And so we take its track record and we take its tactics, and we marry those two things together, and we see that Russian officials in recent weeks and even more so in recent days with the UN Security Council session that they called today, have been speaking to the possibility of the United States, of Ukraine, of others employing chemical agents, chemical weapons, biological weapons. Of course, that is totally false. It is baseless. Our concern, however, is that these baseless accusations do point to potential plans on the part of Moscow. And so we have been very clear about that concern for a couple reasons. In the first instance, to do all we can through our public messaging and through every means by which we can to deter any such use of chemical weapons, but also to make sure that the world is operating with eyes wide open. And if Russia, in the coming days or coming weeks, claims to have been the victim, claims that Russian speakers, Russian citizens have been the victims of this type of attack, to have a good sense of what this was all about. This is pulled directly from the Kremlin's playbook. This is the playbook that was employed in the lead up to the invasion. It's a playbook that Secretary Blinken sat in that very UN Security Council chamber and warned about several weeks ago now. And it is a playbook that we continue to be concerned that Russia will call upon in the conduct of this unjustified aggression. Andrea.
Do you have any evidence beyond their past practice and their claims in this session they called? I have a couple of other questions. Also, at today's session, China supported this proposition on Russia's behalf. What does that tell you about any hope of President Xi trying to pull Putin back from this invasion?
I will say generally regarding today's session at the UN, of course it was called by Russia. It is a session that, as you heard from Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, that we in many ways embraced because we took advantage of the forum to fight disinformation with the best antidote to disinformation, and that's information. And what you heard from Ambassador Thomas Greenfield were the facts, pure and simple. And what you heard from the Russian Federation, I think it's fair to say it rivals what you might see, what you might find on some of the darkest corners of the internet. We heard too many lies, too many pernicious and corrosive lies. I don't want to go through them one by one to give them even more oxygen, of course, but there was one in my effort to review what the Russian perm rep said that really stuck out because of its vividness. And he spoke about the strike at the maternity ward. We've all seen the harrowing images with our own eyes. We've seen video footage from the ground. I know many of your outlets have captured that imagery with your own people on the ground. But we heard the perm rep refer to this quote-unquote allegedly destroyed maternity hospital, claiming that it wasn't destroyed. We heard him point to photos allegedly taken from inside the building that, according to his account, showed little more than what he called disorder, an overturned chair, overturned furniture, claiming that the building was otherwise intact, not in any way addressing the fact that this was a brutal strike against a maternity hospital that killed innocent Ukrainians. Of course, there was much more when it came to the lies, the fiction, the pernicious lies about various supposed chemical and biological efforts. But the fact is that any country that stands with, that espouses, that backs up these lies, they too are associating themselves with whatever the Russian Federation may enact in Ukraine. Again, we have deep concerns about what the Russians may be plotting in this regard. We think all responsible countries should speak out against this. Any sentient country could listen to what was coming from the Perm Rep today and diagnose it for what it is and what it was. The fact that any country would lend any bit of credence or credibility is disturbing, and it will, again, associate that country with any actions that the Russian Federation undertakes in Ukraine. Jenny.
I had another question.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. My foreign desk is asking whether we have any confirmation of something that may have happened in Moscow, that the 5th Directorate of the FSB, in charge of, as you know, foreign intelligence, including Ukraine, has been raided by the FSO, the Federal Protective Service of the Russian Federation, and by President Putin's own security service, and that some people may be under house arrest.
So I'm not in a position to speak to that particular report. We can let you know if we're in a position.
Aware of it?
I was not aware of this. It sounds like it may have just come out. What I will say, however, is that certainly in the weeks leading up to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, we saw, and in the days after, in fact, we saw thousands upon thousands of Russian citizens, private Russian citizens, take to the street. More than 10,000 of whom have been detained for doing nothing more than peacefully exercising the rights that are as universal in Russia as they are anywhere else in the world. But we also saw senior policy heavyweights, let's say, in Russia speak their opposition to what was then the President Putin's plan. So we have seen dissent in the streets. We have seen dissent in elite policy circles in Russia. So I can't speak to this report, but we've certainly seen a broader pattern.
Do you think that this could be connected to how seriously wrong their ground game went for the first 16 days of this operation until the moves that we have now seen on the ground overnight?
I would hesitate to speculate on a report that I haven't seen, but what I will say is that President Putin has claimed that his plan is going according to plan. I do not think that any political leader, military planner, strategist worth any salt would devise a plan that would be met with stiff opposition, that would be met with fierce and unified international opposition, and that would be met with almost universal global condemnation, and a plan that is now leading Russia into what is a strategic morass of its own making in terms of an economy in free fall, a financial system that has now given up the gains of integration over the past 30 years, and a strategic positioning in the world that is a far cry from what it might have been before this. And given our export controls, given the diplomatic isolation, given the financial and other economic measures, will be appreciably weaker for some time to come. Jenny.
I quickly want to follow up on Simon's question, and then I have another. Is the State Department aware of any Americans who have gone to fight alongside the Ukrainians, and if so, how many?
So as you know, Jenny, when Americans travel abroad, they are not required to register with the Department of State in any way. So these are not metrics that we would track, but our goal has been to be very clear with any Americans who would be interested in traveling to Ukraine for any reason, but especially to take up arms of the profound risks that they would undertake to their health, to their safety, their security.
And then on two of the Americans who are detained in Russia, do you have any update on Brittany Griner? Has she been granted consular access yet? And then Trevor Reed's family says his health is continuing to deteriorate. Have there been specific warnings from the embassy to Moscow about his health, or calls for him to get medical access?
So what I will say is that every time a U.S. citizen is detained anywhere around the world, our diplomats, our consular affairs officers spring into action to provide any and all forms of assistance that we can to those Americans. When it comes to Brittany Griner, of course, we've been working very diligently on this case, been in close touch with those around her, providing all forms of appropriate support, and will continue to do that. When it comes to Paul Whelan, when it comes to Trevor Reed, both of whom traveled to Russia as tourists and have since been held on an unjustified, wrongful basis since then, we have been in a position to provide various forms of support. The embassy was able to pay consular visits to both men late last year. As you know, the president spoke to Trevor Reed's family earlier this week when the president had traveled to Texas. We are not going to comment on reports about Mr. Reed's health. We're of course monitoring his welfare, the welfare of Paul Whelan and of all Americans who may be detained in Russia very closely. We consistently advocate for fair treatment from Russian authorities, and we continue to call for their immediate release. Connor.
Trevor Reed's family have objected. They have not heard back after the president's conversation. His conversation came only after they were planning to protest outside of the venue in Texas where he was appearing. And do you have anything further about Trevor Reed?
Andrea, I can tell you that these are cases that this department is focused on every single day. Secretary Blinken Roger Carstens, the president, Jake Sullivan, have had an opportunity to speak to the families of wrongful detainees around the world, including those who were held in Russia. We continue to make it a priority to secure their release. We have done that since the very first day of this administration. And in fact, our point person is someone who has worked these issues long before January 20th. Roger Carstens was working these cases in the last administration, and the continuity that we sought, given the paramount importance and the priority we attach to these cases, speaks to the fact that he has been a through line across administrations.
On the same day, he was busy in Venezuela. Understandably, he was coming back, I think, that very day. Have you provided any other details about what might have been done? There are a lot of charges from Senator Rubio and others that there was some quid pro quo.
There was no quid pro quo.
Venezuela.
There was absolutely no quid pro quo. We have been working to secure the release of those Americans who are wrongfully detained in Venezuela, again, since the very start of this administration. For us, there can be no trade-off. The release of Americans around the world is something that we advocate for, we work for, pulling every lever at our disposal. Connor.
A couple of follow-up questions, including on that first, since that's where we are right now. Just the Venezuelan opposition has said that the administration should not buy any Venezuelan oil unless the Maduro regime makes commitments within talks. You've said that you've sort of left the door open to purchases after they've committed verbally to talks. Would you rule out purchases until they actually take some sort of irreversible steps?
Let me make a couple points. The delegation that was in Caracas just a few days ago had two priorities in mind. One was the release of these very Americans we have been discussing. And of course, Special Envoy Carstens was able to return home with two of those Americans. There are additional Americans whose safe return we are continuing to work on as a overriding priority for this department, and we'll continue to do that until all of them have been reunited with their family. The second priority was championing the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people, making very clear in a frank and candid way to the Maduro regime that we continue to stand with, to support the Venezuelan people and their aspirations for a government that is responsive to their needs. We've been clear since this visit and long before this visit that our current Venezuela-related sanctions remain in full effect. These sanctions deny the regime the revenue streams that would finance repression and line the pockets of regime officials, as well as protect the U.S. financial system from exposure to what otherwise would be corrupt and illicit financial flows. We, of course, don't speak to or preview sanctions actions, but we've also said that we would review some sanctions policies if and only if the Venezuelan parties made meaningful progress in the Venezuelan-led negotiations in Mexico towards fulfilling those aspirations of the Venezuelan people for a genuine democracy.
Okay, and then on Simon's question about Syria, have you seen any indication that some of these Syrian forces have actually been brought by Russia to Ukraine?
That is not something I could speak to from here. The reports of the Russian Federation and President Putin calling on recruits from other conflict zones, that alone is a sign of a deeply troubling sign of further escalation.
And then on diplomacy, you said yesterday there's been no outreach basically from the State Department to the Russian government. Why hasn't there been? I mean, you champion diplomacy throughout this time, and obviously you say that Russia is not engaging in good faith, but if it would make any kind of difference to at least have some sort of, letter, call, whatever, from the administration to the Russian government, why not take that opportunity?
Connor, the moment we thought that our intervention in that particular way could lead to progress, could lead to a breakthrough, could diminish the violence, could save lives, we would do so. Right now, there are a number of close partners who are engaged directly with the Russian Federation. That includes the French, and we saw President Macron in person earlier this week on our way home from Europe. That includes Prime Minister Bennett of Israel. We saw Foreign Minister Lapid in Europe earlier this week. That includes our Turkish allies. The president had an opportunity to speak to President Erdogan yesterday to hear about that engagement. It includes the Germans. Of course, we've been in close touch at the foreign minister level and at the level of the chancellor as well. So all of these diplomatic efforts have been done in full coordination and consultation with the United States. There has not been, and to the contrary, the United States has not been absent from this process. This process involves a number of different steps. We are supporting our Ukrainian partners. We are supportive of the diplomatic engagements that our close partners are undertaking in full consultation and coordination with us, just as we are working and in many ways leading the international community to impose increasing costs on the Russian Federation for its aggression against Ukraine. We see these various missions as complementary. Jenny.
Thank you, Nick. Nice to see you again.
See you.
I have a complication on the South Korea and North Korea and China. First question is, the South Korean president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol said he would take decisive actions against North Korea's illegal and unreasonable behavior. What can you assess in his defensive efforts against North Korea?
Well, Jenny, the advantage we have in terms of our relationship with countries like South Korea is that it is a relationship, in this case, it is an alliance that transcends political parties, it transcends individuals, it is bigger than that. And so we look forward to, and we have congratulated President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol on his election. We look forward to working with him and his full government because we know that together we'll be able to continue to deepen the economic ties, the close people-to-people ties between our two countries, and our cooperation on matters of regional and broader international security. And as we discussed yesterday, of course, there is no more pressing challenge to peace and security in Northeast Asia than the DPRK's illicit ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program. So just as we have worked very closely on a bilateral basis with our South Korean allies and on a trilateral basis with our South Korean allies and Japanese allies together, we'll continue to do that with the new South Korean government going forward.
On North Korea, North Korean Kim Jong-un visit Dongchang-ri satellite launch site yesterday and preparing to launch ICBM missile soon. Do you have any information on this?
That's not something I would be able to speak to.
Okay. The ultimate goal of the North Korea's excessive missile launch is to lift the sanctions against North Korea. Does the United States have any plans to lift the sanctions for dialogue with North Korea?
So, Jenny, we are focused on substantive, practical, pragmatic diplomacy, working in full coordination with our allies in the Indo-Pacific, in this case, the Japanese and our South Korean allies. We seek, together with them, to make progress against what is our shared overall objective, and that's the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We are ready and willing to engage in dialogue with the DPRK, to include direct dialogue with the DPRK. We have made our willingness to engage abundantly clear. I did so again yesterday from here. We've also made abundantly clear that we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. And that is why we have repeatedly underscored our willingness to engage. It is now up to the DPRK to determine if it wishes to engage. Of course, in recent days, rather than engagement, we have seen additional provocations. And so even in recent days, we have worked with our partners and allies. In the UN, and of course with our allies in Northeast Asia, the ROK in Japan, on ensuring that we take appropriate action to hold the DPRK accountable for these provocations.
Last one. North Korea and China are uncooperative Russian sanctions. What disadvantage do you have for considering for these countries? Disadvantage for China because China is not participate sanctions against Russia.
Sorry, was your question about the PRC's enforcement of sanctions against Russia or DPRK?
Yeah, DPRK also.
Well,
China.
so it is incumbent upon, when it comes to the DPRK, and much the same could be said of Russia for that matter, it is incumbent on all countries, especially all responsible countries, to fully implement the international sanctions regimes that are in place. In the case of the DPRK's illicit ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program, it is not in our security interest, to be sure. It's not in the security interest of our allies in the Indo-Pacific, but it's not also in the interest of the PRC. And it is incumbent upon all responsible actors to enforce the sanctions that are on the books, to contain this program, to confine it, and to hold the DPRK accountable for its violations of multiple UN Security Council resolutions over the course of many years.
Treasury Department today announced that there is additional sanctions against North Korea. Do you have anything on that?
We don't preview sanctions activities, but again, speaking to the provocations, additional provocations from the DPRK in even recent days, I would not be surprised if we have more to say on that before too long. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Jason Calderon from NTN24 here. As you know, yesterday, President Biden announced the designation of Colombia as a major non-NATO ally. What exactly does this designation mean? Does it make any difference in the relations of the two countries, and also when is going to be sent the notification to the Congress?
Well, this designation is notable for a number of reasons. First, it makes Colombia only the third major non-NATO ally in the Americas. We recently bestowed this status upon Qatar and other countries, but Colombia is now only the third country in the United States to have been afforded this status. This designation provides a long-term framework for our security and defense cooperation, and it further reinforces the already strong cooperation and bilateral defense cooperation and relationship between the United States and Colombia. It helps to support our joint defense planning, procurement, training activities. Some of the advantages of this status also include eligibility for collaboration on the development of various defense technologies, privileged access to the U.S. defense industry, and increased joint military exchanges, exercises, trainings, as well as special access to military equipment and financing. And the fact that we are able to grant this status to Colombia speaks to the fact that together we enjoy one of the closest defense and security relationships in the hemisphere. We have a vigorous military-to-military partnership. We share any number of interests in the hemisphere, and in some cases, well beyond.
Do you think this sent a message to Venezuela's regime?
Well, I think the message it sends is that we value Colombia as a partner. When it comes to Venezuela, Colombia has been very generous in terms of opening its doors, opening its collective arms to millions of Venezuelans who have been forced by repression, by economic deprivation, to flee their homes and to cross the border into Colombia. And we are deeply appreciative of the generosity that the Colombian people and the Colombian government have demonstrated to their Venezuelan neighbors.
Going to be sent the notification to the Congress?
There's a process that's involved in each one of these announcements, and so I suspect at the earliest opportunity. Yes, sir.
Thank you. A couple of things on Ukraine. Actually, there were some reports yesterday claiming that the U.S. is looking at the possibility to deliver Russian-made, S-300s to Ukraine. Greece, Bulgaria, and Slovakia have these missiles, as we know. So, are you guys talking to these countries on this issue, delivering the S-300s to Ukraine?
So we don't detail every system that we have provided or that we're potentially considering providing to our Ukrainian partners. What we have detailed is the aggregate amount of that security assistance. Right now, it well exceeds $1 billion over the past year. It exceeds $250 million or so in recent days alone. In terms of the broad categories, we provided our Ukrainian partners with what they need for their self-defense. That includes anti-armor systems, anti-tank systems, anti-aircraft systems, and we discussed that at some length yesterday, small arms, munitions, other systems that will allow our Ukrainian partners to most effectively defend themselves against the Russian aggressors.
So right now, everybody knows that Kyiv is under siege by the Russian forces, and from a realistic perspective, nobody knows what's going to happen, next couple of weeks. So, does the Biden administration have a plan B in case, Zelensky government would fall?
We have been in close consultations with President Zelensky, with others in his government. We know that they have undertaken the appropriate planning, and I think I'll leave it at that. Andrea. One final question, yes.
One final, yeah.
Okay,
on Turkey. Actually, I was going to ask about Turkey's recent effort, on the Ukraine thing. Since the beginning, Turkey has been acting in line with NATO alliance, and at the same time, has been speaking with Moscow and Kyiv at the same time. So, what would you say about Turkey's role as a mediator between Moscow and Kyiv from now?
We welcome it. We welcome it precisely because our Turkish allies have done so in full coordination and consultation with the United States. As I said a moment ago, President Biden had an opportunity to speak to President Erdogan after the Antalya discussions. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu just the other day before the Antalya discussions. So any diplomatic effort that is conducted just as we had conducted our diplomacy with the Russian Federation, that is to say in full consultation and coordination with our allies and partners, that is something that we welcome. Andrea.
Let me ask you again about war crimes. The Vice President made some mention of this again today. She said, "We are clear that any intentional attack or targeting of civilians is a war crime, period." Does the United States believe that the attack on the maternity hospital in Mariupol was intentional or an accident?
Well,
Do you believe
that's
that the attacks on the civilians trying to leave in those humanitarian corridors that were violated were intentional or were accidental?
So that is the challenging aspect when it comes to a potential war crimes designation. There is no doubt that civilians have been killed by Russian bombs, Russian missiles, Russian forces. The element that requires due diligence and investigation is that element of intentionality. Was it the intent of Russian fighter jets? Was it the intention of Russian commanders at sea to drop munitions, to fire missiles, to use force against civilians? And so that is what we are in the process ourselves of documenting. That is what we are in the process of supporting these investigations that are ongoing around the world to determine whether there was an intentional targeting of civilians in this context.
Is there a deliberate effort by the United States, in contrast to the 39 countries that are going much further and saying, as the British Foreign Secretary said here in Washington yesterday, this was a war crime, period? Is there a distinction here because the United States is trying to preserve some ability to compromise a way out in the future, a negotiation with Vladimir Putin, so he's not already been labeled a war criminal?
Andrea, I think the actions that the United States has organized, has galvanized, and has implemented against the Russian Federation, measures from sanctions to export controls, designations, that have had a devastating effect on the Russian economy, I think that should speak to the fact that we're not trying to preserve currency with the Russian Federation. We are doing everything we can to impose pressure on Vladimir Putin, on those around him, to bring them to the negotiating table. So I can tell you that the only criterion in our mind when it comes to war crimes is whether it meets that definition, the definition that's defined in the Geneva Conventions. And you put your finger on what can be a challenging element to ascertain. But we are using every resource at our disposal, and we are supporting the various investigative efforts that are out there to attempt to determine if these are war crimes. Yes, final question?
I have a follow-up question on North Korea. North Korea has tested the ICBM test system. So will there be any policy change on the North Korea? And regarding the additional sanctions, which is supposed to be announced today, do you think it will have a negative effect on possible dialogue with North Korea?
Well, the tests that you refer to, the testing of an ICBM system, is something that North Korea attempted to hide, and something that the United States announced to the world yesterday. The decision to pursue these escalating tests, including these last two tests, they raise tensions. They are destabilizing to the broader region. So the door does remain open to diplomacy. As I said before, we remain ready and willing to engage in practical, pragmatic diplomacy with our allies and partners, but we will take all necessary measures to ensure the security of our homeland and to ensure the security of our allies, including our allies in Japan and South Korea. So just a couple examples from this week. Earlier this week, the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command ordered intensified ISR, that's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance collection activities in the Yellow Sea, as well as enhanced readiness among our ballistic missile defense forces in the region. And the Department of the Treasury, as we've said before, has a number of authorities at its disposal. And we have previously held those who have supported the proliferation of these technologies, of those who have supported the DPRK's illicit nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs. We've held them accountable, and I have no doubt we will continue to use those authorities to good effect to hold all those responsible who may be supporting this program. Connor.
Saudi Arabia said that it freed from captivity 2 U.S. citizens through a special security operation. The State Department didn't use that same language. You guys called it the safe departure of 2 U.S. citizens from an area of Yemen currently under Houthi control. I'm wondering if you can provide some clarity. Were these women in Houthi captivity or otherwise obstructed from departing the country by the Houthis?
We released a statement on that yesterday. There are some additional details in there. We're not in a position to provide a full set of details given privacy and other considerations, but we welcome the safe return of these 2 American citizens.
Can you say which one it is, though? Were they being detained?
We issued a statement on that. You noted the statement we used.
I missed the statement. Actually pushed out? Or
no, we provided it yesterday.
Okay. Can I just ask you one thing on Saudi?
Sure.
Raif Badawi?
Yes.
Do you have anything to say about his release?
Of course, these are issues that we have addressed at senior levels with our Saudi partners. We have made very clear that human rights are at the center of our foreign policy. I think you've seen that in our engagements in the Middle East and around the world. So every time there is progress when it comes to human rights, it helps us advance an even closer partnership, an even closer relationship with our partners and allies. Certainly would welcome this release.
So, but you don't seem overjoyed about it. Is it basically because you think it should have happened a long time ago?
Well, we'll get you more details on this. Right. Thank you all very much.
Does that suggest a widening of the war effort by Russia? And the second question has to do with the much discussed convoy north or northwest of Kyiv.
Yeah.
Do changes in the positioning of elements of that convoy portend like an imminent assault on Kyiv or any significant military movement?
Well, I'd say that people of Kyiv would tell you they're under assault right now. There's Russian bombardment and shelling going on quite violently as we speak. And we do assess that the Russians are beginning to make more momentum on the ground towards Kyiv, particularly from the east, not quite so much from the north. I don't want to make too much of the fact that there's satellite imagery talking about this convoy, moving off into tree lines or dispersing. That could just be force protection, because the Ukrainians have continued to threaten that convoy and its progress. Essentially, Bob, we don't see any progress by it to resupply and support operations to the south. But again, I'd be careful making too much about this dispersal stuff. I feel like I missed one. Did I get?
Yeah, the west, the attacks in the west.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, difficult to know with great certainty what the Russians are doing here. Our assessment is that they struck a couple of airfields in the west. It's not like there hasn't been any airstrikes in western Ukraine since the beginning of this operation 16 days ago. It's just that we haven't seen that as a routine matter. So now you got 2 in one day. That's notable. What it means, what it portends, where the Russians are going with this, we don't really know. We believe the targets were airfields. So from a military perspective, you can see a certain logical sense there to deny the Ukrainians the ability to use some airstrips in the western part of the country. But by and large, and to the vast majority of the combat power that they are exercising in Ukraine, it's in the east. It's everything east of Kyiv. That's where the violence is the worst. That's where they're putting a lot of their energy and resources in. Those are the population centers that they're going after: Kharkiv, Cherniv, Kyiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv down to the south, and they're still fighting in the Donbass. So it's really more to the east.
So is that marginal change, or is that a reflective widening of their effort?
Again, I think it's too soon to know. I mean, we're talking about 2 strikes on 2 fields, and it's not like we haven't seen any in the past there. So I think it's just too soon to be able to divine some sort of larger purpose here or some strategy. Again, the vast majority of their combat power is being spent in the east. Yeah, Jen.
John, what kind of weapon was used to fire at those airfields? Was it a missile that came in from Belarus, or what do you assess?
Yeah, we don't really have point of origin here, don't have types of munitions. The Russians themselves have admitted that they used long-range, precision-guided weapons. Certainly we would agree with the long-range aspect of this, since they don't have force structure in Ukraine that is really concentrated in the West. All of their ground power is in the east. So I don't think we'd push back on the notion that's long range, but what kind of missile, what kind of munition, what the warhead was, we don't have that level of detail.
Your assessment that those fields were targeted because there's been so much talk of these MiG-29s, and they would have been airfields that the MiGs would have flown from?
We don't know.
And what will the U.S. do if Russia uses a chemical weapon in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to get into speculating. I think you heard the president very clearly today say that there would be severe consequences for Russia should that happen, and I don't think it'd be helpful for me to go beyond that right now from the Defense Department. Court.
2 things. Do you have any indications that those attacks on the airfields in the West could have been because any foreign military equipment or anything has been flowing through there and they were trying to target?
I'm not going to speak for Russian targeting procedures here, Court. We know those airfields will hit. Exactly why and what was in the Russian mindset, it's difficult for us to know.
And then can you update on 2 things? One, have there been any developments or changes on the nuclear front? Like, are you seeing any indications that Russia may be considering planning for the use of a tactical nuclear weapon? And then on the chemical biological weapons, are there any indications that they've been bringing any of those into Ukraine or into the area to potentially prepare to use?
So on the nuclear stuff, again, I want to be very careful here in talking about intelligence assessments. I would just say, and this is something we look at every day, that we are confident in the strategic deterrent posture that we have in place in order to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. I would not speak to anything specific on the Russian side. I would just tell you that that we've seen nothing that gives us cause or reason to change our deterrent posture at this time. I think that's really about as far as I can go. On the chem bio thing, again, I don't want to get into intelligence assessments. We're watching this as closely as we can. I don't have anything to report with respect to specific Russian chem bio capabilities inside Ukraine. I would only say two things, Court. One, this is a country that has a reputation for using those kinds of weapons on people, and we know they have a program. And two, we continue to watch for the potential, and I want to stress the word potential that they could be banging this drum with the intent of creating some sort of false flag event that they could use it as an excuse to escalate the conflict even more. Again, we're watching this every day. I don't have any specific indication now to talk about, but it is something we're concerned about. You might have heard President Zelensky in his nightly address last night say that exact thing, that you got to be careful what you see the Russians accuse others of, because it oftentimes ends up being what they're planning to do. Now, again, that's we don't have firm indications right now. It's just something that could happen that we want to watch out for. Yep, Tara.
Thanks, John. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense reported earlier today that Russia launched 2 airstrikes inside Belarus, potentially to try and drag Belarus into the war. Can the Pentagon confirm this? And has there been any outreach or attempt to try and keep Belarus out of the war? You've mentioned, or there have been missiles launched from within Belarus into Ukraine already.
Yeah, we can't confirm these reports. Seeing the open source reporting on it, Tara, but we have nothing to corroborate that. And I would just tell you that we haven't seen any indications that Belarusian troops or forces have moved inside Ukraine. We did note that the president of Belarus made comments the other day through state media that he felt it was important for Belarusian forces to come to the defense of the rear of Russian forces should they be attacked, the supply line route, if you will. That's the first time that he's ever said anything about Belarus perhaps getting involved, but no indications at this time that they have or that that's in the offing.
And then separate topic. As these sanctions have gone into effect, you've started to see global food prices spike, and there's concerns that this could raise additional risk of conflict in countries that are already facing hunger, such as Afghanistan, and likewise. Is the DoD looking at this? Is there a greater risk of global conflict because it'll become that much harder to feed people that already face great food insecurity?
The administration is obviously looking at the humanitarian crisis that this war of choice is causing, and exploring. Excuse me. Let me try that again with English. Exploring lots of opportunities to work inside the international community to alleviate that. I know of no plans in DoD to augment or to prevent or to subside the effects of food insecurity. So I don't have any DoD role here to speak to, but I do want to just pivot off one thing you had in your question, which was this risk of escalation, and obviously that is something that we're constantly concerned about, the risk of this conflict escalating beyond what it already is, and is already dangerous enough inside Ukraine. So to Court's questions about the things we're looking at and what we're monitoring, we're constantly concerned about the potential escalation here.
I guess the question is just the overall trickle-down effects. You have this conflict inside Ukraine that is having already global ripple effects, and whether or not the Pentagon is taking a broader view of already hot zones, conflict zones, and if this will make it worse because hunger becomes worse, access to food becomes worse?
Yeah, again, we haven't seen any. I get where the question's going. Oftentimes, when you have instability in one area, it can bleed over to others, either in that region or without. And I understand that. I would tell you, broadly speaking, we're constantly looking at threats and challenges around the world, and we're not unmindful of the fact that threats and challenges do spill over and can cause instability and therefore insecurity in places that aren't the origin of the conflict. So we're obviously taking a global view. We do that every day. We're certainly doing that in light of what's going on in Ukraine. I don't know. Well, let me put it another way. We haven't seen any specific indications that that there are going to be any imminent insecurity issues, challenges, threats in other regions as a result of this that we're going to have to address. I think that's what you were trying to get at, and I just think it's too soon to know that right now, too soon to tell. But obviously, we're watching clearly because of the potential for escalation here. And I just want to say, if I can, again, it's a war of choice. Mr. Putin can stop this war right now by agreeing to a diplomatic solution, or at least just stopping the bombing and the death and the destruction that he is causing against a nation that provoked nobody, against a nation that presented no threat to Russia. All of this is by his choice, and all that blood is on his hands, and he could stop it right now if he wanted to.
John, there is a discussion that some NATO allies might send their S-300s to Ukraine. Is the U.S. involved in any of these discussions, and will the U.S. give a green light should some allies move forward with that?
I have talked before that sovereign nations are making decisions for themselves about how to help Ukraine, and we respect those sovereign decisions. It's not about the United States giving green lights or having vetoes here. What I will tell you, and I said this the other day, we are working with allies and partners to help get the kinds of capabilities that we know the Ukrainians need and are using very well inside Ukraine, get more of that stuff to them. Some of that material we have and we are providing. Some of that material we don't have, but we know others have, and we're helping coordinate that as well. And that security assistance is flowing, even in just the last 24 hours. I'm not going to talk about individual systems. You know that. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. But we are working hard to canvass other allies and partners that we know could possibly help. And it's really up to those nations, Qasim, to make these decisions and then to speak to them. If they want to speak to them, they can do that, and we have to respect that. What's important, and what I don't want you to walk away not understanding, is that we're having these conversations actively. We are helping coordinate the assistance as best we can, and we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about what they need to better defend themselves. Okay?
Another question. We have seen the U.S. Patriot batteries along the Poland border with Ukraine. I know you won't get into details, but can you tell us if the rules of engagement have changed since the war began in that part of the world?
We don't talk about rules of engagement. David.
A couple questions. Can you update us on any uses of the deconfliction line? And has Secretary Austin attempted to communicate with his counterpart, the Russian defense minister? And you just said you are helping. coordinate assistance. Does that include providing airlift from donor countries to transshipment points?
On the deconfliction line, David, no specific interactions to speak to. In other words, no content has been needed, but we do test it once or twice a day, and that continues. And thus far, with maybe only a couple of exceptions, the Russians have picked up on the other end, and we know that they know what the ringtone is, and they'll pick up and answer, and so we know it's functional. I have no conversations between Secretary Austin and Minister Shoigu to speak to, and I have no expectation that that's going to change anytime soon. And then on the helping coordinate, I really don't want to get into too much detail here. I think the coordination is in two planes. One, it's in the conversations with allies and partners about these capabilities and their willingness to provide. And then on another plane, it's about helping with the logistics. And it really varies from country to country and capability to capability, but we are trying to help with that coordination function, and the Brits have been too. In fact, they've been very vocal about their efforts to help coordinate and work through that, and we're grateful for their assistance. Jim.
Two questions, really. The Russians have occupied a lot of area in Ukraine. Do you know if the Ukrainians, is there any assessment if they've gone into like a guerrilla war in these occupied areas? And a separate question, I imagine the Russians have to have captured Ukrainian service members. Are they treating those service members as captured POWs with Geneva Convention protections?
I don't have any information about captured soldiers on either side. I really don't, and I certainly couldn't get into how they're being treated. I mean, obviously, we're not involved in this war, but our expectation would be that both parties would abide by Geneva Convention requirements and to treat any soldiers that are captured humanely and in accordance with the rule of law. That would be the United States expectation, as well as so many other nations. But I don't have any information about what that looks like in terms of numbers and what that treatment actually is. And on your question about guerrilla tactics, Jim, I'd let the Ukrainians describe for themselves the manner in which they're fighting, but they are fighting, and they're fighting skillfully, bravely, quite creatively. And the fighting isn't just by their armed forces. I mean, average citizens, you've seen it for yourself, picking up arms, getting arms given to them by the government and learning how to use them and using them. And some of the resistance has been nonviolent. You've seen it for yourself, where crowds of Ukrainians blocking city streets and actually stopping in their tracks some Russian units. So the resistance resides on many levels, and it's quite inspiring. Whether you'd call that guerrilla tactics or not, I don't know, and I don't even know if that's worth having that debate over. They are resisting, they are defending, and we are going to continue to look for ways to help them do that better going forward. Barb?
Can I divert for just a minute to a North Korea question? Can you, now that several parts of the administration have talked about your public announcement, can you tell us why the Pentagon, Indo-PACOM, but essentially the Pentagon, decided to take the seemingly unprecedented step of making a public statement to being sure the North Koreans would see it, that you were going to increase intelligence collection against them on their ICBM program? Why would you make that public statement letting the North Koreans know you're going to increase your collection of classified intelligence? What is the state of your current concern about how close they are to an ICBM? And is this disclosure, this candor about a potential adversary, is this potentially a lesson learned from the Russia situation? Put everything you know out there as hoping it will be a deterrent.
Who just did?
That was me, sorry.
But then I have one other brief comment.
Of course you do. All right, there's a lot there. Look, I think I said it in my statement. We made these revelations public. We announced some of the additional ISR and enhanced readiness we were taking because we believe it's important to call out the behavior that we've been seeing, particularly in the last few weeks. And that we believe it's important for the entire international community to speak with one voice about the concerns that we know they have over the DPRK's continued ballistic missile program. I'm not going to get into any more detail in terms of the assessments we've made. It's all there out in the public. I won't go beyond my public statements, but clearly these continued tests are a provocation. They are a violation of UN Security Council resolutions, and they give us, as well as so many other nations, added concern about the kinds of capabilities that the North is trying to develop. And so, again, we feel it was important to make that case and to lay it out there. And as for whether it's a lesson learned, I would be careful drawing a direct, bright line between these revelations about this program and revelations that we made early on, even before the invasion of Ukraine. When we believe that information should be in the public, we're going to put it in the public. We're going to state it as best we can. Now, obviously, there's some stuff we know that we're not going to talk about, but we believe that calling them out publicly for these tests was the right thing to do.
I want to ask one follow-up quickly on the deconfliction line. Two things. I take it they have never called the United States. It's all been you calling them. Is that right?
To my knowledge, it has been us using it to check in once or twice a day.
With them. Okay. And you said that they know your ringtone. So can you tell us what ringtone the U.S. selected?
It was a poor attempt at being. It was a poor attempt at humor. I did not mean that we have an exact ringtone here. Just that we know they know how to use the system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John, you mentioned the Secretary's upcoming trip to NATO. What kind of things is he going to be discussing with the NATO partners? And we have been talking about the NATO response force being activated and that potentially some U.S. forces would be dedicated to it. What is the current count of how many U.S. personnel are actively participating in the NATO response force?
Again, we're still working that through with NATO. What the response force would look like, be composed of, where it would go. So I don't have any sourced requirements to speak to today. I'm sorry, you had another question.
Yeah, what about what exactly is going to be the tone of these meetings that he's going to have with his counterparts in Brussels next week? I mean, or what are they actively seeking?
I mean, I think this second defense ministerial now, in light of this issue, comes at a critical time here. 2 weeks out will be more likely 3 weeks into this conflict, and I don't know what things are going to look like next week, but obviously we can expect the defense ministers to talk seriously about what NATO is doing to better shore up its defenses, and making sure that we all have a common sight picture of the threat environment and what needs to be done, again, to meet our Article 5 commitments.
So there's no, is there an agenda is there something specifically that tops the agenda with regards to Ukraine?
I would let NATO and the Secretary General speak to it's his defense ministerial. I don't want to get ahead of his agenda. That's really for him to speak to. The Secretary is pleased to be able to go in person and be there to meet with other defense ministers, whoever is going to be there. And we know that there's a lot to talk about. I mean, there's an awful lot going on inside the alliance. the alliance is more relevant than ever. It's more united than ever. It's certainly a more viable alliance than it's ever been. Again, there's going to be a lot of material to go through, both in terms of what we're seeing happen in Ukraine and the effect that needs to have on the alliance going forward, including the application of the NATO response force and what that looks like, where and who and when. All that we expect will be discussed. In the back there.
Thank you. I want to follow up about North Korea. The Indo-PACOM increased the readiness among the missile defense forces in the region earlier this week. So could you tell us a sense of what steps the Indo-PACOM has taken since then? What has changed before and after this new direction?
What has changed is we've increased ISR coverage in the Yellow Sea, and Indo-PACOM has increased their ballistic missile defense readiness, and I think you can understand why we wouldn't detail every bit of that effort. Okay? Yeah, in the back there.
On cold response, which you briefed on Wednesday, the Russians told the Norwegians, I think last week, that they wouldn't send observers to exercise. And we've already seen Russian jets fly over Swedish territory in the Baltic Sea. So are the forces involved in cold response on guard or wary about any attempted provocations or other interference?
Look, we always take force protection at a premium here. It's always a factor. It is an exercise. And here's the deal. We actually announced it. In fact, we've been talking about the preps for it for quite some time. It's a defensive exercise. I stood up here the other day and walked through all the capabilities that we're going to be training to and what those Marines and sailors are up to. We'll continue to be as transparent about the exercise as possible. There's no reason for anyone to view this as some kind of threat. Therefore, there'd be no reason for anyone, including the Russians, to threaten it. But obviously, force protection is always a paramount concern. We don't anticipate this time that there would be a specific threat to the exercise.
And a few minutes ago, you mentioned that you don't talk about the specifics of the security assistance, but obviously a lot of that assistance is being publicized. There's mention of javelins, obviously, but also some of Stingers. So I just wondered, as kind of background, could you talk about the decision process there about what the Pentagon does and doesn't disclose about its security systems?
We have been very consistent since before Mr. Putin decided to launch a war on Ukraine that we were going to help Ukraine with the capabilities that it needs to defend itself and that we weren't going to get into a shopping list. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. I think you can understand why we don't believe it's helpful for the Ukrainians to have us publicize and put out in great detail the kinds of capabilities that we're getting into their hands. If they want to speak to what they have and what they're using, that's certainly their right, but we aren't going to violate that little bit of OPSEC for them. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. It's a prudent we always worry about our own operational security. In this case, we also want to observe Ukrainian operational security. Paul Shinkman from U.S. News.
Yeah, hi, John. One question to follow up on Belarus. So the Ukrainian government or officials in Ukraine have also warned about a pending invasion by Belarusian forces as soon as this afternoon. So you said that there was no indication that they were moving in response to real or imagined attacks on their territory, but do you have any response to those claims from the Ukrainian officials?
I haven't seen those Ukrainian reports. As I can only tell you what we're seeing, and we're not tracking any imminent involvement by Belarusian forces. That's not to say that it couldn't happen, or that it wouldn't happen, or that they could get involved in a way that maybe we didn't see. But I can just tell you what we're seeing right now.
Other Ukrainian officials claimed this morning that Ukrainian forces had killed a third Russian general in the ongoing conflict. Can you confirm whether that has taken place and any observations about what that indicates about the Russian offensive?
I can't confirm those reports, Paul. Tony Capaccio.
John, yeah, did you just call me?
I did, Tony.
Okay, sorry. Hey, sorry, I missed that. Two questions, one budget question and one air defense question. The president is about to sign this $13.5 trillion package. Excuse me, the $1.5 trillion package. Within that is $3.5 billion for Ukraine defensive equipment. $3 billion of that is going to be new equipment to the Ukraine. How quickly will the Pentagon be able to send over this new tranche of equipment?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of that process right now, Tony. I would just tell you, as we've said before, I mean, we're still delivering assistance on the last drawdown package that the president signed, the $350 million. We're still delivering, as a matter of fact, even in just the last 24 hours and in the next 24 hours. Obviously, we will, as I've said before, we will continue to provide security assistance to the Ukrainians for as long as we can, as fast as we can, and that would certainly include under the authorities and funding that would be provided by this spending bill when the president signs it. He's indicated that he's going to sign it, and obviously, broadly speaking, we're grateful to be able to have an appropriations bill signed into law and not have to live under the threat of yet more continuing resolutions. Anything more in the room? Okay, that'll close us out today. Thank you very much.
Are y'all ready to hear from President Joe Biden? Are House Democrats in the House right now? Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Thank you, all of you. It's my honor and my privilege to introduce a woman who really needs no introduction, but nonetheless, we'll just give her a brief but appropriate one. I'm so thankful for the House Democratic Caucus, all of your brilliance and effort and heart and commitment. This is an incredibly diverse caucus, a caucus that represents the American people in the most authentic fashion, closest to the people, fighting to build a better America for the people. We're a great orchestra filled with brilliant people who have the ability to make tremendous legislative music. People who play different instruments at different times, but brilliant people. But in order to have a great orchestra, you also need a great conductor. And Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi is a great conductor. And we're thankful for her leadership. She's a voice for the voiceless, a defender of the disenfranchised, a leader for the least, the lost, and the left behind, a fantastic facilitator, a notorious negotiator, and a legendary legislator. I give you Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi.
Thank you all. Let's get to the point. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your very generous introduction. I join you in saluting our caucus for its excellence. Thank you, and Vice Chair Aguilar, for a wonderful conference. Mr. President, what you see before you, I say to them, when under one roof, when our caucus comes together, is the greatest collection of integrity and ideas and imagination to make the future better for the American people. They came together in this caucus under the leadership of Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Aguilar and our other leadership, and we heard from them. We heard from members of your administration. We heard from grassroots activists. We heard from, actually, we began, Mr. President, with a prayer, and it was a prayer to St. Francis, where there is despair, may we bring hope, and you have brought us hope. Now, Mr. Cleaver's prayers have their own imagination, but they also bring us hope. So thank you, Mr. Cleaver, for your your prayer. Again, this was a remarkable few days because it was for the people, but it was Slava Ukraina. It was about Ukrainia. Mike McFall, others here have talked about Ukraine and what our responsibility is there to those people. They are fighting for their country. They are fighting for democracy. Now, I just say, Mr. President, it's an honor for us to receive you any day. But on the one-year anniversary of the rescue package, the American Rescue Plan, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your leadership to make that happen. You know, and we've all talked about all weekend, millions of jobs created under your leadership, hundreds of millions of vaccinations taking place, children in school, people back to work, child tax credit, so many things that you made possible and to improve the lives of the American people. And it is one-year anniversary. More to be done. What we talked about here, when I heard you say in that room, and I've quoted you, you will be very pleased to join in a bipartisan way for an infrastructure bill, but you would not confine your vision for America to just that. And we have other initiatives that are being put forward. As you said in your State of the Union address so clearly, your message was about hope, it was about progress, and it was about empathy for the people, many of whom have not felt the full benefit of the upturn in our economy. But this election, because we talk about empathy, under your leadership, we talk about equality and equity and all that we are doing, whether it's building infrastructure or advancing our economy, to do so in a new, fresh way, to not only help people survive, but to help them succeed, and to do so in a transformative way where many more women and people of color participate in that. And you are making that happen with equality, equity, with empathy for the people, making progress. I'll just close by saying, and our democracy is on the ballot here. We know that. Not every, Mr. Hoyer has told us again and again that the Republicans are saying it's legitimate political discourse, what happened on January 6th. That's a threat to our democracy. Mr. Clyburn has said, I always quote Jamie Raskin quoting Thomas Paine, the times have found us. Yesterday we were at the Independence Hall and saw the reenactment of the peaceful transfer of power from George Washington to John Adams. Very emotional, especially in light of what happened last year. And Mr. Clyburn says, while we're saying the times have found us, he says these are the times that try men's souls, another Paine quote. So with all of that, we have to show the public the relationship between democracy and their kitchen table concerns. If the other side has its way in suppressing the vote, and nullifying elections, what does that mean? It means big, dark money dominates. So at the kitchen table, people will not have the confidence that they can have lower drug prices or higher minimum wage or better public education for their children or safer neighborhoods free of gun violence, because that big, dark money, which would prevail if the Republicans have their way in suppressing the vote and in nullifying elections. So much is at stake, nothing less than our democracy, but what democracy also means, fair elections mean in the lives of the American people. You have been, your time, the time has found you. This is a president who has a great vision for our country. We see that every day. He has vision and values that go with it. He is a president who has knowledge and therefore judgment about policies that can work. You know his career. I don't have to go into it, but we do know that every day in his life he has made a difference in his political and official life. A president who is strategic in his thinking, who knows the path to get something done, and a person with such authenticity, such sincerity about what he believes in. He knows that kitchen table. His family has sat at that kitchen table when he was a little boy, in Pennsylvania, and then moved to Delaware. So again, God has blessed us with the timing of this presidency, with this person who is just making such a tremendous difference in the lives of the American people. So what a joy for us to be able to welcome him as we discuss how we go forward and how we impress upon the American people that their concerns are our concerns. We sit with them at that kitchen table, and we are determined, again, to win the election, to make the difference. And our message will be the message of the President of the United States, our special guest today, President Joe Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please sit down. Please. I've been to enough Senate caucuses and Democratic retreats to know that when the last speaker is up, we want to get the hell out of here, no matter who it is. But thank you. Look, folks, let me begin by saying that when I ran, and a lot of you helped me, a lot of good people ran, I made it clear I was running for 3 reasons. Because I had no intention of running for office again. One left the vice presidency. But when I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carrying torches and singing Nazi slogans and carrying swastikas and white supremacists, I decided to get engaged. The point is this: I had a message which I didn't consult with anybody about generating to begin with, which was not viewed as being very saleable. The first was that I thought it was essential to literally restore the soul of this country, a sense of decency and honor, a sense that you could trust one another, just restore the soul of the country. Because what we were seeing was not who we are. And among some of our Republicans, what they're saying is still not who we are. The second thing I wanted to do has been the essence of my whole career from the time I ran 20 miles from here, a 29-year-old kid for the Senate, was that I wanted to rebuild the backbone of the country. And the backbone of the country is the working class and middle class. I'm so sick and tired of trickle down. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do just fine. They do just fine. And the third thing, which a lot of you didn't like, I know, I thought we had to unify the country. Because ultimately, we are a democracy. And there needs to be, for it to work, there has to be consensus. And the consensus, you got to get a majority. We've not been able to do that for a lot of the important things. That's why we have to continue to maintain our majority. This off-year election, in my view, may be the most important off-year election in modern history. Because we know what happens. We know the fundamental change that shifts if we lose the House and Senate. The only thing I'll have then is a veto pen. And so, folks, I want to thank Nancy for your introduction, for your friendship all these years, Nance, and Paul, thank you as well. And I want to thank the extraordinary job you've done delivering the omnibus, just like you delivered so many critical pieces of legislation last year. And Hakeem and Steny and Jim and Emmanuel Cleaver and Pete, Congresswoman Catherine Clark, and all of you out there. Let me first say that I want to thank you. Thank you for the support you provided Ukraine. I was on the phone today for a better part of an hour with Zelensky, who I speak to almost daily. The people of Ukraine have demonstrated a remarkable source of bravery and courage, but the security assistance that you provided has been absolutely critical in their defense. Second, I want to thank you for showing a unified front to the world. When Putin unleashed his assault, he thought he could divide NATO. He thought he could literally divide this country, the West, the United States, in terms of the parties. I know a former ambassador knows that out there. He thought he could divide Democrats and Republicans at home. But he failed. He failed. For months, the United States has worked tirelessly to keep our allies and partners together. As our former ambassador you see on television a lot, thank God, will tell you I've spent literally hours and hours and hours and hours keeping the alliance together, the EU, NATO, and all of our allies, including our Asian allies. As a result, we've been able to ramp up our economic pressure on Putin and further isolate Russia on the global stage. This morning, along with the G7 nations in Germany, Canada, France, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom, we moved, which I know you wanted to do initially, and Nancy, I drove her crazy, on most favored nation status, as we call it in the United States, permanent normal trade relations, and eliminate them. But folks, I know I've occasionally frustrated you, but more important than us moving when we want to is making sure all of NATO is together. They have different vulnerabilities than we do, just like in the oil embargo. A lot of them could not. The only way it took, I think you know, weeks to work out. I said, we're going to block oil, Russian oil and energy. We consume 15% of it. They rely totally on it. Without Russian oil, they're going to find themselves in a position where they get choked off in a way that far exceeds anything we do. So it took a long time sitting with my counterparts and saying, look, we're going to block oil, but I'm not going to ask you to do it. I'm going to say to you, you do what you can. I'm going to explain why it's not rational for you to do the same thing. In the meantime, we're going to help you get energy through liquefied natural gas and a whole range of other things. The point is, revoking PNTR for Russia has made it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, but in doing it with unison with our allies that kept together make up half the global economy, half of it, it's a crushing blow to Russia. Along with our partners and allies, we've stepped up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're increasing coordination among the G7 countries and to target, capture the ill-begotten gains, the yachts. You see some of these yachts 450 feet long. No, I'm serious. Hundreds of millions of dollars in value. They're luxury apartments. The totality of our economic sanctions and export controls are crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost, I know many of you know this in detail, lost more than half its value. You know what the value of a ruble is versus a dollar? You need 200 rubles to equal $1 today. 200. Moscow Stock Exchange is closed for a simple reason. I get asked, well, why is it closed? Because for the last 2 weeks, because the moment it opens, it will be disbanded. You hear me? It will blow up. Credit rating agencies have downgraded Russia's government to junk status. Junk status. The list of private business and international corporations leaving Russia is growing day by day by day. I want to be clear, though. We're going to make sure Ukraine has the weapons to defend themselves from invading Russian force. And we will send money and food aid to save Ukrainian lives. We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms if, in fact, they come all the way here. And as we provide this support to Ukraine, we're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send an unmistakable message that we will defend every inch of NATO territory, every single inch, with a united, galvanized NATO. One movement. That's why I moved over 12,000 American forces along the borders with Russia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, etc. Because they move once. Granted, if we respond, it is World War III, but we have a sacred obligation on NATO territory, a sacred obligation, Article 5. And we will not, although we will not fight the Third World War in Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. Democrats are rising to meet the moment, rallying the world on the side of peace and security. We're showing the strength and we'll never falter. But look, the idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say, that's called World War III, okay? Let's get it straight here, guys. That old expression, don't kid a kidder. Now, I'd like to speak to our broader purpose here today, to remind everybody where we were a year ago, where we've gotten since, the direction we're headed in, and all of you know that today is the anniversary, as Nancy said, since we passed the American Rescue Plan. Within the first month of an office, thank God you did it. And anybody thought, well, we're going to pass a bill that's $1.9 trillion? We're going to do that? Well, yeah, you did it. I ask you, and you did it. Few pieces of legislation, no hyperbole, in American history have done more to lift this country out of a crisis than what you did. It took about 2 million Americans before I was sworn in. 2 million Americans have been vaccinated. Today, because of the efforts what you voted for, we have more than 250 million Americans fully vaccinated. You all remember the lines of cars, remember nice-looking cars stretched for hours and hours to milk in just to get a box of food. Well, guess what? Stretching those miles and miles no longer is happening. That box of food is not only in the table, in the trunk. Because of that law, 41 million people put food on their table and are putting it on the table who wouldn't have been able to. Because of that law, we helped to keep a roof over 4 million people's heads who were about to be evicted.
And we gave families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because we took action, we created 6.7 million jobs last year, more than any other time in American history. And we hadn't stopped. Last month, we created over 678,000 jobs in February to get us well over 7 million jobs. Unemployment is down 3.8%. The economy grew 5.7%, the best economic growth in the last 4 decades. And the leading financial firm on Wall Street, Moody's, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs are created. Unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been, and had we failed to ask. And it didn't cause the inflation. Look, there's more to the story than that. Many of you remember when we went through that last financial crisis in 2008, I had the dubious distinction of the president standing before all of you and said, and Sheriff Joe is going to take care of the Recovery Act. Well, guess what? The economy recovered, but underneath the recovery, just like every other recovery in our history, there was a lot of pain, a lot of pain. Republicans in Congress refused to give President Obama the additional recovery funds he asked for. And the truth is, a lot of folks never got back on their feet. A whole lot of young people saw their futures dim, diminished. They didn't get back on track. And what's economists called the economic scarring that occurred as a consequence of that recession. The chronic pain when an economy comes back, but some of the folks are left behind and left behind almost permanently, trapped in long-term unemployment, evictions and foreclosures. Study after study showed that when you're stuck in that cycle, it has the worst impact on your emotional health and that of your children and your family members that you can imagine. And that's serious. So when I came to office in the midst of this crisis, I was determined not to let that happen. Together, we made the choice to ask for all that we needed, to leave nobody behind, to minimize the pain and the hopelessness and despair that so many had just lost their jobs, lost everything, through no fault of their own. And look what happened. It isn't just that unemployment rate has dropped at a record pace. We've also seen the biggest drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in American history. Nearly 2.5 million Americans have got to break out of that cycle of long-term unemployment. We've seen the most significant drop in Black and Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. Black employment fell by more than 30%. Hispanic unemployment fell by 9% to 4.4%. We've seen the lowest child poverty rate ever recorded, 40% decline in child poverty. The lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded, down less than a third of what they were before the pandemic. Record low credit card delinquencies because families had money in their pockets. The list goes on. We've got a long way to go, though. I'm not saying we're over, we're just getting going. And a lot of work to do, but never forget what we've accomplished together so far. And by the way, the American people just trying to stay above water don't understand this. You tell them what the American Recovery Act was, they look at you like, what are you talking about? Understandably. They're like my family. Mom, dad, 4 kids, grandpa living in the house in a 3-bedroom split-level home. Just every single day figuring out how you put enough food on the table, even when things are okay. Well, and on this one anniversary, the American Rescue Plan, let's be clear. We did it alone, without one single solitary Republican vote. The American economy is flat on its back. It was the Democrats, it was you that brought us back. And you didn't stop there. You invested in America. In fact, you passed the biggest investment of rebuilding the nation in history. Now, it's true we got some Republicans, friends, to help on the Infrastructure Act. But we're talking how many in the House? 12, 13, 14 or something, whatever it was? 13. I mean, come on. I was happy for them, don't get me wrong. And then every one of them got attacked. Look, have you noticed that every new bridge, every trench dug to put in to take out lead pipes, every trench dug, there's a Republican standing there saying, this is a great thing. Wonderful. We did it. Even Mitch McConnell, for God's sake. You know, as we say in my outfit, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. This has been so much since the last confession. Look, the simple fact is, this infrastructure bill is going to transform America. I mean, not figuratively, literally transform America. That's already starting. Instead of having infrastructure week, we have an infrastructure decade we voted for, okay? We got 4,000 projects all across the country, including 1,500 bridges in disrepair that are starting to be repaired this year. This year. People back home need to know what's happening. By the way, where's my Pittsburgh group? Where are you? They're in Pittsburgh. Anyway, I just reached out in Pittsburgh. That bridge, you saw that bridge, it was devastating. I stood there about that bridge. It had gone down an hour before I got there. Over 100-foot fall. Only a couple folks on that bridge. And if it had been 2 hours later, school buses would have been filled. Children would have died. I mean, it was, you saw the pictures in the paper. You ought to stand there and lean over and look at it. Look, we need to tell the American people, this law is going to create millions of jobs rebuilding roads and bridges and airports and ports, internet, and a whole range of other things. Because that's what's going to do. And that's why I'm not going to get into it right now, but that's why we have to make sure we have our education system up and running so we can produce the kind of workers we need, et cetera. But it's going to start to get rid of the poisonous lead pipes as well, so our kids and families can drink clean water. There's 10 million homes with lead pipes in America. And some of you on the Health Committee know the incredible studies done on the impact of lead on the brain of children and children's development. 400,000 schools. We're going to invest $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America, urban, suburban, tribal, city. And by the way, we can't be this United States of America, we can't be the country where for a mom to get her kid on the internet to be able to do their homework has to pull into the McDonald's parking lot. I mean, for real. That's what's happening. This law is going to put an end to all of that. It's going to put people in a much different position to be able to determine their own judgments about when to sell their cattle, when they should. We're going to change things. But look, we all know that despite the progress we made, families are still struggling. They're struggling with higher prices. As I said, I grew up in a family where the price of gas went up. Everybody felt it. You talked about it. It mattered. It mattered. But let's be absolutely clear about why prices are so high right now. They're very high for two reasons, notwithstanding what the Republicans say. COVID, number one. What happened was, the way the global economy works, if a factory in Taiwan makes computer chips, shuts down because of COVID, it causes a ripple effect that can slow down the manufacturing in Detroit, which it did. One hitch can hold up everything. Because of the pandemic, we've had disruption in our supply chain materials and import materials. At the same time, the strength and speed of our economic recovery and families making more money still kept up. So here you had the unusual situation that during the pandemic, people had money to spend. But what they didn't do is they didn't want to go to restaurants. They didn't want to go out and go on vacations. They didn't spend money on leisure activities. So they wanted to spend it on other things, on hard goods, home improvements, televisions, additions to their homes. The very products are slowed down by disruptions in supply chain because there weren't people cutting 2x4s because of COVID. They were shut down. I could go on and list, you all know this. I'm preaching to the choir here. So what happened? Prices went up exponentially. Just take a look at automobiles last year. 1/3 of all the inflation in America last year was because of the price of automobiles. People had the money to buy automobiles, finally. But because the companies couldn't get semiconductors, they couldn't make the automobiles. As a result, the price of automobiles skyrocketed. And used cars, the reason used cars went up when the COVID hit and the leisure industry shut down, the rental cars sold all their stock. And so people are in real trouble. The second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. From the moment he put his over 150,000 troops on the Ukrainian border, the price of gasoline in January went up 75 cents. And Putin began amassing troops along the border, and guess what? The world took notice. And those of you who work in the business know that the market anticipated. Prices went up more. And then Putin invaded. Make no mistake, inflation is largely the fault of Putin. I love, the Republicans saying it's Biden's gas pipeline. Biden said he's going to stop the Keystone pipeline, and I did. And that's the reason prices went up. Folks, let's get something straight here. The Keystone pipeline was 2 years away and had been 2% finished. Give me a break. Give me a break. Headline fact checker in the New York Times. Republicans wrongly blame Biden for rising gas prices. And it goes on to explain why gas prices are so high. Washington Post op-ed by Dana Milbank. Opinion, Biden heeded Republicans' plea to ban Russian oil. They pounced. And it goes on to talk about why it's gone. Don't let anybody tell you anything you did supporting the idea that we block Russian oil coming into the country, which is going, and I said at the time, prices are going to go up for gasoline. It wasn't anything we did. And by the way, you're in a situation right now where if you take a look, the idea, can we pump more oil? There are now there are 172 gas and oil rigs running. Now there are 519 in operation before this all began. But guess what? They have over 7,000 permits to dig oil if they want. Why aren't they out pumping oil? Why aren't they out pumping oil? Because they've said, and they're very clear, Wall Street bankers have made it very clear. Not a joke. Check it out. And I recommend these two articles to you, just as a little bit of a primer. You probably already know it. What's happened? Well, the oil companies and executives, they don't want to pump more oil, although they have every capacity to do so. Nothing is slowing them up from doing it if they want to. Why? Rather than spend the profits in the increased price of gasoline, they would rather take those profits and buy back stock, buy back their own stock, rather than take that money and invest it in pumping new oil. Not a joke. Not a joke. So don't tell me gas prices rose because I've slowed down the American energy production. In my first year in office, American production grew by 9.7 million barrels a day to 11.6 million, while we still made a major, major effort to deal with global warming and changing the way in which we shift to renewable energy. And don't tell me gas prices rose because of the American Rescue Plan. The San Francisco Federal Reserve, analyzed this, and other outfits confirm the rescue plan contributed to 0.3% of inflation. 0.3 inflation. They're the facts. Democrats didn't cause this problem. Vladimir Putin did. And we are working on to fix it. Because of the work we did, this country is vaccinated and started building the economy, the bottom up and the middle out. Something incredible is happening. We're seeing a manufacturing revival that I don't think even those of you from the Midwest thought would occur. The pride that comes from stamping products made in America. Intel came to see me, the CEO. He said he wants to invest $20 billion to build factories in eastern Ohio.
manufacture computer chips. Semiconductors, the power of the world and everyday life, smartphones, Intel, technology that doesn't exist today. And they're prepared to increase their investment from $20 billion now to $100 billion now. As soon as you get final passage, the innovation bill headed to conference now. This bill will invest another $200 billion to make us competitive, including $52 billion in computer chips. We invented these damn things. We, the United States, everybody forget, we invented the computer chip and going to the moon. And we have been, every single solitary part of modernizing the technology and the computer chip has been American made. But we stopped making them in America. And now we're going to make them again. That's going to help bring down the price of automobiles, appliances, and so much more. It's not just Intel. Take a look what Ford and General Motors did. Ford committed $11 billion to build electric vehicles in America. It's the biggest investment ever. General Motors committed $7 billion to build electric vehicles. Remember when General Motors, Mary Barra, was suing California because of the higher standard, mileage standard? I talked to her. I'm not saying she changed because of me. I talked to her. She came to call me and said she knows you're going to drop her suit and that she's going to commit that 50% of all General Motors vehicles by the year 2030 are going to be electric vehicles. And everybody started following suit. Just a few years ago, companies might have built these factories elsewhere, but now they're building them in America. We're coming back. We're coming back stronger than ever before. And by the way, one of the things I've done, you know, I didn't know, maybe you all knew it, I didn't know when I was in the Senate, I should have, that there's law in the books. It's called Build America. You're allowed to insist, I get to spend, as your president, allocate the spending of $600 billion. Everything from the decks of aircraft carriers to a whole range of fleet of automobiles, all the things we spend money on in the government. Well, the law says that the President of the United States can say all those products have to be made in America. Well, what happened initially, we just got really lax, Democrats and Republicans, I might add, and said, here's the deal. If it has 55% American-made product and 45 is from foreign sources, that's okay. Not my book. So I just signed an executive order saying it's got to be a minimum of 75% to start. It's going to go up. And I think it's the third executive order I signed that no department can give a waiver for a non-American made product in any American product we're buying without my permission, without coming to the White House to determine whether or not that's justified. And know what's happening now? A lot of minority businesses, small businesses, getting in on the deal. It gets posted. There's an office in the White House that says, this is a product being built. We can't find contractors for this with an American product. Here's what we need. And guess what? It's increasing the number of small businesses. We also know there's no one way to increase the standard of living. Putin's gas tax has pushed prices up higher. We take American manufacturing to bring prices and cars down. But in the meantime, we can save people money in a big way by reducing the cost of child care, of insulin, of caring for mom and dad, and their energy bills. Because that's another way to fundamentally impact on inflation for a family. It gets down to what's the total amount of money you have to spend to meet your basic needs. So guess what? If you're instead of the 200,000 folks with kids with type 1 diabetes, if instead of spending an average of $647 a month for that insulin, as high as $1,000, you're only paying $35, you've saved a hell of a lot of money. Think about your parents, particularly single parents, particularly women out there. The cost of child care. Look, when I got here, as Nancy and some of you know, I'd lost my family. It was an automobile accident. I got a call saying my wife was dead, my daughter was dead, and my two boys were very badly injured. And I hadn't been sworn in yet. and make an awful lot of help from a lot of senators saying, come and stay just 6 months, help us organize. Oh, was I stupid? 6 months. But they saved my sanity. And so I came. And everybody says, God, isn't that Joe Biden a wonderful guy? He commuted every single day, roughly 300 miles a day, 4 hours a day, just to be home with his kids. It's true, I did. It's true, I did over 2 million some miles on Amtrak. But here's the deal. I did it because I could not afford childcare. I couldn't even begin to think of it. And I was making at that time as a United States Senator, I was making more money than I'd made before. I couldn't afford it. So I think anybody making $100,000 a year, single person, or 120 as a family, should have child care capped at 7% of their income, period. Period. We can do that. We'll cut the cost of child care in half, and a family's paying $14,000 a year in San Francisco, Philadelphia, all the big cities of the country, for just one child. And look, that extra $7,000 in their pocket will make a difference what they can do. There's so much we can do. Let me be clear, none of this is going to increase inflation. 17 Nobel laureates spontaneously, a month and a half ago, wrote to me. 17 Nobel laureates in the economics wrote me a long paper saying this will help ease inflationary pressures over time, not increase it, ease. And we can do this without raising one single penny on taxes on anybody making less than $400,000 a year. Let me say that again, be crystal clear. No one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single additional penny in tax for all these things that were in the Build Back Better plan. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to ask it easy. Ask the biggest, those are the biggest corporations who pay very little, to raise their hand. Everybody in here, raise your hand if you think the existing tax structure is remotely fair. I'm not being serious. I could do this at a Republican meeting privately, and they'd say that no one raised their hand. But look, we have in 2020, 55 of the biggest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, paid zero in taxes, and they made $40 billion in profit. $40 billion. You know it, I know it, the American people know it. It just isn't right. Look, I'm a capitalist. This isn't about punishing anybody. I love Bernie, I really do, he's a great friend, but I'm not Bernie. If you can make $1 billion, make it. But for God's sake, pay your fair share, for damn it. Right now. But why are teachers and firefighters paying a higher percentage of taxes than billionaires and big corporations, which is literally true. Literally true. And we can fix this. We can raise the standard of living for hardworking people without raising taxes, without raising inflation, and without raising the deficit. And for all those folks out there who like to attack us let me remind them, last year, because of what you all did, we reduced the deficit by $360 billion. We, the Democrats, while the economy grew. We're on track right now. I'm on track to be the first president in history to lower the deficit by over $1 trillion in 1 year. So I'm sick of this stuff. We have to talk about it because the American people think the reason for inflation is government spending more money. Simply not true. I don't think we need any lectures from our friends on the other side about fiscal responsibility, for God's sake. Look, we have an ambitious agenda. So let's go get it done. That includes standing up for, not giving an inch on, core democratic values. We're going to continue to stand up to meet the great challenges of our time: voting rights, climate change, gun violence, criminal justice, immigration, and so much more. Coming out of the State of the Union, I think we're in a strong position. We have a record to be proud of. An agenda will lower costs for American families and lift this nation up. And the message that resonates: we're building a better America, a fair America, a more decent America, a country that's been through a lot these past few years. And I meant what I said at the State of the Union. We're stronger today than we were a year ago, and we will be stronger next year than we are today. I've long said, and I mean this sincerely, I've spent a lot of time with Xi Jinping, over 36 hours of private meetings with him. He asked me, we were in the Tibetan Plateau, and he asked me if I could define America for him. Just me, and a simultaneous interpreter, him and an interpreter. And by the way, I turned all my notes over. Okay? But seriously, he said, can you define America for him? He's a tough guy. I said, I can. I said, in one word. And he looked at me. I said, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world. It's the reason why we're looked at as sometimes being arrogant. We think anything is possible. Anything is possible if we act together. Look, we've taken every crisis we ever faced and turned it into an opportunity. Think of one that hadn't had that way. Whatever the crisis was, we've come out of it better than we were in before it occurred, every single time. But we got to stick together. We got to stick together. We can do this again. We can do it. Look, I'm going to get going. I shouldn't. I'll stop here. I know you all have questions. Anyway, thank you, and I'll be back here for questions.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to welcome today in Bucharest Vice President of the United States of America, Her Excellency, Madam Kamala Harris. Dear Madam Vice President, welcome to Romania. I would like to thank Madam Vice President for her presence in Romania in these challenging moments for the democratic community and for the Euro-Atlantic security. Your visit, Madam Vice President, reflects once more the strength and solidity of the bilateral strategic partnership and the firm commitment of the United States for the security of Romania and NATO allies from the eastern flank. I have conveyed to Madam Vice President the appreciation of Romania for the efforts and leadership of the United States, of President Biden, of Madam Vice President, and of the entire Washington administration in this very complicated context. The continuous dialogue and the close coordination of the United States with Romania and with all the allies and partners had an essential contribution to delivering an unified and strong message of the international community to the actions of Russia. Together, we have come up with a firm and prompt response, both from the point of view of assistance in multiple areas, both for Ukraine and for the individuals affected by the conflict, both when it comes to the sanctions applied to Russia and to the measures for adopting the allied posture in its entirety, especially on the eastern flank. Madam Vice President has reconfirmed, as part of our today's discussions, the full commitment of the United States of America for the Article 5 regarding the collective defense of the NATO-Washington Treaty. This article contains the essence and spirit of NATO and guarantees that any attempt to impact the security of one NATO state will receive a firm, prompt response of the entire alliance. I'm saying it with a great responsibility. NATO will act without hesitation to defend each and every allied state, including, obviously, Romania. It is a scenario that all of us want to avoid. But we, as allies, and I'm saying it while I stand next to our most important strategic partner, will defend every inch when it comes to respecting the commitments that bind us. I have conveyed my gratitude for these unshakable security guarantees, as the Romanian society has never had in its history, and thanks to which every citizen of Romania can be confident about his own safety and the safety of his family. I have also conveyed my gratitude for the consolidation of the United States military presence in Romania. We have also discussed about the need within this tense context to keep increasing the American and allied presence in Romania in the long run as an additional measure to ensure the security of our country and of the entire region. I have conveyed that, in turn, Romania understands that the security starts at home. And from this point of view, I have recently decided to increase the defense expenses from 2%, where it stands now, to 2.5% of GDP. And this is greatly appreciated by the American side. Together with Madam Vice President, we have assessed the long-term implications of the aggression that is taking place in Ukraine, as well as the Russian military presence in Belarus and the Euro-Atlantic. We have agreed to cooperate to further consolidate the defense measures and deterrence on the eastern flank, with a focus on the southern part. I have highlighted the fact that in this context it is necessary to operationalize as soon as possible the NATO battle group on the territory of Romania. Overall, Romania's strategic assessment is that it becomes necessary to fundamentally rethink the concept, the structure, and the constituent elements of the NATO posture on the eastern flank, taking into account the fact that the current circumstances are considerably different compared to the moment when the current approach concerning the eastern flank was projected. We need a united forward presence and a coherent one as soon as possible. We have discussed today about our common approach in order to come up with a common response to these unprecedented challenges, especially when it comes to the humanitarian area. Romania and the United States, along with its allied and partner countries, have offered assistance in different domains to Ukraine and its people that fights with heroism, courage, and determination. As you know, I have decided the operationalization in Suceava of a humanitarian logistic facility, so-called hub, that, thanks to the support of the European Union, has the role to collect and transport the international donations in the area of humanitarian assistance for Ukrainian citizens. I have invited the United States to support the activity of this hub. We have also discussed about the support that is so necessary to the Republic of Moldova. The situation of the neighboring country is unique from the point of view of a very high ratio between the number of refugees and population. This pressure overlaps with the economic and energy-related difficulties that the Republic of Moldova has to face. Together with Madam Vice President, we have analyzed the energy security prospects. We agreed that this crisis can represent a historic opportunity to switch to reach a true European energy independence from the Russian gas through investments in renewable sources in the civilian nuclear sector, through diversifying sources, imports of liquefied natural gas, and obviously through increased interconnectivity. As you probably remember, within the context of COP26 Glasgow summit, the common Romania-USA project to include small modular reactors in the Romanian national system, we agreed to continue and to intensify our cooperation in this strategic domain. Last but not least, a fundamental aspect for the success of our efforts aimed at ensuring security is represented by the maintenance and consolidation of the transatlantic relationship by ensuring the unity and coordination of the European Union, United States, NATO, and G7. Romania brought its own contribution in this regard by promoting the Bucharest 9 format, which was very efficient even in this context. This year, we celebrate 25 years from the launch of our strategic partnership that's continuously developed during the last years and is currently at its highest level in its history. In addition to the consolidated cooperation in the area of defense and security and of the ambitious initiatives in the energy sector, I have discussed with Madam Vice President to continue expanding all the dimensions of the strategic partnership, from the economic one, including through the development of regional priority strategic projects related to the interconnectivity and that are of interest for Romania, and up to the consolidation of scientific cooperation and of, obviously, interhuman relationships. We also discussed about visa waiver topic in regards to Romania, and we hope to have some results in this area as well. Once again, I would like to thank Vice President Harris for coming to Romania. I'm sure that the substantive discussions that we had will be followed up by concrete measures and adequate, appropriate decisions for the unprecedented context in which we currently find ourselves in. Thank you, Madam Vice President. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Iohannis. for the warm welcome to Romania and for your steadfast friendship, to the partnership that we have that is longstanding and enduring. I also want to recognize and thank Prime Minister Chuka for the conversation that we had last week. If I may, Mr. President, I'd like to speak directly to the Romanian people for one moment to thank you on behalf of the United States. Under the leadership of President Iohannis, Romania has been extraordinary in the generosity and the courage that you have shown in this moment. Around the world, we have watched as you have received refugees. Around the world, and I will speak for the United States, we know of the particular challenges that you face geographically, yet you have shown so much courage. The meeting that the President and I had today was a very productive meeting to reaffirm the strength of the relationship and friendship between the United States and Romania. I've said many times, including this afternoon with the President and the President's leadership, but around the world, and I will say it here, America's commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. We take very seriously our role and the relationships that we have within the NATO alliance. We take seriously and are prepared to act on the words we speak when we say, an attack against one is an attack against all. We are firm in our commitment. When I say, and we say over and over again, President Joe Biden says, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. So I am present in Romania today to reaffirm that commitment, in addition to thanking the President, your leadership, and the people of Romania. The strength of our alliance has endured and is now bigger and stronger than ever. The strength of our alliance includes our mutual commitment to stand on the principles that we hold dear and share, that include the defense of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of independent states, and in this case, Ukraine. We are clear that the work that is to be done in response to Putin's war includes standing strong within the alliance to support the needs of our partners. To that end, and to demonstrate our commitment as the United States, in recent weeks, we sent a 1,000-member Stryker squadron that creates a total force of 2,000 American troops who are prepared to stand in defense of our commitment to the NATO alliance and the eastern flank. We have reinforced our recent commitments, all with the mention and with the meaning of strengthening our deterrence and our collective defense. I want to thank you, President Johannes, for your leadership on NATO's eastern flank. I want to thank you for, in addition to doing all that you have been doing in your role of leadership, to modernizing and to increasing the resources that are available. You and I talked about the importance of running a government in a way that we modernize and are efficient and effective with the resources we have. You have been a model in that regard, and I thank you. In terms of our mutual support for the people of Ukraine, in Washington, in the United States Congress, we have taken recent action, including a commitment of $13.6 billion for Ukraine and the region in terms of security assistance and humanitarian assistance. The President, Johannes, and I talked extensively, and I was very moved, Mr. President, by the stories you shared with me of the time you spent with refugees and the heart-wrenching experience that they are having. So we stand together, Romania and the United States, in ensuring that we will do all that is required to put resources into the humanitarian piece of this, understanding that the needs are significant and immediate. To the extent that we are offering humanitarian assistance in addition to the $13.6 billion package from the United States Congress, $4 billion of that will be directly committed to humanitarian assistance. That is on top of the $53 million that I announced yesterday that through the UN, the United States will give to the World Food Program. But I must say, when we are talking about humanitarian assistance, Romania has been a hub of humanitarian assistance. And that is yet another reason that we are here to thank the President and the people of this great country for what you are doing based on the needs of this region. You have been welcoming tens of thousands of refugees and doing it with such compassion and such grace. So I'll conclude my remarks by saying that this is a strong and enduring relationship. It is an important relationship, and the importance of this relationship is being highlighted at this very moment. But it is a relationship that will continue over the years. And again, I thank you, Mr. President, and the people of this beautiful country for all you do and all you represent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. We have a couple of questions.
Bună ziua, Roxana Zamfirescu.
Good afternoon, Roxana Zamfirescu, State TV. I have a question for both officials. I would like to ask you if the United States plans to increase the number of troops and to create here a permanent presence. I'm asking this in the context of which 150 kilometers away from the Romanian frontier bombardments take place. And I would like to ask you as well what are the chances of the war extending towards Romania and the Republic of Moldova?
I cannot repeat frequently enough that the United States is committed to our friendship and alliance with Romania. And to that end, we have a continuous and rotating commitment of U.S. troops to this country, most recently with the deployment of the 1,000-member Stryker Squadron. And as the people of Romania know, we also know that this is a dynamic situation, and we will on a daily basis assess the needs that we have to maintain stability in this region. As it relates to what might be the future conduct of Putin, I cannot speculate, but we are clear in our position, which is that as a member of NATO, an attack against, one, is an attack against all.
Thank you. Cred că prima parte primit.
I believe that the first part received a very clear response from Madam Vice President. As for the second part, I can highlight the fact that we do not have information that would indicate that Romania would represent a target of an aggression. On the other hand, it is very clear that this Russian action, this war started against Ukraine, definitely produced a result, a visible, a firm, a clear result, and it's represented by the unity of NATO and the determination of NATO allies to stand together and to defend each other.
Nancy.
Hi, thank you.
From Bloomberg.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, the humanitarian crisis is growing and the violence only seems to be getting worse. The White House and British government have both offered dire warnings about the possibility of the chemical weapons being deployed by Russia, and diplomatic efforts seem to have failed. Is there any discernible pathway out of the crisis, and what is the off-ramp? And to the President of Romania, I'm curious if you think that there are any specific economic sanctions that you'd like to see the U.S. pursue that they have not done so already. Thank you.
In terms of your question about off-ramp, from the beginning, the United States has been attempting sincerely to engage in diplomacy, actively. And from everything that we know and have witnessed, Putin shows no sign of engaging in serious diplomacy. As many of you know, I gave a speech in Munich 3 weeks ago before the re-invasion of Ukraine started. And I said then what we have maintained all along. We're witnessing a playbook, the Russian playbook. And it includes lies, misinformation, and the acts of aggression that we are now witnessing. We maintain that diplomacy is the way to resolve these issues that coexists with our commitment to ensure that our allies are strong and that there must be serious consequence and accountability for what Russia is doing, which is why we have, to the other point of your question, engaged in historic sanctions and to the effect of basically a free fall of the ruble. The Russian stock market is still not open. Their credit rating is now junk. And there will be more announcements about more action that we will take to ensure serious consequence for what is atrocious and outrageous conduct on behalf of the Russian people by Putin.
The sanction packages have been discussed between the United States and the European Union. We worked very well together on this, and we will continue to work together on this. This is the economic side. On the other hand, the two of us just stated that we stand strong together according to Article 5 of the NATO treaty, and we will continue this way. So if new sanctions will be necessary, they will be discussed and applied.
Bună ziua, Oana Bâlă, Radio.
Good afternoon, Ana Bâlă, Radio Romania. Madam Vice President, Mr. President, we have seen as the Russian troops attacked a maternity as well as humanitarian convoys. A lot of civilians were killed, including a lot of people were killed, including children. And this triggered a huge international response. Do you believe that Russia committed war crimes in Ukraine?
And I'll say it again. We are clear that any intentional attack or targeting of civilians is a war crime. Period.
We have discussed these topics because the images are, of course, shocking. I have discussed about this with Madam Vice President, and yesterday we discussed this topic as part of the European Union summit, and it is very clear to everyone that such situations must be documented in such a way that when the right moment comes, the authorities and the competent institutions would be able to follow up on these facts and to establish in a correct manner on the international level whether or not they constitute war crimes, who committed them, and what should be the appropriate consequences for them. However, it is unimaginable for all of us to see such images now in the 21st century in a war that takes place in Europe. It's outrageous.
Amir Madani.
Thank you.
From the Associated Press.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I really appreciate it. If I may ask, Mr. President, your country and many of your neighbors are enduring enormous cost aiding Ukrainian refugees, and you also face a really dire threat in the Black Sea. And I was just wondering what specifically you've asked the Vice President for. Particularly, do you need more U.S. troops here? Do you need any specific more material defense aid? And if I can ask you, Madam Vice President, President Biden has said that Americans will feel some pain for the sake of defending freedom and liberty, but there does seem to be no end game in sight. How long should Americans expect? How long should we be bracing for this really sort of historic inflation and some unprecedented gas prices?
Sure. In terms of the discussions that the President, Johannes, and I had, they ranged in subject, including the issue of the Black Sea, and I'll let him explain in more detail as he would like. But we are, again, fully aware and apprised, because we are in constant communication with the President, with his administration here, about the concerns that they have about the entire region and, frankly, the vulnerability. All you have to do is look at the map and see that where Romania exists geographically, and as is the case for our allies on the eastern flank, that there are potential vulnerabilities, which is why we say very clearly we will dedicate, and have been especially enhancing over the last few weeks, our support based on their current needs. When we look at Putin's actions, the previous question, it is painful to watch. It is painful to watch what is happening to innocent people in Ukraine who just want to live in their own country and have pride in themselves as Ukrainians, who want to be home speaking the language they know, going to the church that they know, raising their children in the community where their families have lived for generations. And by the millions now are having to flee with nothing but a backpack. And then you compound that With what happened a couple of days, the president talked about it today, I talked about it yesterday, in terms of a maternity hospital, pregnant women. We have the unfortunate experience, all of us right now who are not in Ukraine, of witnessing horror. So we are committed in everything we are doing. And yes, then the president did say in the State of the Union, there is a price to pay for democracy. You got to stand with your friends. And as everybody knows, even in your personal life, being loyal to those friendships based on common principles and values, sometimes it's difficult. Often it ain't easy. But that's what the friendship is about, based on shared values. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Russia started its attack on Ukraine from the south, from the Black Sea area. This is a scenario we have been warning about for many years now. On the other hand, Romania has approximately 650 kilometers of land border with Ukraine. It's the longest land border of all allies neighboring with Ukraine. So yes, we are concerned. We are concerned about the eastern flank, and this is why we are working on making the eastern flank stronger. And yes, we discussed with Vice President Harris about these issues. And I raised the issue of the eastern flank, that the eastern flank has to be strong, it has to be well balanced, because if one part of the eastern flank is strong and the other part is weak, it's obviously a weakness on the eastern flank. So the eastern flank has to be strong to defend the entire NATO, to defend the Atlantic area. And on the eastern flank, the allies, and in this case we discussed specifically about US and Romania, have to materialize a force that is strong enough to be deterrent. NATO relies on strength and deterrence. So to deter somebody, you have to be strong in that area. So yes, we discussed about the necessity of a NATO battle group in Romania, and obviously the United States play an important role in this. We discussed about enhanced US presence on the eastern flank, specifically, obviously, on our part of the eastern flank, and we discussed, obviously, about Article 5 of NATO and about the long-standing partnership between our troops, because soldiers from the United States have been in Romania for many years now, and they work very well together with the Romanian forces, and they are a real gain on the southern
Joining me now to discuss all of this so much further, national security expert Hal Kempfer. And Hal, thank you for being with us, guiding us through this war every step of the way. Let's talk about the military aspect to this, because right now, all talk, if the Russian convoy that regrouped yesterday is on its way to Kyiv. We're hearing that they're not very far. They're about 10 miles from Kyiv, the closest they've ever been since this all began. Are you worried that Kyiv could undergo a shock and awe, scorched earth policy, the likes of what we saw in Syria?
Andrew, well, good evening. And I would say that I'm not so worried about shock and awe the way we term it. Russian military doctrine is that they're going to use overwhelming firepower. We have seen that being applied in Kharkiv. We've seen it down Mariupol. We've seen it elsewhere. They have phenomenal amounts of artillery, rockets, and mortars that they use to devastating effect. That is Russian military doctrine. And as they are having difficulty prosecuting forward movement into these cities and forward movement in and around these cities, their only recourse is to use overwhelming firepower. Now, part of that too is they've been bringing in aircraft with mixed success. They've dropped a lot of ordnance. On the other hand, they've also lost a lot of planes. One of the things that the Ukrainians have maintained is a fairly aggressive air defense capability. Yeah. It's not just the Stingers, but it's also those medium to higher altitude buck type systems. You may have recalled that one of them was used to shoot down an airliner a few years ago. Well, they have those and they have been using them. And that has been really limiting the effectiveness of the air campaign by the Russians. So they're going to use overwhelming firepower. It's not so much shock and awe. It's just overwhelming in terms of the amount of destruction it's going to incur. But they still have the same problem. Once they get to those city streets, once they get to those multi-story buildings with those confined areas, they've got two issues. Number one is they're going to come in with armor. They got tanks and armored personnel carriers that can't maneuver. Once they get into a street like you see here, where they're stuck and there's anti-tank missiles being shot from windows from above or from anywhere else, they're going to lose tanks. They're going to have the streets littered with burning armored vehicles and tanks, and the troops have got to clear those buildings. And that is a difficult proposition. A lot of military commanders out there don't understand the full scope of what it's like to do urban operations. And I don't think the Russians have fully taken this in. Urban areas eat troops, if you will. To fill that building, to take that building, to clear all those rooms, particularly against a defender, you often need a 6-to-1, sometimes 10-to-1 force advantage. They don't have that. Matter of fact, it's probably the other way around with the Ukrainians. So when they get in there, I just don't see how they're going to clear those buildings. They can try and level the city. Even then, they're going to have limited success, but they just don't have the troops to do that. And as they send those troops in, it's not like those troops in and say, oh, we weren't successful. Those troops go in, they're usually injured or killed, and then they're out of the battle completely. And again, it goes back to that Russian Achilles heel. They don't have anything in reserve. There's nothing back that they can bring in.
Hal, what we saw yesterday was new because there were strikes by Russian forces very far in the western part of the country at two airports in western Ukraine, targets in Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk, about 100 miles from Lviv. What does that tell us? What do you make of that? Is that a message to NATO, or are they going to be expanding even westward into the country?
Andrew, I think that was a message. I think you're absolutely right. That was a message to NATO. Those are two airfields that if those MiG-29s, I know one of them in particular, if those MiG-29s had come in, one of those, in fact, maybe both of them would have been used to fly those MiG-29s out. There really, in terms of any near-term objective, there really wasn't much there other than to strike airfields and trying to damage aircraft. But there really wasn't anything out there. There is, looking at the map, there's an armored regiment, division, something floating around up north of there. It's an unknown designation. I'm thinking it's a Belarusian unit that basically has just come south, and they just haven't run into anything that's really stopped them yet, or they have and they're just plain stopped. But that's it. That's not something that's going to take the western part of the country.
Okay.
I think this was a message to NATO. That's really what that was.
Okay. The British Defense Intelligence Agency assessed today that it is still highly unlikely that Russia has achieved pre-invasion objectives even after 16 days. Russia is likely seeking to reset and reposture troops like we've been talking about. But Russian forces have lost many high-ranking generals over the last several days, killed in battle. And you and I have been talking about that, how Ukrainian troops killed Russian Major General Andrei Kolesnikov. He was the commander of the Eastern Military District. That's according to the Ukraine military. Kolesnikov was the third general killed since the fighting began, after Major General Vitaly Gerasimov and Major General Andrei Sukovetsky. What does that tell us, if anything? Should we not, take that as a sign, or do you think that is just an ever-present sign Ukrainian forces are putting up a very, very large resistance?
Andrew, I think they are putting up a very good resistance. But the other thing is, when you take general officers like that out, that indicates they're operating on some pretty good intelligence. Every once in a while, you get lucky in the field of battle, and a senior officer presents themselves as a target, and you're able to take them out, and that causes tremendous command and control problems for the opposing force. However, in this situation, Ukrainian intelligence has been listening very closely to their radio communications. They've been observing what's going on with their lead units, especially. And I think what you have is some very good intelligence work that's able to benefit from the fact that the Russians' communication system is horrible. They've been sending messages in the clear where they are easily intercepted because their encrypted communications is of such poor quality. They're having such problems with it. So they're basically, the Ukrainians are able to pick up on things that they maybe in another type of warfare they wouldn't be able to pick up on, and it helps them target it. The other part of this, though, is very senior officers, not just general officers, but regimental commanders, battalion commanders, others. We have a phrase in the military called lead from the front. Well, they're having to lead from the front because the front isn't moving. So they're having to get down there with those lead vehicles and try to get that forward momentum back within their maneuver forces. And I think by doing that, they assume a lot of risk by doing that. But the other part is that it's not paying off for them. I'm hearing not just generals being killed, but also a lot of colonels and lieutenant colonels, significant unit commanders, if you will, of large units from several hundred to several thousand who are being taken out. And at some point, these units lose cohesion. Units often take on a little bit of the personality of the commander. And if that commander is taken out, and especially if the commander who replaces them is taken out, after a while, this gets into the trust and confidence of the troops and their chain of command, and it gets into their will to fight. I mean, when one of the toughest things, not to make it too simplistic, but when you get up and say, follow me, and you go over the line, and then you get shot and fall, and your troops weren't too motivated to follow you in the first place, you're not going to see a whole lot of momentum behind you. All right. They may just sit there and go, let's think about that. That didn't seem to go so well for the colonel.
Yeah, Hal, on this point, we got confirmation today that Putin gave the green light for up to 16,000 volunteers from the Middle East to be deployed alongside Russian-backed rebels in the east of Ukraine to fight there, doubling down on the invasion that the West says has been losing momentum. And so we had talked about that last night. So we're getting somewhat of a confirmation on this, that he is tapping into other areas where there is Russian influence in order to help out with the fight. What do you make of that?
Andrew, I just got a little bit of comms issue there. Are you getting me okay?
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me okay?
I am getting you, yes.
Okay.
Did you hear my question?
I think I got it, yeah, but I had just a little comms break there. The thing is, he's tapping into another thing. One thing is he's trying to raise mercenaries through the Wagner Group. Well, it's actually got a different name it's using now, but he's actually going after old-fashioned mercenaries, and he's pulling them from all sorts of places. In fact, it's rumored that it's more a rumor that he's reaching out to people who have prison records and other things, saying, "Hey, come fight for us in Ukraine, and maybe we'll forgive what you did and pay you a nice salary on top of that." The other thing is he's trying to get 16,000 fighters out of Syria. Now, I don't think these are, I don't know if you want to call them, they wouldn't be mercenaries. They'd probably be Syrian army units, which would have Syria enter the conflict. And that's very interesting. You know, he's been threatening to use, he's been bringing up the specter of chemical weapons. And you may have seen that piece earlier where we talked about that's been an issue with Syria. We drew a red line saying they can't use chemical weapons. They went ahead and used chemical weapons. Mm-hmm. We never really struck back in full force on that. Now they're getting ready to send thousands of Syrian troops in to fight Ukraine in an area where there might be the use of chemical weapons. You know, I mean, the White House hopefully is thinking this through, but this might be a time to put a little pressure on Syria to make sure that they curtail that action. I think that's one of those places where I think we could apply pressure. I don't know if we're doing it, but we can. And there's a lot of things we could do. They've never addressed that chemical weapons issue. And this might be a time where we could lay down the law and say, okay, you want to play in this game, you're going to play full throttle. And that's someplace, that's not an attack on Russia. That's an attack on Syria. And that's a long-standing issue if we were to do that. I want to stand back a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. There's a lot of things we can do diplomatically to make sure that Syria understands the consequences of what it's doing. But these are things that are on the table, and I hope we're using all these things and we're pulling all these levers, because there's a lot of ways to influence a war outside of the battlefield itself.
I see. Hal, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about more actions against the Russian economy. Also, an interesting display at the United Nations today. So more on that in 2 minutes. Lauren, thank you so much there. I'm being joined by national security expert Hal Kempfer yet again. And Hal, a lot of other movements today regarding Russia's economy. We're imposing new sanctions. We're targeting luxury goods like diamonds, seafood, vodka. This is going to affect about $1 billion in Russian export revenue. We're also targeting specific individuals, one of which is the wife of Putin's lead spokesman. And the Treasury Department says she has $10 million worth of properties, and she won gold in ice dancing at the 2006 Winter Olympics. That's Dmitry Peskov's wife, Putin's lead spokesperson. Also, other updates I want to just let our viewers know regarding the economy in Russia. Russians receiving money transfers from foreign banks will only be allowed to withdraw the cash in rubles. That's according to the central bank today, and as well as many other sanctions put on by not only the United States but other Western allies. The Russian economy, essentially, Hal, is back in the Soviet Union.
Andrew, it's more like back in the North Korea in terms of what it's done. It's really bad. An interesting thing. I always look for this where they're doing something where they're sifting off money. So the money comes in, all right, Western money, and the government has set a ruble rate. It's an artificial rate because if it was free floating, the ruble would probably be completely worthless now because of where the economy is. So they'll pay them in what they say that is worth. The reality is they're pocketing the difference in the exchange between the actual value of the Western capital coming in and whatever ruble value they give the person coming out. And that could be substantial. It could be that most of the money that gets transferred ends up in the hands of Russian authorities and the Russian government or I should say the Russian banks, but it'll work its way into the government from that exchange. So it shows a little bit of desperation that they're having to do something like this. It also shows they're completely disconnected from the Western financial system at this point. That is an artificial edifice that they made for exchange that has no real value in terms of the exchange rates and in terms of what the ruble actually represents. And there is, beyond that, I think we mentioned yesterday that the country is bordering on insolvency. They've been basically reduced down to junk bonds, and there's a lot of discussion as at what point does the world determine that Russia is completely insolvent? And I think we're at that. I think we're getting at that point now.
That's stunning.
Here, let me just say something. I told you I have a little bit of background working with Treasury Department, U.S. Customs on international trade and how that's all done. And of course, also went to that school that we've talked about, that graduate school in international business, so know a few things there. And one of the things they've done with taking them out of most favored nation is when that's done, it's a reimposition of tariffs.
Right.
But it depends on how that's done. We see it very linear, which is, we're going to put huge tariffs against any Russian goods. That will happen. But we also can take a more holistic view, and we've done this at times, where we look at where that supply chain goes. For example, if you have platinum from Russia that makes its way to China into products coming out of China that come to the U.S., hypothetically, we could impose a special tariff on certain products coming out of China or coming out of any other country that would be representative of whatever percentage that Russian material represents within that finished product.
Wow.
It gets to be some rather interesting calculations on how that's done. And in international business, this is done all the time for taxes. And this was done with taxes and tariffs way back when we had a lot of tariffs out there, that you would figure out where you would realize the greatest profit or the most value from whatever was done in any country. And you would come up with a schedule of that. And if you were really good at it, you would always try to do it so you pay the least amount of tariff and taxes across the board. It's a fairly complex way of doing things, but it's the way global business was done. And obviously with tariffs not being as present as they have been, it hasn't been as big an issue, but now it's going to be a huge issue. And I think you're going to see that Russia's going to find that they're going to get kind of blocked formally and informally around the world. And pretty soon, a lot of countries that either have to do business with Russia or doing business with Russia may start to say, we need to figure out a different source for whatever we're getting from Russia, because this is really causing us issues when we try to sell this in other countries.
Hal, also the White House saying today via an executive order that the president will sign banning future U.S. investments in any sector of the Russian economy. You know, do you think this has any impact on Putin? He is sinking his own country's economy that he leads in order to wage this war. You know, something's going to have to give soon, don't you think, or no? Is he dug in?
Well, our strategy is twofold. One is to help Ukraine on the ground,
right.
You know, help them fight the battle in the ground. The other is to put overwhelming pressure on Russia economically through sanctions to stop this. You've seen the select targeting of individuals, and some of this is a little bit of nuisance. It's to actually impact those individuals directly around Putin. We know that's a small group. We also know who that group is, I think. And it's not just those individuals, it's their family members, as you mentioned, like their wife. Mm-hmm. That's become more common, especially after what we saw, what they did in 2014. We look at their family members more closely because we saw how they moved their wealth around.
I see.
But it's caused tremendous pressure on Putin, those around him, also to put tremendous pressure on those parts of Russian society, the political economy, that could be forces for change. Now, there's a lot of ways to interpret forces for change, but it might be something that erupts in civil unrest. They've had that in Moscow before. They had it in Kazakhstan, and Russia had to send troops to Kazakhstan to help the government stay in power. Interestingly, if that was to happen today, I don't know if Russia would have available troops to do that.
Oh, wow.
And as this thing goes on, you know, there's been, I'm not the only one out there looking at this who just does the math. Every day that this goes on for Ukraine and they don't lose, Russia loses. Ukraine just hanging on, keeping Kyiv from being overthrown is a day that Putin has lost ground. And part of that is the power of the sanctions, the power of the economic hit that they're taking. Not just the oligarchs, but others in society are looking at this saying, we're being removed from the international system. And many of them are saying, we don't know if we're ever going to get this back again.
Yeah.
That most of my wealth has just been destroyed overnight by this, you know, for some would say foolish adventure or folly of going into Ukraine and pursuing this pipe dream of a Russian empire or restoring the Soviet Union. And they're looking at their balance sheet and saying, this just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And the hope is that they will do something or they will force something to be done.
Yeah. And some would argue that the post-World War II rules-based order, and I think you agree with that, is over and there is a new world order. What remains to be seen of the previous one and what the new one looks like as we get deeper into this conflict is quite alarming and quite concerning. Hal Kempfer, we always appreciate your time. Have a great weekend. We'll speak next week.
All right, you too, Andrew. Have a good weekend.
Okay, right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that on behalf of all of us, I would like to welcome the President of Ukraine, Mr. Vladimir Zelensky, who will be connecting with us, who with his conduct and his attitude with other representatives of Ukraine and the whole Ukrainian nation who is giving resistance to this aggression, is giving a great example of valor and heroism. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ukrainian's President, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky. Distinguished Mr. President and my friend Andrzej, distinguished Speaker for the Sejm and the Speaker for the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament and senators, brothers and sisters. When I became a president in 2019, what was felt at that time was that we would need to go a long way with Poland because the atmosphere was cool in our relations, in our attitudes to each other. So that's how it was, but I wanted to go this way, the way towards the warmth, as quickly as possible. We knew that by nature we are close to each other, both the Ukrainians and the Poles. I remember my first meetings with Andrzej Duda. From meeting to meeting, things were changing. The coolness disappeared. We understood each other. As a Ukrainian with a Pole, as Europeans, as friends, as parents who like their families and understand that our children should live in the world of the same shared good values, that they are to live in a world where nations are independent, where there is freedom, where family is important, where there is no room for military aggression. It's supposed that number 7 brings fortune. Well, Ukraine has 7 neighbors. Does it bring us good fortune? Well, the whole world knows the answer today. And the 78 Russian children know it best, those who were killed in Russian military attacks. This is the neighbor who brought poverty and war to our country, the neighbor who acts without God's blessing. When there is someone who is brutal in its attack, we need someone you can count on, we can count on. When somebody attacks you, you need a friend who will reach out to you. In the early morning on the 24th of February, I had no doubt who such a person would be, who will tell me you will not be left alone with your enemy. And indeed, this happened. I am very grateful to my Polish brothers and sisters who are supporting us, who are with us, and this is natural. On the very first day of the war, it was clear that the Ukrainians, it was clear both for the Ukrainians and the Poles that there are no borders between us. Physical, historical, personal, human. After the 16 days of this war, the Ukrainian Duma and the Ukrainians' honor and Ukrainians' pride and Poland's support help us. Between our nations, there is peace, peace between neighbors, peace between brothers. And I would like these words to also be heard by our neighbors, Belarusians. We are close to each other. We are neighbors. we should also be brothers with you, with Belarusians. And of course, we will achieve that, ladies and gentlemen, our Polish brothers and sisters. For a long time, many parties try to convince us that Poles and Ukrainians are far from each other and that they lead different lives. Why did they do that? Let me remind you the words of the former president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi. We know very well, today it's the Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and maybe then the turn will come for Poland. On the 24th of February, this terrible tomorrow that he was talking about happened for Ukraine. And today we are fighting for the Baltic states and for Poland so that they wouldn't have to face that. And we are fighting together. Together we are 90 million people. Together we can do everything. This is a historical mission of Poland and of Ukraine, to be leaders, to be together, and to take Europe from this precipice and from this danger, to stop Europe from becoming a victim of this aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. Yesterday, we could see what the European nations were talking about. We saw who is the real leader and who is fighting for the unified Europe, who is fighting for the joint European security, and who was trying to stop us, who was trying to stop you. We understand why Poles know how to fight together with others, fight for freedom, for the European freedom, for Europe. Remember a huge tragedy that happened in 2010 in Smolensk. You remember how the circumstances of this crash were investigated. We understand what it meant to you and what it meant for you to face the silence of those who knew the circumstances very well. But we're still looking towards our neighbor, our brothers and sisters. I feel that we have already built an amazing alliance. Perhaps informal yet, but this is an alliance that is based on reality, not written on paper. This is an alliance that stems from the warmth of our hearts and not from the words of politicians at high levels. The way you accepted our friends, our people who were welcome in your homeland, where they sought refuge against this evil that happened to our country. There is over 1.5 million of Ukrainian citizens here, and they don't feel as foreigners here. They were accepted in families with the spirit of brotherhood and kindness. And you don't want anything in return. You do it from the heart, as between friends, as in a family, which is why I just appeal to you, my friend Andrzej, dear Agata. I can say that we have already united ourselves. We united ourselves like this great Paul, John Paul II, said, that we will together strive for freedom and create freedom. I am convinced that we will be defending freedom together with you. As much as we need to, I am grateful for your help that you have already provided. Help from your state, from your nation. I am grateful for all the efforts that you make to protect the Ukrainian airspace. I believe that we will manage to achieve something very important. God willing, if we win this war, we will share with you our victory. We'll share it with our brothers and sisters. This is our greatness, but also your greatness. This is a battle for our freedom, but also for your freedom. This is a joint history of great nations. Dear Lord, please let us win.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu.
Thank you very much to Mr. President Zelensky. Now we will hear from the Secretary General of Nato, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg.
President Duda, dear Andrzej, dear members of the Polish National Assembly, many congratulations on the anniversary of Poland's accession to NATO. 23 years ago, your country joined NATO, and Poland has been a highly valued and committed ally ever since, contributing to our shared security in many different ways, including with troops for our missions and operations, regular contributions to air and maritime patrols, and hosting one of NATO's multinational battle groups. Let me also thank Poland for the tremendous solidarity you have shown at this dangerous time. You are generously hosting many hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Putin's war in Ukraine and providing humanitarian assistance in what is the worst refugee crisis since World War II. You are also providing military assistance to help Ukraine exert its right of self-defense. This war affects the lives of innocent Ukrainians. It affects the security of Europe and the entire rules-based international order. NATO allies have been supporting our partner Ukraine for many years, and allies have stepped up significantly in the last few weeks and months, including with large quantities of anti-tank and anti-missile equipment to help save Ukrainian lives. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have a responsibility to ensure this conflict does not escalate beyond Ukraine, because this would be even more dangerous, destructive and deadly. So allies are stepping up our defensive presence in Poland and across the eastern part of our alliance, with thousands more troops and hundreds more aircraft and ships, more than doubling our presence in recent weeks. Together with you, Mr. President, I was at Wask Air Base just a few days ago, meeting Polish forces working together with colleagues from the United States. It was truly inspiring to see their professionalism and dedication. This sends a clear message that NATO allies stand together. We will protect Poland and defend every inch of Allied territory. One for all and all for one. Whatever Moscow seeks to achieve through violence and aggression, it will fail. It is failing already. President Putin wants less NATO on Russia's borders. He is getting more NATO. He wants to divide Europe and North America, but we stand more united than ever. He wants to hold European nations hostage with Russian oil and gas. Instead, he's pushing countries to more rapidly diversify their supplies. And most of all, President Putin wants to take away the freedom and independence of Ukraine. But brave Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom and for their future. NATO strongly supports the right of each country to live in peace, to be free and choose its own path. More than 3 decades ago, Poland made its own free choice to go down the Euro-Atlantic path and join NATO. You inspired many other countries in Central and Eastern Europe to follow that same path. Our open door policy has been an historic success, spreading democracy and freedom across Europe. To this day, we remain committed to it. It is enshrined in our founding treaty, and neither Russia nor anybody else has a veto on whether any country becomes a NATO member. It is a sovereign decision. We must all respect it. Poland's accession to NATO 23 years ago has made your country stronger and more secure. And it has made our alliance stronger and more secure. I know I can count on Poland's continued commitment to NATO in the future. Congratulations again on this anniversary, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to ask all of you to rise, and I would like to ask Mr. Tomasz Grodzki, the Speaker of the Senate, to read the resolutions adopted by the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland on the 23rd anniversary of Poland's membership in NATO.
Uchwała
Resolution of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland on the 23rd anniversary of Poland's membership in NATO. The Sejm of the Republic of Poland and the Senate of the Republic of Poland appreciating the historical importance of Poland's joining NATO and the formal becoming of the full-fledged member of the treaty together with Czech Republic and Hungary on the 12th of March 1991, want to commemorate this event on the threshold of the 23rd anniversary. Poland, having some tragic experience in the 20th century, fighting two totalitarian regimes, the Nazi regime and the communist regime, took efforts in political consensus to become embedded in the structure of the Western world that is based on democratic principles and sovereignty of nations. The expression of that is the presence of the Republic of Poland in NATO, the membership of which is considered to be a priority of Polish foreign policy. Appreciating the involvement and work of all those who contributed to us achieving this goal, and the dream of a Polish society to join NATO to become true, the Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland would like to express their thanks and gratitude and respect. The Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland support keeping the open door policy of NATO, which contributed to historical success of the alliance, broadening the sphere of freedom and security across Europe. We defend the rights of each sovereign state to decide about their future and to choose the alliances, and we reject any attempts of creating spheres of influence in Europe. The security warranty granted by NATO, and in particular Article 5 of the treaty, which assumes the collective defense together with using military forces in order to restore and maintain safe of the North Atlantic area, constitute the foundation of the world order and the protection of democratic values. The Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland emphasize the importance of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization for the world's security and safety, cannot be indifferent to the current events, the military aggression of the Russian Federation on the sovereign country of Ukraine and Ukrainian nation. The criminal regime of Russia, breaking all legal norms and international obligations, attacked Ukraine, causing the unprecedented since the Second World War political, economic, and humanitarian crisis. The Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland want to commemorate the 23rd anniversary of Poland's joining NATO, and it appeals the governments and parliaments of the member states of NATO and the associated states to continue solidarity in actions that serve maintaining world security and to counteract Russian aggression in a firm way and to counteract their breaking international law, including humanitarian law. The Sejm and the Senate of the Republic of Poland call upon you to consistently strengthen the North Atlantic ties and to counteract the Russian aggression and to provide Ukraine with comprehensive support, which can contribute effectively to close the hostilities. Signed, the Speaker of the Sejm, Elżbieta Witek, and the Speaker of the Senate, Tomasz Grodzki. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this closes our national
We appreciate you joining us here, always worldwide, to provide you the latest information coming out of the Russia invasion there in Ukraine, now on its second week. And right now, Russia continues to block internet services in their country, trying to contain the information that Russians are able to get from the coverage of the war. And our very own Christy Larson spoke with a man who spent some time in Russia, ASU scholar on Russian studies, and we are going to listen to that interview right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Russian Federation has certainly been telling a different story when we've been hearing their take on what's been happening with their conflict with Ukraine, coming down to things in the UN Security Council. We've been hearing a lot of misinformation being spread. That's certainly what a lot of people in Russia have also been fed now that President Putin has been putting more restrictions on internet access. So here to help talk us through it all is Jacob Lassen, who is an ASU Russian studies scholar, and you also just returned from Russia to the United States just mere days before this attack had happened. So let's just kind of get into what it was like being there. Did you even notice that there were restrictions on information you were being fed?
Really, there weren't any of these massive restrictions that we're seeing now at the time that I was there. In fact, Russia was still saying that, they were just conducting military exercises, that the West was overreacting, and that no invasion was imminent. And so the massive shift that happened in just the few days after I got back has been enormous.
So let's talk about that. President Putin has now blocked certain websites. He's, of course, told the free media that they're no longer allowed to be putting out information. So everything now is being run by the state, being run by the church, which is your expertise. So what are some of the things that they have been sharing with all of the people living there in Russia?
So as you mentioned, state media is now, basically the only game in town. All independent media has either dissolved or been blocked. And so it's very difficult unless you are savvy enough to get some kind of outside information, outside access, to get information that's not just kind of following the Russian government's line on all of this.
And so I'd read an article too that sales of certain VPN site providers had been just going up astronomically ever since this invasion happened. I think one of them said that their sales in just a week after that invasion had been up more than 1,500%, another 3,400%. So this is just one way that people have been trying to work around some of these blockades that they're running into to try to get some piece of the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that VPN use is really going to increase more and more and more. More people who have never even heard of these things will probably hear about them from family members and friends as a way of gaining access to sites that are now blocked. Today, we've seen an even bigger step by the Russian government. They're going to put Meta, the parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, onto this list of extremist organizations and block their websites. They've given people 48 hours to migrate the stuff that they have on, Instagram, pictures, videos, that sort of thing, for instance. But this is going to be a huge, huge blow to how people communicate, how people can organize together, and how people gain information from the outside. WhatsApp is the biggest messaging service in Russia. And when I was in Russia, for instance, I spoke to most people either through WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger.
So it seems like it's going to be even harder to get in touch with some of those people that you do know back there. But you had even shared with me that sometimes it's more dangerous to actually try to reach out to them than just to hope that they're doing well.
Yeah, with this new emergency law that was passed about a week or so ago, people can get up to 15 years in prison for disseminating information that's deemed to be defamatory to the Russian military or the Russian war effort. And so, it's not clear how that's going to be interpreted. You don't want to get people in trouble by, asking them about their opinions on these things. There have been other websites that have been blocked or attacked by, either hacker groups or that the Russian government's blocked. So it's been very difficult to talk to people or to, you don't want to get people in trouble.
And since you had lived there, you were immersed in their culture. What is it like there? Because again, they have grown up much differently than some of the rights that we have here. So I'm sure there are some people who have said, you know what, I have a good education, I have a good job. And so I'm just going to kind of go along with how things are at this time.
Well, that has been kind of the bargain between especially these growing middle classes in Russia, especially since as the Putin years have gone on for about 20 years or so. Putin's big, kind of push was that he was bringing stability back to the country, that the economy was going to be, it wouldn't be as unpredictable. And so a lot of people have been able to kind of profit from that. They've, as you mentioned, gotten good educations, gotten good jobs, have been able to kind of made a balance where, maybe the political situation isn't exactly how they want it, but their lives and their everyday dealings are, good. They're able to get access to information. They're able to talk to people around the world. They're able to work for international companies. And now that all that stability is gone with both the economic sanctions that are devastating the Russian economy, and now with the information close off that the Russian government is implementing.
I think it's just too, they can piece together some of these puzzle pieces, if you will, because they see that their stock markets aren't open. They're seeing now all of these restrictions being put on some of those other internet sites where they were getting some of the outside news stories. And now too, they're going to have to say, okay, what could I do about it? What could we as a community do about it? Or else we could face some really big consequences.
Right, and that's the point of all these laws that the Russian government is putting into place. They want that chilling effect. They want people to be too afraid to go out onto the streets, to do any kind of protest. They want people to just be listening to whatever state media is saying about these things. They don't want organization among the population in a way that can actually oppose their power or to show that there's discontent in the country.
Just very hard for the people who are in Russia during this time, because obviously they're being fed one storyline. They've seen and heard quite a few other stories coming from Ukraine, and of course feel bad for that country and their people, but yet they still have to live and breathe inside of Russia each and every single day. And not to say that everyone hates being there, but again, it would be hard to walk that fine line.
Absolutely. And of course, a lot of people in Russia have family and friends in Ukraine, or they themselves spend time in Ukraine. So this really is a very, a close, this conflict hits close to home. It's something that, people know about this country. They know about these people. And for some people, right, this would make it very difficult for them to accept what the government is telling them. The idea that Ukraine was in any way threatening Russia is absurd to them. On the other hand, there are plenty of people who have, just listened to what state media has put out for years and years and years and are going along with it and are willingly part of this kind of whole process. So it's a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, difficult for everyone involved. And of course, we always think about all those innocent people who are just there trying to work and live life. So we do appreciate you giving us some insight as to what's happening inside of Russia, especially the way that they're getting their information fed to them. So Jacob, we appreciate you being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me.
риск исхищения для использования в террористических целях или для продажи на черном рынке. Под предлогом испытаний средств лечения и профилактики коронавирусной инфекции из Украины в научно-исследовательский институт имени Уолтера Рида сухопутных войск США вывезено несколько тысяч образцов сыворотки больных, большинство из которых относятся к славянскому этносу. Всем известно, с какой щепетильностью на Западе относятся к передаче за границу биоматериалов граждан западных стран. И неспроста, ведь в теории могут быть созданы биоагенты, способные избирательно поражать различные этнические группы. При этом деятельность биологических лабораторий, активность которых мы отмечаем с 2014 года, и реализуемая Соединенными Штатами программа так называемого реформирования украинской системы здравоохранения, привели к неуправляемому росту заболеваемости на Украине особо опасными и экономически значимыми инфекциями. Фиксируется рост числа случаев краснухи, дифтерии, туберкулеза. Заболеваемость корью увеличилась более чем в 100 раз. Всемирная организация здравоохранения объявила Украину страной с высоким риском вспышки полиомиелита. Есть свидетельство и о том, что в Харькове, где находится одна из таких лабораторий, в январе 2016 года от свиного гриппа умерли 20 украинских солдат. Еще 200 были госпитализированы. К марту того же года на Украине от свиного гриппа умерли уже 364 человека. Регулярными на Украине стали вспышки африканской чумы свиней. В 2019 году была зафиксирована вспышка болезни по симптомам, схожей с чумой. В то время как военно-биологические исследования на территории самих США были свернуты из-за опасности для американского населения, киевские власти, по сути, дали добро на превращение своей страны в испытательный полигон и использование жителей Украины в качестве потенциальных подопытных. Эти эксперименты с потенциальным риском в масштабах страны продолжались годами. Видим в этом еще одно подтверждение чудовищного цинизма западных кураторов Киева, которые на всех углах трубят о том, что как их заботит судьба украинского народа. Если верить данным агентства Reuters, то Всемирная организация здравоохранения рекомендовала Украине уничтожить имеющиеся особо опасные патогены во избежание утечек, которые могут привести к распространению болезней среди населения. Выполнил ли эту рекомендацию Киев, неизвестно. Имеющиеся в распоряжении нашего Минобороны материалы подтверждают, что все серьезные исследования повышенной опасности в биолабораториях Украины проводились под непосредственным руководством специалистов из США, которые обладали дипломатическим иммунитетом. Сейчас, по данным нашего Минобороны, киевский режим по требованию западных кураторов спешно заметает следы, чтобы к российской стороне не попали прямые свидетельства нарушения США и Украины статьи 1 КБТУ. Происходит экстренное сворачивание биологических программ. Министерство здравоохранения Украины поставило задачу с 24 февраля полностью уничтожить биоагенты, находящиеся в лабораториях. При этом анализ инструкций должностным лицам лаборатории свидетельствует о том, что порядок ликвидации коллекций направлен на их безвозвратное уничтожение. Анализ актов уничтожения показывает, что только во Львове было уничтожено 232 емкости с возбудителем лептоспироза, 30 с тулеремией, 10 с бруцеллезом, 5 с чумой. Всего более 320 емкостей. Номенклатура и избыточное количество патогенов дают основание полагать, что работы проводились в рамках военно-биологических программ. Хотел бы отдельно обратиться к коллегам из Европы. Под боком Евросоюза все эти годы существовал полигон для крайне опасных биологических испытаний. Призываем задуматься о вполне реальной биологической угрозе для населения европейских стран, которую могут породить бесконтрольное расползание биоагентов из Украины, которое, как показал опыт COVID-19, невозможно остановить. И при таком сценарии накроет всю Европу. Представители США путаются в показаниях насчет вовлеченности США в военно-биологическую деятельность на территории Украины. Замгоссекретаря США Виктория Нуланд фактически подтвердила факт ведения в украинских биолабораториях опасных исследований военной направленности в ходе слушаний в Конгрессе 8 марта. На прямой вопрос сенатора Марко Рубио о наличии на Украине биологического или химического оружия она ответила, что там есть, цитирую, исследовательские структуры, которые не должны попасть в руки российских вооруженных сил. Конец цитаты. При этом Госдепартамент продолжает настаивать, что на территории Украины якобы нет подконтрольных США биолабораторий. В связи с этим хотели бы задать американской делегации вопрос. Как с этим вашим утверждением стыкуется соглашение от 2005 года между Минобороны США и Минздравом Украины о сотрудничестве в сфере распространения технологий и патогенов, которые могут быть использованы в разработке биооружия? Этот документ есть в открытом доступе в интернете. В соответствии со статьей 3 этого соглашения, Минобороны США может, цитирую, оказывать Минздраву Украины поддержку в области совместных биологических исследований, определения угроз от биологических агентов и выработки ответа на них. Применительно к, снова цитирую, опасным патогенам, размещенным на объектах на территории Украины. Хотим подчеркнуть, биологические угрозы в силу своей природы не знают границ. Сегодня ни один регион мира не может чувствовать себя в безопасности. Соединенные Штаты курируют несколько сотен биолабораторий, расположенных в 30 странах, в том числе на Ближнем Востоке, в Африке, Юго-Восточной Азии, а также по периметру бывшего СССР. Поставить их под международную верификацию Вашингтон категорически отказывается, блокируя с 2001 года выработку юридически обязывающего протокола КБТО о создании эффективного механизма верификации соблюдения государствами этой конвенции. Это не может не наводить на мысль, что Соединенным Штатам есть что скрывать. Призываю коллег из этих регионов задуматься, какую деятельность Вашингтон осуществляет на их территории и каковы будут последствия для населения. Мы предвидим реакцию наших западных коллег, которые сегодня наверняка будут заявлять, что вся эта информация – фейк и российская пропаганда. Но это самовнушение вряд ли поможет европейскому населению в случае вспышек на Украине и в сопредельных государствах с последующим расползанием за их пределы опасных заболеваний. А риск этого весьма реален с учетом того интереса, который радикальные националистические группировки на Украине проявляют к проводившимся там в интересах Минобороны США работам с опасными патогенами. Нам известно и о том, что в случае любых таких инициатив Пентагон прямо рекомендовал своим украинским подопечным незамедлительно обвинить вооруженные силы Российской Федерации, якобы наносящие удары по научно-исследовательским и медицинским учреждениям, либо увязать инциденты с деятельностью российских диверсионных групп. Минобороны России продолжает непрерывно анализировать биологическую обстановку на территории Украины и поступающие материалы. То, что мы рассказали сегодня, лишь малая толика из имеющихся у нас сведений. Подробную информацию мы распространим в самое ближайшее время в качестве официальных документов Совета Безопасности ООН, и вы сможете ее изучить. Мы считаем своим долгом держать Совет Безопасности в курсе ситуации с военно-биологической деятельностью США на территории Украины, создающие реальные риски для международного мира и безопасности. И намерены вернуться к обсуждению этой темы уже в ближайшее время. Не исключаем в перспективе возможности задействования механизмов статей 5 и 6 КБТО. Пока же рассчитываем получить ответы от американской стороны на поставленный вопрос. Благодарю вас, госпожа председатель.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه. أعطي الكلمة لممثل ألبانيا.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank USG DiCarlo and USG Nakamisutu for their information. I would like to make the following points. First, we meet at the request of Russia following allegations on a possible program of development of biological weapons in Ukraine. We listened to their statement very carefully. Madam President, any issue regarding weapons of mass destruction should never be taken lightly. As we just heard from the USG, the United Nations is not aware of any of the alleged program inconsistent with international treaty obligations, including on chemical or biological weapons. We heard about health facilities in Ukraine. We have heard repeatedly also a firm rebuttal at the highest levels from both the US and Ukraine. Therefore, Russia's allegations are, in our opinion, part of the information warfare, false, unsubstantiated, part of the usual propaganda and the disinformation coming from Russia, conspiracy theories not worth our time. The Council should not be served with fantasies or story-eyed stories, but with proof, independently verified and corroborated. This is not the case. However regrettable all this is, it is hardly surprising since everything, absolutely everything we have been hearing from Russia regarding Ukraine has been false, fabricated, or distorted. These are all in the public space and do not deserve mentioning, but the real palme d'or goes to the Russian declaration just 2 days ago, according to which Russia has not attacked Ukraine. Well, as we saw last week, the UN General Assembly has a different account. In every other situation, everyone would have thought that this is a joke, except for the fact that this joke is destroying a country, is killing civilians, and is responsible for more than 2.5 million refugees and counting. That translates to 7,000 people per hour. Reportedly, this is also responsible for the death of several thousand Russian soldiers, but this is an issue for Russia and its people. All the more reasons for the immediate ceasefire and leave place to negotiations. Second, Madam President, Russia has a long and well-documented track record of using chemical weapons, including in attempted assassinations and in poisoning its own citizens, like the jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny or the Skripals. Bellingcat reporting has been brilliantly able to make a direct and irrefutable link of the attempted deadly poisoning with GRU high officials. We should therefore be very worried that in spreading such disinformation, a crescendo of allegations about weapons of mass destruction could serve as yet another pretext for Russia to prepare the ground and use chemical or biological weapons during its ongoing invasion of Ukraine while accusing others. After all, Russia has accused Ukraine of genocide in Donbass, which is ridiculous. It has also accused Kiev of seeking to produce nuclear weapons, which is outrageous. It has accused Ukraine of bombarding its own cities, which is preposterous. As we have heard many times, including yesterday, Russia has and continues to support the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, which has used chemical weapons against the civilian population. Dear colleagues, what should retain our attention and deserves our time is the escalating situation that is wrecking 2 countries, threatening a whole continent, and disrupting the entire world. 15 days into this brutal invasion and the growing armed might of Russia, with the open complicity of Belarus, has stalled before the steel-clad and indisputable right of a nation to defend its land. Russia's goals are as abhorrent as the means it is using to achieve them. We are horrified by the catastrophic situation in Mariupol and other besieged cities where civilians are starved, by the use of cluster ammunition and in urban areas, as we heard during the briefing, by the redoubling of blind shelling and bombardments, by more than 26 assaults on various health-related facilities or including ambulances, as confirmed by the WHO and confirmed during this meeting, by outrageous and immoral acts which constitute war crimes. These are facts. Nothing seems to be going as planned in Ukraine. The unprovoked, unjustified, and premeditated act of aggression by Russia, again with the complicity of Belarus, lacks any legal or moral ground. The very ones that in turn empower Ukrainians to fight heroically, be ready to die for the ideals they believe in, for the right to choose who they want to be shapers of their own destiny. In this respect, we welcome the conclusions of the European Council, which, among others, welcomed the will of Ukraine to join the European Union. We are warm-hearted by the Ukrainian resistance, incomprehensible maybe to the invader, and which should be seen as an inspiration and a reminder that freedom always prevails over tyranny. Let's not forget, colleagues, if Russia makes its way into Ukraine, it will not stop there. It will want more. And as history reminds us, aggression works like a drug. This is why David must and will prevail. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل ألبانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة الولايات المتحدة.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to our briefers for your remarks this morning. Russia asked the Security Council for today's meeting for the sole purpose of lying and spreading disinformation, and that is exactly what you have heard from the Russian PR this morning. You also heard from Ms. Nakamitsu that the UN is not aware of any biological or chemical weapons programs in Ukraine. Last month, Secretary Blinken laid out with tragic accuracy what Russia was about to do. He specifically warned that Russia would manufacture a pretext for attack and even cautioned that Russia would fabricate allegations about chemical or biological weapons to justify its own violent attacks against the Ukrainian people. Today, the world is watching Russia do exactly what we warned it would. Russia is attempting to use the Security Council to legitimize disinformation and deceive people to justify President Putin's war of choice against the Ukrainian people. And China, too, has been spreading disinformation in support of Russia's outrageous claims. I will say this once. Ukraine does not have a biological weapons program. There are no Ukrainian biological weapons laboratories supported by the United States, not near Russia's border or anywhere. So here are the facts. Ukraine owns and operates its own public health laboratory infrastructure. These facilities make it possible to detect and diagnose diseases like COVID-19, which benefit us all. The United States has assisted Ukraine to do this safely and securely. This is work that has been done proudly, clearly, and out in the open. This work has everything to do with protecting the health of people. It has absolutely nothing to do with biological weapons. In fact, it is Russia that has long maintained a biological weapon program in violation of international law. It is Russia that has a well-documented history of using chemical weapons. It is Russia who is the aggressor here. It was Russian operatives who poisoned Alexei Navalny and Sergei and Yulia Skripal with nerve agents. It is Russia that continues to support the Assad regime in Syria and shield it from accountability when the UN and the OPCW have confirmed that Assad has repeatedly used chemical weapons over the past several years. And we're deeply concerned that Russia's calling for this meeting is a potential false flag effort in action. Exactly the kind we have been warning about, including from Secretary Blinken here in the Security Council last month. Russia has a track record of falsely accusing other countries of the very violations that Russia itself is perpetrating. And given that, and consistent with our previous statements, we have serious concerns that Russia may be planning to use chemical or biological agents against the Ukrainian people. The intent behind these lies seem clear, and it is deeply troubling. We believe Russia could use chemical or biological agents for assassinations as part of a staged or false flag incident or to support tactical military operations. From the beginning, our strategy to counter Russia's tactics has been to share what we know with the world transparently. And candidly, we have been right more than we'd like to. We're not going to let Russia get away with lying to the world or staining the integrity of the Security Council by using this forum as a venue for legitimizing Putin's violence. Russia has attacked homes, schools, orphanages, and hospitals. Russia has attacked civilian infrastructure, including water and sanitation facilities. Their forces are laying Ukrainian cities under siege. Hundreds of thousands of civilians now don't have access to electricity for heat or drinking water to stay alive. Russia is the aggressor here. And despite Russia's best efforts, the media and everyday Ukrainians are documenting this truth on the ground. Russia can't paint over the front page of the New York Times, which on Monday featured the bodies of a Ukrainian mother and her 2 children who died while trying to cross a bridge outside Kyiv in their attempt to flee to safety. Russia cannot cover up the work of AP News reporters who captured a doctor attempting to resuscitate an 18-month-old Kirill who died from Russian shelling in Mariupol. Russia cannot suppress the social media posts confirmed and amplified by CBS News that told the story of the 11-year-old Ukrainian boy who fled to Slovakia by himself with only a passport, a plastic bag, and a phone number scrawled on his hands. Russia cannot silence the Al Jazeera report of Russian soldiers terrorizing Ukrainian cities. And Ukrainian journalists are risking their lives every day to deliver to the world the latest on-the-ground facts, such as Novo Vremye reporting on the reckless behavior of Russian forces toward Ukraine's nuclear facilities. Russia is failing in its quest to create an alternative reality. In fact, not even Russian diplomats can keep their propaganda straight. Just yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman said he didn't have clear information about the Russian forces who fired on a maternity hospital. Then the foreign minister himself denied Russia attacked Ukraine at all, right before admitting that Russia deliberately targeted this maternity hospital in Mariupol. Their fabrications didn't matter because the world had already seen the searing images broadcast on CNN of bloodied pregnant women being evacuated from the scene of Russia's attack on the hospital. Even Russia's own citizens are tiring of such lies. Russian athletes are writing "No war" on their shoes and on TV cameras. Russian citizens are marching in the streets and protesting Putin's war of choice. And even Russian state TV pundits, Putin's own propaganda arm, have called for Putin to stop the military action. This is why we didn't object to holding today's meeting. Today's meeting has confirmed our predictions, revealed Russia's objectives to the world, and exposed Russia's lies for what they are, a malicious effort to cover for the atrocities being committed by Russia as part of their illegal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. It is a page directly out of the Russian playbook, and it will not convince us one bit. The world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Unlike the Russian government, whose first instinct is to silence, we are confident that truth and transparency will prevail. We call on President Putin to end this unprovoked, unconscionable war against the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل فرنسا.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie Madame Di Carlo et Madame Niekimitsu pour leurs interventions. Je veux dénoncer avec la plus grande fermeté les allégations infondées de la Russie. Il y aurait, dit-elle, des attaques chimiques en préparation en Ukraine. Il y aurait des laboratoires de recherche sur les armes bactériologiques. Soyons sérieux, les mensonges de la Russie ne trompent personne. Ils font partie d'une stratégie cynique de désinformation et d'écran de fumée, dont la Russie a fait une véritable arme de guerre. Nous avons dénoncé ces provocations irresponsables il y a seulement quelques jours à l'OIAC avec 46 autres États partis. Ce n'est pas la première fois que la Russie diffuse des mensonges pour attiser la confusion, semer la peur et surtout couvrir sa propre responsabilité. Rappelons une évidence, c'est bien la Russie et non l'Ukraine qui a eu recours à des armes chimiques ces dernières années sur le sol européen. C'est également elle qui tente de couvrir par la désinformation les attaques chimiques du régime syrien. La France est très préoccupée par la possibilité que cette campagne de désinformation puisse être le prélude à l'utilisation d'une arme chimique ou biologique orchestrée par la Russie en Ukraine. Ces armes sont bannies par le droit international. Elles ne doivent jamais être utilisées, dans aucun contexte, par qui que ce soit. La Russie s'y est engagée en ratifiant la Convention d'interdiction des armes biologiques et la Convention d'interdiction des armes chimiques. Les exposés que nous avons entendus ce matin sont clairs. La réalité, c'est que la Russie a prémédité l'agression d'un État souverain, violé la Charte des Nations Unies. La réalité, c'est que la Russie a jeté sur les routes des millions d'Ukrainiens, provoquant la plus grave crise humanitaire en Europe depuis la Seconde Guerre mondiale. C'est la Russie qui bombarde quotidiennement depuis 15 jours Mariupol et tant d'autres villes ukrainiennes et installations civiles en violation du droit international humanitaire. C'est la Russie qui tue chaque jour davantage d'Ukrainiens innocents. La désinformation, pas plus que le veto, ne saurait masquer cette dure réalité. Les lois adoptées par Moscou pour museler la presse et les voix qui s'élèvent contre la guerre en Russie n'y parviendront pas non plus. Ni les Russes, ni le monde ne sont dupes. Je vous remercie.
أشكر ممثل فرنسا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة الآن لممثلة المملكة المتحدة.
Thank you, Mr. President. Russia has today brought into the Security Council a series of wild, completely baseless, and irresponsible conspiracy theories. Let me put it diplomatically. They are utter nonsense. There is not a shred of credible evidence that Ukraine has a biological weapons program. Ukraine is a state party to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention in good standing. As we've heard, the research facilities are established facilities set up to deal with public health hazards. The UN briefers today have confirmed this. This is yet another lie in Russia's disinformation campaign. They said they would not invade Ukraine. They then invaded. Foreign Minister Lavrov then said they hadn't invaded, and he repeated this absurdity yesterday. A whole pack of lies. They said Ukraine was preparing a dirty bomb. That was a lie too. They said yesterday that a pregnant woman staged her injuries in the Mariupol hospital bombing. That was a grotesque lie. Russia is sinking to new depths today. But this council must not get dragged down with it. So let's get back to the facts. Russia is invading Ukraine in violation of international law. Russia is killing hundreds of civilians through indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities. It is using cluster munitions and thermobaric rockets, weapons designed to inflict maximum damage wherever they are deployed. It is targeting hospitals and schools and committing war crimes. Thousands of Russian and Ukrainian soldiers are dead. Deaths that will shatter the lives of families they've left behind. 2.5 million Ukrainians have become refugees. 1 million children forced to flee from President Putin's invasion. This is a war of choice. that Russia needs to end. Colleagues, Russia has broken its commitments under the Charter, but we must not let it subvert the multilateral system itself. As the UN said today, Russia is now putting at threat the global framework for peace and security. The Security Council is responsible for addressing many serious conflicts around the world. We have important work to do. We do not sit in this chamber to be an audience for Russia's domestic propaganda. And we should not allow Russia to abuse its permanent seat to spread disinformation and lies and pervert the purpose of the Security Council. Let us resolve today that this Council remains focused on the real threats to international peace and security. I thank you.
أشكر ممثلة المملكة المتحدة على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الهند.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Nakamitsu and USG DiCarlo for their briefings. We have noted the recent statements by states and wider information regarding the biological activities relating to Ukraine. In this context, we would like to underline the importance attached by India to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, BTWC, as a key global and non-discriminatory disarmament convention prohibiting an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. It is important to ensure full and effective implementation of the BTWC in letter and spirit. We also believe that any matters relating to obligations under the BTWC should be addressed as per the provisions of the convention and through consultation and cooperation between the parties concerned. Mr. President, we have repeatedly expressed serious concern over the ongoing situation in Ukraine. We sincerely hope that the ongoing direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine would lead to cessation of hostilities. There is no other alternative except the path of diplomacy and dialogue. The dire humanitarian situation needs immediate and urgent attention. We once again call upon member states to adhere to the principles of the UN Charter and international law and respect the sovereignty and integrity of states. I thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الهند على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل المكسيك.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos las presentaciones de la subsecretaria Rosemary DiCarlo y de la alta representante Nakamitsu y tomamos nota de la información que nos han compartido. Igualmente, hemos escuchado con interés la declaración del vocero del secretario general en el sentido de que la Organización Mundial de la Salud no tiene conocimiento de actividad alguna por parte del gobierno ucraniano contraria a sus obligaciones derivadas del Tratado sobre Armas Biológicas, lo cual ha sido reiterado en esta sesión por la alta representante para temas de desarme de la ONU. México está comprometido con el cumplimiento de la Convención para la prohibición del desarrollo, la producción y el almacenamiento de armas bacteriológicas y toxínicas. Es un tratado fundamental del régimen de desarme de las Naciones Unidas y en casos de controversias, estas deben ser atendidas mediante los mecanismos establecidos por la propia Convención, toda vez que no se dispone de un mecanismo de verificación externo, como es el caso de las armas químicas. Por ello, es oportuno recordar que el artículo 5 de dicha convención estipula que los Estados partes se comprometen a consultarse y a cooperar entre sí en la solución de los problemas que surjan con relación al objetivo de la Convención o en aplicación de sus disposiciones, y que las consultas y la cooperación podrán realizarse mediante procedimientos internacionales pertinentes en el ámbito de las Naciones Unidas y de conformidad con la Carta. Presidente, México se opone categóricamente al empleo de armas biológicas por cualquier actor y bajo cualquier circunstancia, así como a cualquier ataque contra las instalaciones médicas, científicas o asistenciales en Ucrania. Concluyo reiterando el llamado urgente al cese al fuego y en tanto este se logre, llamamos a establecer de inmediato una pausa humanitaria sostenible que garantice la protección a la población civil y el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria a quien la necesite sin restricciones ni exclusiones. Gracias, presidente.
أشكر ممثل المكسيك على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة الآن لممثل غانا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me begin by thanking the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Isuzumi Nakamitsu, and the USG for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, for their briefings to the Council this morning. I also welcome the participation in this meeting of the representative of Ukraine. Mr. President, Ghana has taken due and careful note of the briefings and the remarks of delegations that are spoken before us. We believe that on account of the information before us, a determination of Ukraine's biological programs can only be made after further assessment by relevant institutions, such as the World Health Organization, to establish the situation of the biological laboratories under consideration and the state of infectious disease research that were being undertaken therein. It is in this regard that we urge the parties to respect the call for an unconditional and immediate ceasefire and for the Russian Federation to withdraw all of its invading troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, bearing in mind the incalculable consequences that an accidental or deliberate release of chemical or biological agents in the conflict theater could have on the populations in and around Ukraine, but also on global stability and an already fragile security environment. The weaponization of chemical and biological agents in the war in Ukraine or anywhere else would be wrong, and that should not even be contemplated. As a state party to the Biological Weapons Convention, we believe that the call for a verification regime for the BWC continues to be valid, and that such an additional protocol could be done in a manner that is reasonable and sensible, especially in light of recent global developments, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Ghana remains deeply concerned about the escalation of military bombardments in several cities of Ukraine, which have given rise to a rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation described by many as the worst in Europe since the end of the Second World War. We are also concerned by the transmission of shocks of the war in Ukraine within the global economy and the disproportionate impact that developing countries and small economies are having to bear on account of this war, many of whom are already in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic and contend with the deaths of several thousands from the socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic beyond the scope of global attention. International solidarity is therefore important even as we maintain global cohesion and stability. We remind the warring parties of their obligation to respect and comply with their commitments under international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights law. In particular, we call for the protection of civilians and humanitarian workers in Ukraine in accordance with the provisions of the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949 relative to the protection of civilian persons in the time of war. Mr. President, in concluding, let me recall Ghana's long-held view that the possession or proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, including chemical and biological weapons, neither assures international peace nor national security. We all therefore have a responsibility to ensure that we eliminate such weapons from the present civilization we are seeking to build. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
أشكر ممثل غانا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة الآن لممثلة إيرلندا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the High Representative Nakamitsu and Under Secretary General DiCarlo for their sober briefings this morning. Mr. President, Ireland deeply regrets the decision of the Russian Federation to call for today's meeting. It has done so for no other reason than to advance baseless claims against Ukraine and the United States. Ireland has a long-standing and clear policy on biological, chemical and other weapons of mass destruction. It is intolerable that Russia, as part of its attempts to excuse its unjustifiable and unlawful aggression against Ukraine, is making unsubstantiated and unfounded claims against Ukraine regarding the alleged development and possible use of biological and chemical weapons. The prohibitions on biological and chemical weapons must not be undermined. Given the reckless disregard for nuclear safety and security shown by Russian forces since the start of the invasion, there are fears for CBRN safety arising from the invasion. This in no way, however, supports the claims of weapons of mass destruction development in Ukraine. We are familiar with this approach by the Russian Federation. It forms part of a long-standing pattern by the Russian Federation to use disinformation in multiple multilateral fora to distract, deny, and cover up its own transgressions and aggressions. Ireland considers it unacceptable to levy such accusations against Ukraine, a state party in good standing to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Chemical Weapons Convention, and the Biological Weapons Convention. These instruments are doing their vital job of ensuring non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and no evidence has been advanced to support such allegations in these fora. Earlier this week, 48 states, including Ireland, challenged these unsubstantiated claims by Russia in the OPCW. I urge the Russian Federation to cease its campaign of disinformation and not to use this Council as a platform to spread disinformation. Such harmful actions demean this body and its role in maintaining international peace and security. Mr. President, the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine has created a humanitarian catastrophe. In another effort to mislead and misinform, we've been told by the Russian Federation that the humanitarian crisis we are seeing in Ukraine is not a result of its actions. However, as UN briefers confirmed again today, it is clear that the Russian offensive is causing the suffering of millions, resulting in a rapidly rising toll of internally displaced persons and refugees in need of humanitarian assistance. Millions of people in Ukraine are struggling with the humanitarian consequences of this senseless aggression. Whatever is agreed or not agreed on humanitarian safe passage, civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected. Compliance with international humanitarian law is not optional, it is an obligation. Full, safe and unhindered access to provide humanitarian assistance is urgently needed. Mr. President, one more time, Ireland urges the Russian Federation to immediately cease hostilities, unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from further threat or use of force of any kind against Ukraine. It is beyond time to choose dialogue and diplomacy as the only pathway to resolve this conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثلة إيرلندا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة النرويج.
Thank you, President, and I thank USG DiCarlo and High Representative Nakamitsu for their statements. 2 weeks ago, the Russian Federation, in blatant violation of international law, chose to wage an outright war against its peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. We reiterate our condemnation of this act of aggression. A few days later, Russia misused its veto to prevent the Security Council for fulfilling its mandate to maintain international peace and security. And today, Russia has called for a meeting based on an uncorroborated narrative, insinuating that Ukraine is developing biological weapons. This impacts the credibility of this Council. Let us not forget the real threat to international peace and security that we are witnessing, an illegal war waged by the Russian Federation against another sovereign UN member state. And we condemn the use of cluster munition by the Russian Federation, confirmed here today. The Russian invasion was preceded by fabricated claims and unfounded allegations. And it is intolerable that Russia now makes the unsubstantiated claim that Ukraine was preparing aggressive action with the use of biological weapons. Similar allegations have also emerged when it comes to chemical weapons production. As we heard from the UN briefers, they are not aware of that Ukraine has developed or planned to use either chemical or biological weapons. President, Norway remains a staunch supporter of the Biological Weapons Convention, which remains one of the pillars of disarmament and the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, together with the Non-Proliferation Treaty and Chemical Weapons Convention. And we condemn any use of such weapons, which would constitute a clear violation of these conventions. The convention have established a total ban on chemical and biological weapons. All states parties were obliged to destroy their stocks of such weapons when they entered into these two agreements. Universal adherence and full implementation by all state parties are key. And I would like to remind that Russia must, as a party to both conventions, uphold their international obligation just like all states parties must. Chemical and biological weapons cannot and must not be used in war. President, I am deeply concerned by the growing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and we are appalled by the blatant lack of respect for international humanitarian law displayed by the Russian military forces. In particular, the blatant disregard for their obligation to protect the Ukrainian civilian population. Every day we see numerous reports of Russian shelling of homes, schools, hospitals and other critical civilian infrastructure. This is unacceptable and must stop. The horrifying reports from this week's attack on a medical facility in Mariupol are yet another example of the disrespect for international humanitarian law. The space for humanitarian action must be restored, and it must be protected in a way that ensures continuous and sustained humanitarian access. Russia must end this war now. We need a withdrawal of all forces and engagement in good faith toward a political solution. Diplomatic solution must prevail. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة النرويج على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الصين.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，乌克兰形势仍在急剧演变，复杂性和敏感性不断上升。当务之急还是要加大外交努力，缓和紧张局势，推动乌克兰问题尽快回到政治解决的轨道上来，同时防止出现大规模人道主义危机。停火止战是国际社会的普遍愿望，和平谈判是唯一可行的现实手段。近期，俄罗斯和乌克兰已进行多轮直接对话谈判，两国外长昨天也举行了高级别会晤，这都是向和平目标迈出的积极步伐。国际社会要继续鼓励和支持俄罗斯和乌克兰的谈判，并为此创造必要的环境和条件。中方将同国际社会一道，继续为缓和局势、谋求和平做出努力。主席先生，中方高度重视生物安全问题，一贯主张全面禁止和彻底销毁包括生物武器在内的一切大规模杀伤性武器，坚决反对任何国家在任何情况下研发、拥有或使用生物武器和化学武器，敦促尚未销毁库存化武的国家尽快完成销毁。禁止生物武器工业的宗旨和原则必须得到严格的遵守。生物武器是大规模杀伤性武器，有关生物军事活动的信息线索都应引起国际社会的高度关切。中方关切地注意到俄方公布的相关文件，遵守禁止生物武器公约是所有缔约国的义务。俄方提出的关切应得到妥善解决。中方敦促相关方切实履行公约义务，作出全面澄清，并接受多边核查。我们注意到媒体报道，世界卫生组织已经建议乌克兰政府销毁实验室的病原体，以防止疾病传播。我们期待了解更多具体信息。当前形势下，为了民众的健康，确保相关实验室的安全至关重要。主席先生，刚才美国代表在发言中对中国进行无理指责，中方对此坚决反对。国际社会对美方生物军事活动早有严重关切。美国在全球有336个实验室，这是美方向禁止生物武器公约缔约国大会提交的数据。美方一直主张公开透明，如果美方认为有关信息是假的，完全可以公布相关证据，做出澄清，以便国际社会做出评判。我谢谢你，主席先生。
أشكر ممثل الصين على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل البرازيل.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, biological weapons were the first category of weapon of mass destruction to be subject to a comprehensive prohibition. The Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, adopted in 1972, binds all state parties to the obligation to, and I quote, never in any circumstances to develop, produce, stockpile, or otherwise acquire such weapons, end of quote. Brazil believes that any accusations regarding violations of the basic prohibitions set out by the BWC are extremely serious and, as such, must be thoroughly substantiated by solid evidence. Such evidence must be presented to and confirmed by an independent and impartial authority, as foreseen in Article 4 of the Biological Weapons Convention. It is unfortunate that such investigation mechanisms are not strong enough at the moment. Brazil also believes that legitimate scientific and technological research on biosafety and biosecurity should be kept distinct and separate from possible violations of the prohibition against the development and production of biological weapons if we wish to preserve the BWC regime. Research into new and dangerous pathogens should be subject to strict transparency mechanisms. Brazil has long favored the negotiation of a multilateral verification protocol as a complement to the BWC, with additional measures to guarantee protection and security against emerging biological threats. The situation before the Council today only reinforces the urgency and the necessity of such a mechanism. Brazil strongly condemns the use or threat of use of weapons of mass destruction, including biological and chemical weapons, anywhere, by anyone, under any circumstances. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل البرازيل على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل كينيا.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Mary DiCarlo and High Representative Nakamitsu for their briefings, and I welcome the participation of the representative of Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine continues at unacceptable cost to the people of Ukraine and increasingly to the entire world as the prices of essential commodities rise sharply. Our hearts go to the families who have lost loved ones, as well as the millions of refugees and internally displaced persons. We are also gravely concerned that the armed conflict has not spared objects indispensable to the survival of civilian populations, including residential homes, health facilities, as well as power and water infrastructure. Mr. President, we have listened with deep concern to the serious allegations of the development of biological weapons in contravention of the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Biological and Toxin Weapons. The Security Council, as mandated in the Biological Weapons Convention, is obliged to consider complaints brought forward by any state party to the Convention against the breach of this Convention. The Convention weighs the Security Council with the responsibility to consider whether to carry out an investigation. Should a state party formally lodge a complaint to trigger such a process, we must make the obvious observation that there would need to be a halt to the armed conflict to enable an investigation. That, Mr. President, would then bring us to precisely the same situation where we are in today, even as Ukraine and Russia's diplomats have just met in Antalya to explore an agreed basis for a ceasefire. We urge them to redouble their efforts and to make use of the willingness of many countries to lend their every assistance to their talks. Mr. President, the risks of this conflict broadening and escalating should be taken with extreme seriousness. Already, its effects are being experienced far outside Ukraine. The sanctions and counter-sanctions are threatening the world food supply, and rapid energy price increases will drive millions more people into poverty, even as they struggle to recover from COVID's impact. Humanity is teetering on the edge of a precipice. The coming economic shock, if a ceasefire is not imminently announced, will be accompanied by political crisis and more conflict situations. In regard to the serious allegations we have had, whatever action is undertaken in the Security Council should be matched by a newfound commitment by all member states to the Biological Weapons Convention. We urge its 183 states parties to seize the opportunity of the 9th Review Conference later this year to strengthen the biological weapons regime and the norms that safeguard humanity from the threat of use of these abhorrent weapons. Ultimately, Mr. President, the only way out of this crisis is to pause the armed conflict and give a chance to dialogue to shape a stable European security order in which the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all members is protected. I reaffirm Kenya's recognition of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل كينيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل غابون.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le secrétaire général adjoint, Madame Di Carlo et Madame Nakamitsu pour leur exposé et les informations qu'ils nous ont livrées. Et salue la participation à ce débat de notre collègue de l'Ukraine. Nous tenons cette réunion dans un contexte marqué par le risque d'utilisation d'armes de destruction massive. Monsieur le Président, les graves accusations réciproques de part et d'autre autour de cette table faisant état des risques persistants d'utilisation d'armes chimiques en lien avec des programmes d'expérimentation en cours ne préfigure absolument rien de bon pour l'humanité. Mon pays appelle les parties à s'en tenir au strict respect des dispositions pertinentes de la Convention sur les armes biologiques qui interdit formellement l'utilisation des armes à large spectre ainsi que leur mise au point, leur fabrication et leur stockage. Mon pays, en tant qu'État membre de la Convention des Nations Unies sur l'interdiction des armes biologiques, réaffirme son opposition à toute utilisation ou toute forme d'armes biologiques et appelle les belligérants à s'abstenir de recourir à de telles armes et à respecter le droit international. Le Gabon réitère son attachement au règlement pacifique des différends entre États membres des Nations Unies et nous continuons d'appeler les parties à la désescalade et à s'investir dans les négociations en cours afin d'arrêter les souffrances des populations civiles qui payent un lourd tribut depuis le début des hostilités en Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, il est fondamental que ce Conseil s'élève au-delà de la logique de confrontation et de condamnation pour faire prévaloir la recherche d'une solution crédible afin d'éviter un embrasement dont nul ne peut prédire les conséquences. La diplomatie doit reprendre le dessus. C'est une exigence et même une urgence si nous voulons rétablir la paix et la sécurité en Ukraine. Nous devons offrir une véritable alternative au langage assourdissant des armes et aux menaces d'utilisation d'armes non conventionnelles. Le Conseil de sécurité ne peut pas et ne doit pas être le lieu d'échange d'invectives et de réaffirmation des rivalités. Il doit plus que jamais se réconcilier avec sa vocation de fabrique de solutions pour le règlement des conflits et des crises. Je vous remercie.
أشكر ممثل غابون على بيانه. طلب ممثل الاتحاد الروسي الكلمة للإدلاء ببيان آخر. أعطي له الكلمة.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Какие выводы можно сделать из сегодняшней дискуссии? Как мы и предполагали, мои западные коллеги прежде всего, никто из них не говорил по существу поставленного нами вопроса. Когда моя американская коллега метала громы молнии, обвиняя нас, как мы и предполагали, в пропаганде, вспомнились две вещи. Во-первых, наша русская пословица «На варе и шапка горит», «Guilty mind is never it is». Чем громче и голословнее пытаются свалить вину на нас наши коллеги, тем больше мы убеждаемся, что попали в точку, рассказывая про их достаточно нелицеприятную деятельность на Украине. Во-вторых, невозможно не вспомнить на другую историю, которая неоднократно уже упоминалась в разных контекстах, о знаменитой пробирке Колина Пауэлла в этом самом зале, что стало основанием для интервенции Соединенных Штатов в Ирак, повлекшей колоссальные человеческие жертвы и разрушения, которые потом аукнулись в целом регионе, аукнулись в том числе созданием террористической организации ИГИЛ. Это настоящий пальм-д'ор, о котором сегодня говорил мой арбатский коллега. Многие из вас ссылались на то, что он неизвестно о военных биологических программах на Украине. Но это не значит, что их не было в реальности. Военные разработки – это секретное предприятие, о котором те, кто его осуществляют, не докладывают госпоже Накамицу. Мне вспоминается Рака и Масул, которые были стерты с лица земли и похоронили под их руинами тысячи мирных жизней силами коалиции во главе с Соединенными Штатами И эти трупы лежали там несколько месяцев. Я что-то не припомню праведного гнева со стороны коллег по этому поводу. Мы неоднократно поднимали этот вопрос на заседаниях СБ, но тема просто умерла. Никто предпочитает ее не вспоминать. Зато мы ежедневно слышим о зверствах российской армии, ежедневных атаках на госпитали, детские сады, школы, роддомы, использовании кластерных бомб, что неоднократно опровергалось нашим Министерством обороны. Роддом номер 1 в Мариуполе стал нарицательным в этом отношении. Я хочу вас спросить, вы слушали то, что мы говорили здесь, в этом здании, в понедельник, 7 марта? О том, что боевики, радикалы превратили это здание в огневую точку. Мы предупреждали об этом еще тогда. Но, видимо, вы не слушаете, не хотите слышать, что мы говорим. Вы видели фотографии якобы разрушенного бомбы или ракеты роддома? Они у меня есть. На них видно здание без окон, но не разрушенное. Вот, пожалуйста. Вы представляете себе, что должно было случиться со зданием, когда было подвергнуто бомбовому или ракетному удару? И с теми, кто находился внутри здания. Фото из здания, снятые внутри видео, они у меня тоже есть. Вот они. Демонстрируют беспорядок, перевернутую мебель и нетронутые стулья. Еще раз прошу вас, вы представляете, какие следы разрушений должны были остаться после бомбового или ракетного удара по зданию? Военные специалисты вам скажут об этом. Они уже сказали, продемонстрировав фото воронки рядом со зданием, которая по всем признакам образовалась в результате взрыва, заложенной в грунт мины. Вот эта фотография. Между тем, нам сообщают о 17 раненых в этом здании. И не об одном погибшем, кстати говоря. И в качестве доказательств предъявляют фальшивую фотографию украинской блогерши Марианны Подгурской, снятой стрингером AP Евгением Малолеткой. Причем эта блогерша на 2 фотографиях загримирована как 2 разные женщины. Это все было разоблачено самими пользователями сети. Нас возмущает гнусная, грязная кампания очернения российских военных, которые обвиняют в преднамеренных атаках на гражданские объекты. Вы обвиняете нас в пропаганде и фейках, совершенно игнорируя то зашкаливающее количество фейков, пекущихся в центрах, в украинских и западных центрах специальных психологических операций. При этом вы стыдливо умалчиваете о том, что практически полностью отключили доступ к российским источникам информации. Мы за эти дни узнали много нового о свободе слова, чемпионами которой вы себя представляете. Хочу ответить своей британской коллеге, она была не одна, кто упоминал об этом, процитировав министра Лаврова, как всегда, не полностью, о том, что он сказал, что мы не начали войну. Я вам предоставляю точную цитату. Мы не начали эту войну, мы хотим ее завершить. Эта война действительно началась не нами, она началась 8 лет назад киевскими властями на Донбассе. Вчера в интернете появилось видео, на котором украинские люди в военной форме, где-то под Харьковом, как сказано там, предположительно сбивают российский военный самолет из переносного зенитно-ракетного комплекса. Рядом стоит автомобиль, в котором предположительно эти люди прибыли. У меня есть эта фотография. Белого цвета, предположительно Toyota, на котором видна надпись Организации Объединенных Наций. Мы уже задавали этот вопрос представителям секретариата, тогда мы получили ответ, что ООНовские автомобили не используются украинскими силами территориальной обороны, как утверждалось, они использовали их под Краматорском. Мы настаиваем на расследовании ООН этого инцидента, даже если окажется, что это не ООНовское транспортное средство. Нанесение ООНовской символики логотипа на автомобиль, используемый для боевых действий, недопустимо. Благодарю вас.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه. طلبت ممثلة الولايات المتحدة الكلمة للإدلاء ببيان آخر. أعطي لها الكلمة.
I know that you expect me to respond, but we're not going to give any more airtime to the lies that you're hearing today. It's beneath this council, and there's only one aggressor here, and that is Russia. And we hope they will be able to find it in their conscience to end the attacks and stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها. أعطي الكلمة الآن لممثل أوكرانيا.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Under-Secretary General DiCarlo, Madam Under-Secretary General Nakamitsu. I should also acknowledge the presence of a separate category here, a representative of the aggressor state who sits in the seat of the Soviet Union in the Security Council, the status of which was recognized by the General Assembly Resolution ES 11/1, and that is the status of aggressor state. There is already a long record of Russian lies established here in the Council, and only the recollection of the items of lies over the last 2 weeks will take perhaps an hour or so. But let me mention just a couple lowest of the lowest, and I would not hesitate to mention them again after the representative sitting in the Soviet seat just referred to them. Let me quote his kingpin, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, who said yesterday, indeed, I quote, "We do not plan to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine either." End of quote. An outlet of the Russian lies, the Russian embassy in London tweeted yesterday that a pregnant woman is in the attacked maternity hospital in Mariupol was wearing makeup and was playing multiple roles of pregnant women. And indeed, Moscow and the Russian ambassador here are struggling to get this story straight. Kremlin spokesman Peskov told Reuters in the immediate aftermath of the strike on Wednesday that, I quote, Russian forces do not fire on civilian targets, end of quote. On Thursday, he told reporters that the Kremlin would look into the incident, I quote, because you and I don't have clear information about what happened there, end of quote. Following a meeting with the Ukrainian foreign minister in Turkey on Thursday, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov took a different stance, as he claimed without evidence that the hospital in Mariupol was a warranted target because the building had been seized long ago by Ukrainian armed groups. Let me share with you a very good news. Miss Mariana, the pregnant woman, gave birth to a healthy daughter last night. Her name is Veronica. Here she is with her father. No matter what the Russian lies are about herself, her family, and the incident. Mr. President, whatever the gentleman in the Soviet seat may say in reply is most probably useless. We need to hear directly from the mastermind of the war crimes committed so far. As we established that he was out of loop on many occasions, having no clue what was going on the ground. We know quite well that the manic obsession with which Putin fantasizes about non-existent biological or chemical weapons or hazards in Ukraine is very dangerous. It may actually point at Russia preparing another horrific false flag operation. So what else are you going to use against Ukraine? Cruise missiles, multiple rocket launchers, heavy aerial bombs? We have already experienced all of this. What is next? Ammonia, phosphorus, and what will be the next target? One more residential building? One more maternity hospital? One more school? Or maybe one more cultural heritage site? Russian troops have already hit all these sites, all of them. By calling this meeting, the aggressor state has shot itself in foot once again. Ukraine runs a health system that is totally in full compliance with its international obligations and in full cooperation with all relevant international organizations. The rest is a bunch of insane delirium of Putin and his henchmen, including the Russian mission to the United Nations. Russia does not give a monkeys about safety of its own citizens, including thousands of decomposing bodies of Russian soldiers sent by Putin to Ukraine to this ongoing carnage. I regret that the Security Council is being now manipulated by the Russian Federation to promote such an insane delirium. It is an utmost disregard by the Russian Federation of the members of the Security Council. Finally, it is detrimental for the Council's credibility. What indeed has to be addressed by the Council are the war crimes and crimes against humanity that the Russian Federation commits on a daily basis since 24th of February, the day when the war in Europe, unleashed by Russia, started. Among the most recent examples that shocked the world, Russian airstrike that destroyed the maternity hospital that we already mentioned so many times today. Russian indiscriminate shellings and airstrikes have almost destroyed Mariupol, one of the most beautiful cities on the Azov Sea, and killed 1,582 civilian residents of that city, according to the local administration. For the first time since the World War II, people are being buried in mass graves in Ukrainian cities. I would like to use this opportunity to ask the gentleman in the Soviet seat, if you are really connected, wired to Moscow, please talk to Moscow to release the kidnapped mayor of the city of Melitopol. Please help us get him back from the arms of the invaders. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Izium, Akhtirka, Volnovakha, and many other Ukrainian cities are being razed to the ground. Documents and maps seized by the Ukrainian troops from Russian prisoners of war confirm that bombardments of residential areas had been planned in advance. Captured Russian pilots at today's press conference in Kiev have reconfirmed that they deliberately dropped the bombs on residential areas. The number of civilians killed by the Russian troops exceeds military losses. Many people have lost their homes. More than 1.5 million left Ukraine, almost 2 million by now, across the western border. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, became IDPs. Only from Kharkiv, 600,000 people were evacuated by trains. The main efforts are now focused on ensuring safe passage of civilians through humanitarian corridors. Unfortunately, the arrangements are often violated by the Russian troops. Awful pictures and footages taken near the destroyed bridge in Irpin with killed civilians, including entire families who tried to flee the occupied areas, have circled and horrified the globe. Russia must not use civilians as hostages in human shield. By exposing cities to indiscriminate shelling and creating a dire humanitarian situation, deliberately shelling civilians during the evacuation from the besieged Ukrainian cities, Russia is forcing civilians to flee their homes and providing only a corridor to its territory or to Belarus. So-called green corridors proposed by the aggressor for sending people to Russia and Belarus could be considered as forcible deportation of protected persons according to international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Ukrainian people are being killed and Ukrainian cities are being destroyed as we are compelled to listen to the Russian absurd fakes in the Security Council. Fakes created in a desperate attempt to whitewash the war against Ukraine. Russian aggression threatens us all, and there is an urgent need to be resolute in countering uncivilized, barbaric, and mean actions by Russia. The sooner the aggressor is stopped and held accountable for his crimes, the safer our world will be. I will not end before I read several paragraphs from an open letter from 194 Nobel laureates. I quote, "The undersigned Nobel laureates voice our support for the Ukrainian people and the free and independent state of Ukraine as it faces Russian aggression." 194 Nobel laureates. In a move that recalls the infamous attack of Nazi Germany on Poland in 1939, using similar tricks of feigned provocation, the government of the Russian Federation, led by President Putin, has launched an unprovoked military aggression, nothing else but a war, against its neighbor, Ukraine. We choose our words carefully here, for we do not believe the Russian people have a role in this aggression. We join in condemning these military actions and President Putin's essential denial of the legitimacy of Ukraine's existence. We respect the calm and the strength of the Ukrainian people. We are with you. Our hearts go out to the families and friends of all Ukrainians and Russians who have died and been injured already. May peace come to this piece of our beautiful world. End of quote. I thank you.
أشكر ممثل أوكرانيا على بيانه. لم يعد هناك أي أسماء مدرجة على قائمة المتحدثين. رفعت الجلسة.
Delighted with what the grand jury concluded, which is what we've been saying to everybody all along. Khashoggi never committed any crime at all or did anything wrong. And as we understand it, the grand jury heard evidence based on all of the criminal complaints, all 9 of them, and returned no bills, no charges on all 9 of them. And we are absolutely delighted. I've asked Khashoggi not to talk about any contacts or anything, but I understand that people would at least like to hear the voice of this guy that you've only seen his lawyers on. It's hard for me to, look, it's just part of the team. When we practice law, ever so often, we get a charge from the effort with a bunch of people for somebody that we know is being incredibly unfairly treated. We've listened to all of the complaints of those that are making these allegations against him. We've tried to be respectful to them, but this man has not done a single thing wrong, and this is the first step for that. My understanding, y'all can correct me because we weren't down there, that they heard several hours. One person in the meeting said 6 hours. I don't know whether that's true or accurate or not, but whatever they heard, citizens in Harris County had a chance to listen to evidence and make a decision, and we are extremely thankful of it. We feel like we've been treated fair by the whole system. It's taken a long time, but it's worth every minute of it. Now, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them. But I want y'all to understand, we're still facing a slew of civil lawsuits, and that's why Deshaun's not going to get into any of the facts or anything. But I realize you don't want to hear from a lawyer, and that you would rather hear from him. And it's the first time he's spoken since he sent about this matter, since he sent out a tweet back in, I guess, March of last year. So maybe I can be the ringmaster to a certain degree and just ask you if there's anything you want to tell the public. If you can hit these people.
Yeah, I just first want to say it's definitely a very emotional moment for me. I know we're far from being done of handling what we need to handle on the legal side, but today is definitely a big day, and I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for, letting the truth be heard, and I thank everyone that was a part of this, of seeing and hearing both sides, and that's what my point and my team wanted to do, is have a fair slate of us telling our side of the story, and letting the conclusion come down to what happened today, and that's what the grand jury decided on. So yeah, thank you, and I just thank my Lord and Savior, and just gonna keep fighting to rebuild my name and rebuild my appearance in the community, and we're gonna continue to, on the legal side, off the field, handle what we need to handle, but also ready to get back on the field, been prepping for that, and ready to go for that. So thank my family, all my close supporters that's been behind me this past year. Thank my team that's been behind me and supporting me and keeping me up this past year. And yeah, I'm going to continue to just keep pushing forward and build my name back to where it was, if not better. Thank you.
So let me.
Lost faith in you.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
What do you say to Sean, to fans who lost faith in you?
The question was, what does he say to fans that lost faith in him?
That's part of life. You hear things, and that's the way of, social media, and things happen, in today's world. I still love my fans, even the ones that believe the other side or whatnot, but at the same time, things are, happen for a reason, and people are entitled to their own opinions. But, today, justice was served for us, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
So let me mention, I know you've got other questions. Let me mention one thing is, I want y'all to go back to where this began. And I continuously, and our team said, we welcomed and wanted police involvement. We wanted thorough police investigations. We begged these women, if they believed that he had committed a crime and he had done what they were saying, they ought to go to the police. That's what everybody that's a victim of one of these things or believes they are. That's where it should start, is with the police. And so really, they only made these criminal complaints after we continued to urge them to do so. They did so, they were listened to, and we were vindicated in the sense that what we believed would happen, that if law enforcement thoroughly looked at these matters, that we would have the result we had today.
Mr. Hart, I know there are more depositions scheduled for next week. What bearing does this have on the civil case, if anything? What are you looking forward to on that side of it?
We're scheduled to start depositions on Tuesday on behalf of 2 other women. He'll fully answer questions there. And he won't be taking the 5th. I have said all along that when the criminal investigation was completed, we would answer their questions. But nobody but an insane lawyer would ever suggest that you would let him be asking civil deposition questions or answering them while the criminal investigation is completed. This puts to bed any criminal allegations or suggestions. What they presented to the grand jury today was everybody that has made a criminal complaint. And the grand jury spoke. That's behind us. Now we'll answer all their accusations and what they want to do in the civil cases. It'll proceed as normal. Pardon?
Has Deshaun, have you heard from the NFL or the Texans since this verdict today?
Personally, I have not. That's a question for my agent, David Mulligetta.
And for y'all to understand, we always kept this criminal and the civil matters, the legal matters, separate from negotiating with teams and football stories, okay? So We have been providing the NFL information as this went, and I'm sure they're going to do a thorough investigation. They customarily wait till the criminal matter is over, and I would expect them now to be aggressively investigating while we're continuing with the civil cases.
Deshaun, Rusty is saying that you'll speak more in civil depositions now, not exercising pleading the fifth. You talked about your chance to say your side in the way that you can since last year. The silence in between. What is your side through this past year?
No, he's not going to be his side. We'll do that. We'll do that in the civil side. We'll do that in court.
Deshaun, is there anything that you can tell these women that made these accusations?
I think we don't want to answer that. I'm sorry. Because this is not the place to do it. I mean, we've been saying all along is the place to do it is in the criminal investigation and in the lawsuits and everything. Standing out here in the street corner talking to these women, first of all, I want to respect their position. They have a right to take that position. And we don't want to walk him into that. Obviously, he feels strongly about certain things. We do. Nothing be gained about us talking about it. It's been a pleasure to see y'all. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the NFL and some football-related question?
Well, but we don't know anything because he's had no contact with the NFL. That's always gone through me. Okay. They haven't been able to reach out to him. They would reach out to him through me. And right now, they've stayed on the sideline until this was completed.
Rusty, do you see does your victory on the criminal side give you any kind of edge in the civil case, or does it have any bearing at all?
It's two different ways.
As well, too, not physically shoot, to remind everyone. Look, I say that. It's important that we're all out fighting. The media is never going to tell the story that we tell about the greatness of this nation and the greatness of a place like Iowa and the greatness of a place like Kansas, Midwestern states with these deep values that are consistent with the American founding and our nation's history. I had this incredible privilege for 4 years. For 4 years to serve America in the Trump administration, working to deliver for you each and every day just a little bit more security and a little bit more peace and a little bit more prosperity than you had the day before. You know, we were a pretty unique administration. Look, I say that, you laugh. I spent my time before I ran for Congress running a machine shop. We made airplane parts and then later parts for the oil and gas industry. The company bent metal. We had lathes and mills. It was a blue-collar operation for sure. That is not the typical background for your Secretary of State. But what it did what it did for me is it reminded me every day of the people who get up every morning and they work hard. They care deeply about their community. They care about their families. I represented South Central Kansas for 6 years as a member of Congress. I never forgot those people who worked as part of my team at my small business in South Central Kansas. They were the focal point of my mission set, which was to serve and protect. We watched. I got asked earlier today, aren't you glad that you're out of the fire, all the pressure? Not for a minute. This has been hard to watch these past 15 months. I know for you in the same way that it has been for me, not because they undid what the Trump administration did, but because it presents so much risk to my son. And one day I pray that we'll have grandchildren too. They want to take this country in a fundamentally different direction that is bad for my family and bad for yours. The things that your representative spoke about, Marionette Miller-Meeks, the things that she spoke about, the American way of life, our deepest traditions there are under assault from so many directions. And I know we'll talk about that. I'm going to sit here and we'll take some questions here in a minute, but two thoughts for you. For the 4 years I served, first as the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. By the way, great gig. The best part about the CI director is there was no media on my airplane. You never knew where I was. But these 4 years, we were intently focused. We knew that we could defend the things that mattered most here at home. We could protect and preserve. We could deter bad guy aggression. We didn't have to send a whole bunch of American soldiers to difficult places to do that. And whatever one thinks about the administration, everybody's got their own thoughts. For 4 years, we did that. I'm incredibly proud of the fact that we enhanced the prosperity of America, and we built peace around the world. You need to look no further. You know, the president sent me on a mission. It was Easter weekend of 2018. I was the CI director to go meet with Chairman Kim in North Korea. I'll never forget when the president said to me one day, he said, Mike, can we talk to them? You'll remember this was the biggest threat. He was firing missiles. He was conducting all kinds of testing. President Obama had told us this would be the biggest challenge of our 4 years. President Trump said to me one day, he says, can we talk to them? I said, yes, sir, we have a way we can communicate with them. He said, tell them you want to come see them. Roger, sir. Happy to do it. He said, then tell them that I want to come see them, but remind them that you want to go first. We established deterrence. We stopped it from conducting long-range missile tests and nuclear testing. And while we didn't get all the way home, we never ultimately solved the biggest challenge there. We reduced risk to every American and everybody, frankly, all across the world. We did the same thing in the Middle East. We never sent the 82nd Airborne. We didn't send the 101st. We didn't send big groups of our Navy. We simply built out what became the Abraham Accords, making common cause with our friends in Israel, making common cause with our great friends in Israel, doing our best to crush the Iranians and their regime, making sure they never developed a nuclear weapon, and working with Arab states, Gulf states, to say we can be partners in security with you as well. I am convinced that the peace that the Abraham Accords has brought will change the course of the Middle East and the world for an awfully long time. I am enormously proud of the work that our team all across the world did. I'm proud of the work that your ambassador did too, to try and convince the Chinese Communist Party that they too have a place in this world and that they need to behave in a way that is consistent with our understanding of Western civilization. But I'll close with this. All of these problems, what you're seeing take place, and I know we'll talk about Ukraine, all of these problems ultimately depend on a strong America here at home. Our adversaries talk about an America in decline. We cannot permit that to be true. I see all these great people, you all that are standing up and running for office all across Iowa. God bless you for doing that. We've seen how important district attorneys' races are. Right? It's not okay to steal $999 worth of stuff. Right? Right? That's what San Francisco says. If it's under $1,000, it's okay. No, that's not okay in America. It is not okay in America to teach our kids that this nation was founded on a set of racist ideas. It is untrue, and it is not worthy of our great country. These challenges, as I traveled the world, I was always mindful that if we lost the bubble here at home, if we walked away from these central understandings of community and faith and the things that have built this great country, if we walked away from those, then the Secretary of State had no probability of success. We couldn't convince our friends they'd want to be with us, and we couldn't convince our adversaries that they should fear us. It's what I was so proud of in our administration. We were fearless in defending these things that mattered most here at home. If we get it right here, and I am so encouraged to be here in Iowa tonight and see all of you come out on a Friday evening, I am so encouraged that in the heartland, in these places that are so important to our country, that you all are continuing to stand up and defend these most important ideas. Never lose that bubble. Never be afraid to stay in the fight. If we do this and do this together, then we'll be very successful in the election in November, and America will continue to be successful in the decades and centuries to follow. Thank you all for being here tonight. I look forward to taking questions from you.
Thank you, Jeff. Wow. Another round of applause. What a nice welcome. And before I call up our other, I guess we'll call you a panelist, Mr. Ambassador, there are three more. I'm just kind of scattering out all the folks that I need to acknowledge tonight. Three final folks are, you've heard about our State Central Committee as the governing board. We do have, besides Carol Crane, we do have two others that sit on that board. Our National Committee man, Steve Scheffler, is here, all the way from the metro area. And David Barker is not only a member of our Central Committee, but David is also our finance co-chair for the party, and David is a member of the Board of Regents. So David Barker. And then finally, I just want to give a call out. There are a couple of really, really strong, bright lights out there in terms of Republican women's group. Scott County's one of them. I mean, it actually blows. Isn't that right, Mary? I mean, they are something. They're among the top two Republican women's groups in terms of activity and enthusiasm, bring folks in. So I want to acknowledge the president, this year's president, Jen Dumas, and then Michelle Crawford. I want to acknowledge both of you over there. Stand up, Jen. Don't be shy. All right, I am done with the intros, and I'm going to put this. Going to put this away. I have not had a conversation with the secretary, nor have I had a conversation with Ambassador Branstad about the questions we're going to ask. This is going to be free flowing, and so I would like to bring up America's, not Iowa's, America's longest-serving governor in history and former ambassador to China, Terry Branstad. Talk about a thorn between two roses. That's how I feel. Now I know how Joe Biden feels when he's at a meeting at Harvard. Anyway, I just made that up, by the way, folks. Remember, C-SPAN's here, Mr. Ambassador. So, yes. Okay, all right, we got to be careful. All right, I want to start with a general question. I've gotten to know you so well. It's been, honestly, sincerely, one of the honors of my life to get to the point where I feel I can call you friend. And I've been following your career, Mr. Secretary, for so long. Could you give us, I'm going to ask you a question. It's more of a personal nature, just for folks to give you a little bit of insight in what makes you tick. And so I'll start with, since you're our guest, I'll start over here with Mr. Ambassador. But Mr. Ambassador, can you think of a person that affected you, say, 16 years or younger, that affected your life, that you still think about every single week of your life since then that's impacted you?
Well, I had two great teachers in 8th grade. Laura Seawick, who was our U.S. history teacher, and she taught us the 3 R's of good government: rights, respect, and responsibility. And she was a great patriot that really inspired, I think, every student ever had her, I'm sure, could repeat that. And Fred Smith was my 8th grade Iowa history and civics teacher, and he was also in charge of American Legion Boys State for the state of Iowa. Those two teachers inspired me to want to go into a career of public service. And of course, the best job for a farm kid from northern Iowa in public service is being the governor of Iowa. So never imagined I would become the ambassador to China and have the honor of working with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, but that was a great
early on to the point where you think about them every week of your life since?
So I'm going to take two also. The first is my mother. She was a Kansan. She was one of 10 kids from a little town called Wellington, south of Wichita, not too far. Never managed to get a chance to go to college, but she was damn determined that her 3 kids were going to. And my father was a liberal Democrat. My mother was the conservative in the family. They both would tell each other every election day, hey, I'm not going to vote if you don't, and then they both went and voted. To this day, she taught me to grind and to work hard, and it's something that's never left me. And I think about her. She's now passed, but I think about her always. The other was a fellow named Barry Scribner. He was a professor of mine at West Point. He was a cavalry guy, and he taught me that being on offense is always the best solution, and that the best way to make sure that you can be on offense is to make sure you've done the hard work, that you're prepared, that you've laid the groundwork, that when nobody's watching, you're just working your tail off, so that when the moment comes, and you never know when that's going to be, when you're challenged. He was always thinking about it militarily, but I think he meant that from a moral perspective as well. When someone comes after your value set or your character, that you're prepared to make the case and fight it and defend it and remind yourself that you are right and you are grounded. And so Colonel Scribner is an amazing man.
Thank you for sharing that. I can still see. I wish you could see the secretary's eyes when he talked about his mom. I mean, it was a window right into your heart. Thank you for sharing that. We appreciate that. I want to bring up some foreign policy issues, and I'm sorry. Usually I don't have to worry about being heard, but talk, if you can, talk about Ukraine. Talk about what keeps you up at night right now about the Ukraine situation, and then can you give us a little light at the end of the tunnel?
So, boy, one could spend a lot of time. A couple thoughts. When one thinks about the challenge in Ukraine, the central failure, and when I talk about foreign policy, I try to avoid politics as best I can, because this matters. This is an American challenge that we're confronted with today. But the central failure here is that we didn't convince Vladimir Putin that the costs of this atrocious activity would be of such staggering enormity that he would at least perceive that there was enough risk so that he wouldn't do it. And so this concept of deterrence was the thing that we worked on for our whole 4 years. And there's so many pieces to it, and some of it's perception, but you have to convince the bad guys that you're prepared to defend the things that matter most to you. If they perceive otherwise, then they're going to push, and they're going to keep pushing, and that's what happened here. Remember, the Russians shut down a gasoline pipeline in the southeast of the United States. We couldn't get gas in the southeast of the United States for days. President Biden simply said, don't do that again. He watched what happened. We had 13 Americans killed in Afghanistan. He watched the debacle there. He watched the president use language talking about a minor incursion into another sovereign nation. And those are the kind of things that in the mind of these leaders like Vladimir Putin create enormous risk. And so I think that's where we find ourselves. The solution is to push back and to regain, to get back on the front foot and start to allow the Ukrainians the tools and the systems and the processes to continue what has been an amazing defense of their own homeland to date. We can do more. When we do, there'll be costs imposed on Putin and those around him. And when we do that, his calculus will be forced to change. You asked what I worry about most with respect to Ukraine. It is the risk of cascading crises. History seldom finds one crisis like Ukraine and then it stops. It is typically the case that you see others start to nose around the edges. And so what does that look like? You could imagine something in the Middle East where Assad will decide that he can take even more ground or use his chemical weapons again, and this administration would do nothing. You could imagine Chairman Kim feeling his oats a bit and putting pressure on the South Koreans. You can imagine lots of places where bad actors will see that America's not prepared to defend its core value set, and we'll have a cascading series of crises that create complexity that seems almost unimaginable.
Thank you for your bluntness and your realism. Mr. Ambassador, take us, I mean, you know China well. What do you think the Chinese, can you conjecture at all what you think the Chinese are thinking right now, plotting right now, imagining right now when they see the American response to the Ukraine?
The only thing the Chinese or the Russians really respect is strength. And as long as we keep showing weakness, it just encourages them to go further. So I think it's important that we restore America's strength. And you know, I think the problem that we're facing right now is this administration. Administration has done too little, too late. And I think we've got to get back to a strong military that is willing to make the actions that we saw in the previous administration. You didn't see Russia, or for that matter, China. China did some things that we certainly were not happy with, but we countered with freedom of seas navigation. I got many of what we call démarches from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs because our Navy was going through the South China Sea. The Chinese have what they call a 9-dash line. They claim they own the whole thing. It's international water. And they have built islands and militarized those islands. And one of the concerns we have is and now they're building a Navy that has, they never had aircraft carriers. Now they've got, I think, at least 2, maybe more. We have got to show we always have had worldwide presence of America's strength, and we've got to show our willingness to stand up to those that take action like we've seen in the Ukraine. I think we should have seen this coming, and we should have armed Ukraine to the hilt so that they wouldn't be begging for additional assistance now when it could have been done 6 months ago.
Thank you, Mr. Mesner. And we'll move to, I would just like your open-ended comments, Mr. Secretary, about China, the challenges. What's on your mind right now as a world leader? And you are a world leader.
So, with respect to China,
yes.
Yeah. So, several things. One, we talk about foreign policy and domestic policies as if they're completely distinct spaces. But what you can see with the Chinese Communist Party is they're not. There is such a deep connection to the things we do here at home and the aggression that the Chinese Communist Party continues to push. So what are examples of this? So during our time in office, the Chinese Communist Party was running a massive spy operation in the United States. They were running it out of their consulate in Houston, Texas. And for years, we had just kind of turned our cheek and said, well, you know, if we do that, it'll be nasty. Well, we ultimately decided we would close that. It was the right thing to do. We protected American secrets that they'd stolen. You all know this here in Iowa, right? How many hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Iowa agriculture intellectual property were stolen by the Chinese Communist Party? For the first time, an administration said, no, stop, and began to push back. This is the tie between jobs and wealth and prosperity here at home and bad guys abroad. This virus that came from the Chinese Communist Party, you should know, it almost certainly came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But even more than that, the Chinese Communist Party knew that they had a highly contagious virus. They knew that it was at least relatively lethal, and they put tens of thousands of people on airplanes around the world to essentially burn the place down. Now almost 6 million people killed across the world as a result of this. This is what the ambassador was speaking to. They think about the world differently. They don't value human life. Vladimir Putin doesn't value human life. This is the central dividing line between tyranny and a republic like ours. And we have a responsibility to do everything we can to defend that every place. And the Chinese Communist Party has intentions on growing their empire, using their economy to push back against ours. President Trump was determined, and Ambassador Branstad was a central part of simply demanding that the Chinese trade on terms that are fair and reciprocal with the United States of America. This is the least that we can demand of all of our partners. And if we don't get this right, the Chinese Communist Party will see the weakness that Ambassador Branstad was referring to, and they will push us around everywhere and always. And we can't, for our kids and grandkids, permit that to happen.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, would it be accurate to refer generally to China as a brutal military dictatorship?
Well, that's a good question. I think we need to separate the Chinese Communist Party from the Chinese people. I can tell you I have the greatest respect for the Chinese people, and I know that Secretary Pompeo does as well. And the Chinese people, of course, have a long history of living under these dynasties with a emperor, a strongman emperor. And they had that from before the birth of Christ, through all these decades. And then they'd have a famine, and maybe they'd overthrow one dynasty, and then they'd have another. And this happened till about 1914. And then they had, well, in a sense, kind of civil war, and they had these warlords that controlled parts of China. And eventually they had a civil war between the nationalists and the communists. And Xi Jinping is, of course, he's the latest emperor in a sense. So Mao Zedong won, the Chinese communists took over, and the Chinese people endured a lot of terrible things. The Great Leap Forward, where they were going to produce more steel than the Britain and the United States. So they had the peasants melting down their kitchen tools to make steel, and 30 million people, I don't know, could have been 25, could be 40 million, died of starvation, and they kept it a secret during the Great Leap Forward in Mao Zedong. Then they had the Cultural Revolution, where they closed the colleges and universities and sent the faculty out to work for the peasants. Then Mao died. His wife and 4 other gang of 4 were in control for a while, and eventually they got a new leader, Deng Xiaoping, and he was a reformer. And he said, and the Chinese people they have a great work ethic, they're very entrepreneurial. He says it's all right to become rich. It's all right to work, and of course this is the time that Nixon had gone there, and we're beginning to open things up, and many countries invested there. And so China went through a tremendous period of growth. And I got to tell you, I was one of them, was optimistic that once they got economic freedom, eventually they would get political freedom. And we were optimistic that Xi Jinping would be like his father, like Deng Xiaoping, a reformer, and continue to open up, things would get more democratic. It's gone the other way. You know, my personal relationship with Xi Jinping was good because I had hosted him here. We treated him well. He called us old friends. But the truth is, since he came to power, he's listened to hardliners, and he has this vision. China is going to be rich, powerful, and the unabashed world leader, and displace the United States.